Chapter 208, Their Respective Training. Akira was going through training with Alpha in his home. Sometimes, he would also participate in mock battles with Ario and the other children in the wasteland. He had decided to only go to the ruin again once the automaton and the other relics he brought back from Lida Commercial District ruin were fully converted into money. But for some reason it was not done yet. Old World automata were highly valuable relics to corporations for many reasons. Whether to improve their own technology or to fix them before reselling again, there were many companies trying to get their hands on these automata. Normally, one should have no problem selling them. It should have been easy to exchange them for money. But that was not the case this time, and the reason for that was because they were brought back to the city as a team with Akira. If it was solely Togami's team, they could just leave selling the automata to Drankum, which can use its connection. Even if there might be some problem regarding how to divide the money, it would be solved between the team selling the automata and the gang. Even if the result might not be ideal for Togami, they could make up for that by negotiating with the gang. That way, the gang would be able to secure its share with no problem as well. But with Akira added to the equation, it was not that simple. After all, Akira was only allowing Drankum to handle the sale of the automata to make it easier to divide the money later. If Drankum took a cut on that money, Akira would obviously complain. If it was just a common hunter, Drankum could just crush him using their connection with city management. But when it came to a hunter above rank 40, in the worst-case scenario, it might end up in a full-blown war, and the damage from that war would no doubt have some form of repercussion. Normally, Drankum would first buy the relic from the hunter to gain full ownership of it before selling in order to avoid this problem. But there was another problem with that approach. If the negotiation with Akira did not go well, it might significantly reduce the profit that Drankum might gain from the transaction. Personally speaking, Akira himself said that he had no problem dividing the money evenly. But according to the report from Togami and Reina regarding Akira's contribution in securing the automata, it would not be strange if he demanded half of the reward. On the other hand, if they tried to negotiate with Akira, he might change his mind and decide to demand more shares than he had right now. And in the worst-case scenario, Viola might stick her nose into the negotiation and carry away most of the profits. Drankum already knew Akira's relation with Viola from Mizuha's report. Drankum was stuck in a difficult position, trying not to worsen its connection with a high-ranking hunter as well as the company it was working with. To top it off, companies were also working behind the scenes to make adjustments. The automata that Kurosawa's team had destroyed the other day already changed hands to a certain company. If there was a relic that resembled the complete form of that destroyed relic, it would speed up the investigation process of said relics. Moreover, it might shed a light on its connection with the fifth automaton that got away. If possible, the aforementioned company also wanted to get its hand on that automaton as well. Thus it was working behind the scenes for that. With all of these factors added into the complexity of the matter, they ended up taking more time than usual to sell the automata. Akira already knew what was going on from a short report given by someone from Drankum, which in response, he only said that he would wait patiently if it might sell for a lot more. He already got the expense from that expedition covered by Shiori, so he had no reason to rush it. Although the smaller relics were already exchanged for money, all of them were used to cover the expenses. Because of this, and some other things, Akira decided not to go exploring ruins for the time being and spent most of his time training inside and outside his house. Togami and Reina's group were about to get out to the wasteland when Reina, who was sitting on the driver's assistant seat, mumbled, "Good grief, I wonder when we are going to be allowed to do hunter jobs again." Togami smiled wryly. "Calm down, if you don't like the training, you can take a break instead, you know. It's not that I don't want to do it, and I do still think that I need more training. But we're not even allowed to do common monster extermination requests, you know? Isn't that a bit too strict? Don't you think so too?" "Well, you have a point there. Right? I really wish they would lift the restriction." Togami's team was given a temporary restriction from Drankum so they could not do hunter jobs. This was for the sake of preventing matters from becoming more complicated in case the rightful owners of the automata died. Although they were not exactly happy about it, they decided to obey the restriction. However, as they felt that it would take more time than usual, they decided to negotiate with the higher-ups. In the end, they were allowed to do some low-risk hunter jobs. Our job today is to help out in testing a still-in-development augmented suit. Although it's just training because we're not allowed to do dangerous hunter jobs, we are still getting paid for it. Depending on how you take it, it might actually be a good offer. By the way, where is Shiori-san? The only maid sitting on the back seats was Kane. Ain-san has another business to attend to. Milady, Ain-san left because she thought that we're not going to leave the city. Although I'm letting you out to the wasteland, it would be a great help if you try to be careful. After all, it is still the dangerous wasteland. So make sure not to just go hunting for monsters on a whim when we spot one. I don't want to get split open by Ain-san after all. I know, so can you please just let it go for a bit for a change of pace? Reina lightly sighed. Shiori has been bugging me about my mannerism again lately. She has also been actively making me take on that training again. To be honest, I don't think it's necessary at this point. Although mannerism is indeed important, I just don't see why she's getting stricter lately. Before Reina continued her thought, Kane smiled and interjected. I don't know if it's because you've been working with Togami boy a lot lately, but milady, your word usage is getting rough lately. So I bet Ain-san wishes to fix it before it gets worse. How is that my fault? Reina, who knew that Kane was not completely wrong, became flustered. Togami only smiled bitterly in response to it. Kane deliberately chose her words, such that the heart of the matter was to be taken lightly. But of course, neither Reina nor Togami noticed it. Ario and Togami were actually helping to test the coordination support system augmented suit. Since Akira did not participate in the test that day, the team was divided between Togami and Reina versus the rest. The mock battle was divided between the minority versus the majority. The minority referred to those who were using the augmented suit with the overloaded setting. After Ario decided to keep using the overloaded setting, some other children actually asked for the same setting. While the rest, or the majority, were children who were using the original restricted setting. Although the difference in their numbers was huge, they were able to put up a good fight which showcased the difference in their fighting prowess. That was when Togami's team came. After a short explanation from Tabata, they decided to set the mock battle as Togami's team versus the rest. Since Kane was only there as a bodyguard, she did not join the mock battle and only participated as an observer running around the battlefield. As Ario and the other children took a short break until Togami's team finished their preparation, they started to talk about the new addition to the test. Say, that maid is the one from back then, right? But where is the other one? Yup, you're probably right. But to be honest, rather than that fake-looking maid, I actually prefer the other one that looks like a proper maid. Is that so? I actually like this one more though. You have a very bad taste, you know? What did you just say? The start of the mock battle cut their endless idle talk. As they went to their respective starting positions, they then waited for the signal to start the mock battle. Ario nervously waited while mentally preparing himself when the support system from his helmet made a suggestion. Detected high anxiety level. Please keep calm to ensure effective decision-making. I know. It's Yatsubayashi. Open up the air composition adjustment function. You should be able to use the modified battle stimulant that I made. Those two once worked together with Akira out in the wasteland, you know. So basically they are like two Akiras. If you don't want to get a one-sided beating, just use the battle stimulant although it's still in the clinical trial phase. You can't get strong unless you prepare yourself to take risks, you know. Use the augmented suit, the coordination support system, and the battle stimulant. They are your shortcut to gain super strength. I know they're still in the testing stage, but just use them. Yatsubayashi's excited voice could be heard from the support system. Although Ario was surprised by that voice, he seriously considered that offer, and eventually his wish to get stronger trumped. Alright, I'll use it. Roger that, injecting the stimulant now. The inside of the helmet turned slightly green from the battle stimulant. Every time Ario inhaled, he could feel his anxiety level lowered and his 5 senses sharpened. The pain from the previous mock battle also slowly alleviated. As he waited for the countdown, he could feel the power coursing through his limbs. Even the countdown on his display felt like it was running at a slower rate. Ario's spirit was lifted. He thought that he might have the chance to win with his newly gained power. The moment the signal for the start of the mock battle went up, he immediately kicked the ground and started running. It was 2 against many and their opponent was supported with the coordination system. Normally, it would have been hopeless, but Reina and Togami compensated for that difference with their equipment and skill. They kept moving around to cause confusion. Although they did not communicate with each other, they moved around together as a team very well. They divided the fight into smaller 2 against 1 fights as they hunted their opponents one by one. When they were about to get surrounded, they would charge to break the encirclement to get away and then maintain the upper hand. No one was taking it easy in that battle. If they let their guard down even for a split second, the other party would immediately turn the table around. But Togami and Reina felt a sense of satisfaction as they continued to fight with a smile on their faces. Reina shot down another one of her opponents and thought, "These guys are strong. I heard that they are not hunters and just amateurs though. Is this the power of the coordination support system? If equipment can really make them this strong, I can imagine why Akira would splurge his money on equipment and training. I had been really ashamed of myself from back then, but..." Reina smiled. "I can't let people think that I'm nothing without my equipment. I can't let myself lose for the sake of all the training that I did with Shirori and Kane as well." Togami also shot another one down as he thought, "They are strong. So this is the power of the coordination support system, huh? If I'm not mistaken, Katsuya's team was using a stable version if not the beta version of this system and they were using it superbly. I even heard that some officers in the gang are thinking of getting this system for all the young hunters in the gang. I can understand that, but..." Togami lightly smiled. "Just how much would it cost? No wonder why Shikarabe and the other veteran hunters don't like the young hunters. Well, I'm on the side of the hunters who would receive the support, so I have no problem with it, but the veteran hunters would basically pay for it. Well, sooner or later, I would be joining their side though. I can't really afford to lose now against people with nothing but excellent equipment. After all, I need to get stronger and earn more money. At least more than what I would need to pay in the future." Togami and Reina did their best in order to surpass their past selves. Because of that, they were able to annihilate their opponents and won the first hard-earned victory. Although Ario and the other children lost the round, Yatsubayashi was satisfied with the result. He then amusedly said to Tabata, "How was it? It has this much effect with only this price. It is pretty impressive, no? Its cost-benefit ratio is way higher than your usual battle stimulant. Even if that's true, it's not like I can do anything about it. It's true that our augmented suit allows them to use the battle stimulant in the middle of the fight. But it is originally for medicines, not for battle stimulants mixed with accelerator drugs. Moreover, the available medicine is based on the other companies that the main company is working together with. So we can only use yours for testing like this." Yatsubayashi frowned and said, "Even with this result, I don't have authority to decide which medicine to use. Well, I will at least send the data to the main company though. So just hope that they would consider using your battle stimulant." Yatsubaya looked even more displeased. "I bet for people like them, performance is number 2 and they will pick the medicine from some big drug company for the sake of their company's interest anyway. Good grief, these people keep giving vague refusals. No wonder cheap but good medicines would never reach the market. Safety takes precedence and it's important to confirm and prove it. That is why those huge corporations spent most of their money on that, no? Humph, I wonder about that now." Tabata looked at the obviously displeased Yatsubayashi and lamented his decision. "Good grief, I ended up letting a weirdo join the testing. I really hate my stupidity from that time. Although he's really a good doctor, he's just suspicious, or more like, I feel like he's not the usual doctor." Tabata allowed Yatsubayashi to attend the testing after a short negotiation with Viola. He was basically the doctor for Ario and the other children. Because Viola used the previous incident as leverage, Tabata could not refuse her demand. Tabata then thought of something and asked Yatsubayashi, "Say, this is just a random guess, but you are not from the rebuild laboratory, are you?" "Why do you think so?" "No reason in particular." Yatsubayashi smiled as if to laugh at himself as he said, "If that is really the case, I would be working hard on my research with an unlimited amount of budget from the huge corporations by now." He then continued, but with more spirit this time. "If you really think that I am that good, it would be great if you would provide me with some aid money for my research. If only I can get a proper production line for mass production and finish off the rest of the testing, I'm sure it would sell like hotcakes." "Wait, no, a license would be enough, so if you can offer this drug to some medicine companies connected to your company, then..." Like I said, I have no authority to do that. So just give it a rest." "Really now, you guys are just insufferable." Tabata rejected Yatsubayashi's offer, thus making him look more displeased than before. When the rebuild laboratory was disbanded, some of the researchers went rogue since they did not like their research being controlled by the corporate governments. Even to this day, many were still actively pursuing their research in secret while running away from the corporate government. That was a common rumor which was flying around between researchers in the Eastern District. Tabata already knew about that rumor, which in that case, that would mean Yatsubayashi might have a connection with some big companies. But Tabata just shook his head and threw out that thought from his head. Ario frowned and looked desperate. They finished some rounds after that, but they could not win against Reina and Togami at all, not even once. They had different equipment, different talents, different accumulated experience from both training and real battles. There were many reasons why they could not win a single round. Ario knew that those reasons were reasonable, but he just could not accept it. After all, if he accepted them, it felt like it was the same as giving up. He would be shutting himself from taking the road that the strong took. That kind of distorted thinking was what pushed him further. As the next round started, Ario whispered to himself to be stronger. More. The system made a guess out of that incomplete sentence. Warning, using more battle stimulants would put the body in immense stress. Do you still want to use more battle stimulants? More. Understood, injecting battle stimulant, stronger. Warning, using battle stimulants would put the body in more stress. Do you still want to use more battle stimulants? More. Understood, injecting battle stimulant. Ario said so unconsciously, but the system kept injecting more and more battle stimulants. The huge dose of battle stimulant granted him immense power. When he started the next round, he felt like he had temporarily become superhuman. Reina could not react when Ario suddenly started moving unnaturally fast. The moment she noticed, it was already too late. She could not evade the incoming bullet and the exchange ended up in a draw. As the hit notice came up in her display, she laid down on the ground in deep frustration. Togami did his best even after his only ally in that mock battle was shot down, but since the rest of the opponents jumped into the fray thinking that it was a good chance after Ario shot down Reina, the round ended in his loss even though he put up a good fight. The signal to end the mock battle came up. Those who were lying down on the ground after receiving their hit notice pushed themselves up again. Ario's team realized that they had won the round and celebrated their victory. Kane went to Reina first. She then said apologetically to Togami, who came a bit later. "Sorry, it was my fault." "Well, it can't be helped. They're really strong, I got shot too." Kane then said with a serious face. "Milady, that boy who shot you down is dangerous." "Dangerous? Well, I indeed think I need to be more careful against him next time though." "That's not what I meant." Kane pointed at Ario, who was still laying down on the ground. Although the rest of the team were already back up, Ario was still lying there, not moving. The other children noticed that and went to check on him, but since he did not respond even when they called his name, they started to panic and went to call Yatsubayashi. "That boy, I bet he used a copious amount of battle stimulant. He's unconscious from the side effects. Both Ain-san and I are carrying a similar trump card, so I can somewhat tell." "Oh, I see. That explains why he suddenly moved so quickly. It's pretty amazing that you can tell. Is he going to be all right?" "I can't really say for sure. It might be already too late for him. He might be not moving because he's already dead instead of simply fainting." Reina and Togami frowned in response to Kane, who said so lightly. Yatsubayashi, who just arrived, immediately went to check on Ario. He then asked for help to carry Ario to the trailer. Looking at that, it seems like he's going to be okay. In the worst-case scenario, he might spend a few days sleeping, but he's not going to die. Reina and Togami sighed in relief. Even for them, they would feel bad if someone ended up dead during the mock battle. I see, thank goodness. By the way, Shiori and you have a similar drug, right? Are you going to be okay using them? We are trained as not to make mistakes and use too much of the drug, so we won't get to that point. By the way, the reason why we don't let Milady carry such a drug is simply because we don't wish for you to use such a drug. After all, it would be bad if Milady made a mistake and ended up killing yourself. Well, when Milady uses that drug, that would be after Ain-san and I die. So it's not like using that drug would help Milady in any way in that situation. That's why we don't allow you to carry such a drug right from the start. There were occasions when Kane or Shiori would use a huge dosage of that drug, knowing well that it might kill them. For example, back then when they had to fight the old world automaton that called itself Olivia, Kane and Shiori used the drug close to its lethal dosage. Fortunately, Olivia withdrew so they could conserve their strength and they had the chance to prepare themselves to face the backlash, so they were somehow able to stay alive. Although they looked fine from the outside, it was actually a pretty dangerous situation. Of course, Reina did not know about that, but when she remembered back then when Shiori had to push herself during that fight in the underground city of Kuzuhara Ruin, she could not help but to make a conflicted expression. Togami, who was listening to their exchange, then threw a question. Now that I think about it, is it better if I prepare something similar for myself? I won't stop you, but normally, it's important to stay under the dosage limit. If you often get too fired up during a fight, it's kind of dangerous to carry such a drug. There are many people who end up overdosing because of that. I bet that boy is exactly one of those types of people. Togami looked at himself and frowned. In the end, Ario was sent home. When he woke up 5 days later, he found Alicia looking at him worriedly. Ario really regretted his action as Alicia angrily scolded him while crying. When Reina and Togami were participating in the mock battles against Cheryl's gang, Akira was meeting Shiori on the first floor of the Kagama building. Akira was surprised when he saw Shiori in a business suit instead of her usual maid outfit. So then what is it that you want to talk with me about? Before that, are you okay to talk here instead of in some restaurant on the upper floor? Please don't worry about the expense. I was the one who called for you, so I'll pay for the expense. Well, I have plans to go there in the future. So, I'm fine with this place. Shiori's face slightly stiffened. That I see. In that case, please let me get on to the main subject, and also, please don't worry and order anything you like. Shiori explained to Akira why they took a lot of time selling the old world automata. Although she went into a bit more detail compared to what he had heard from Togami, the main points did not change. He listened to the explanation while finishing his order. Because of this, it will still take some time until we can sell the aforementioned relic. If Akira-sama wishes for it, I can also help out to make the process faster. No, it's fine. There's no need for you to go that far. It's not like I'm in immediate need of money right now. And also, I know that it's just that expensive of a relic, so it's understandable that they are having trouble negotiating about the price and that kind of stuff. As a matter of fact, I'm thankful that you paid for the expense early on. That's why I won't ask you to do more than that I see very well. Akira noticed that Shiori's face slightly stiffened again and found it strange. Is that all? No, there's another thing. The food is here, so let's eat first before we continue. Shiori tried her best to stay calm as she gently smiled. Although it was not as delectable as the food on the upper floor, it was still good. Akira relished it since it was still much better than his usual food back home. After a few minutes, his mood got better. Shiori tried to gauge his mood before she nervously brought up the next subject. It is about the white card that you let us take. According to my connections, it seems that it is a highly valuable item, although it's not directly convertible into money. Oh, is that so? That's pretty impressive. So well, you can say that there will be further compensation for you. I'm planning to pay back the profit in some kind of form in the future. Although, as I said, it's not directly convertible into money, thus your compensation would not be in the form of money. As such, if you have anything you want me to do, please do tell me. I would try my best to comply. Akira's hands stopped from transporting food into his mouth and raised his eyebrows. He then frowned and said, "No thanks, to be honest, I thought that this matter has already been settled." Indeed, it is understandable to take that matter as something of the past after it has been settled. Please take this matter as the card being just that valuable, to the point that we feel bad for receiving so much profit without giving anything in return. Although, due to the nature of the matter, I can't really tell you the details. But what I have said so far is the truth. That remark piqued Akira's interest. But his curiosity was in the opposite direction of what Shirori thought. Of course, Shirori did not know that as she stared at him and slowly became more anxious. "It seems that you have a lot in mind, but please just tell me if you have anything you want at the moment. If it's something that I can help with, I will do my best to comply. Although, as expected, I can't help you if you want to get in relation with Milady." "Don't worry, I have no such interest." Akira said so immediately that Shirori looked slightly offended by it. He thought that it was unreasonable to get that stare from her as he continued to think. Personally speaking, he just wanted to get that troublesome card off his hands. As a matter of fact, he was thinking of just stating that the matter was completely over. But if he strongly refused, Shirori might get suspicious of him instead. Thus he tried to just ask what came up in his mind. "In that case, I actually want your equipment, will that work?" Shirori did not expect that at all, and it was obvious from her reaction. "Akira-sama, I didn't know that you have an interest in my maid outfit and the undergarment of my augmented suit. If you really want them, I don't mind giving them, but—" Akira flusteredly tried to fix her misunderstanding. "Not that one. It's true that they are included as your equipment, but I'm talking about your blade. I witnessed just how sharp it is numerous times in the past, not to mention, you used it to slice open that huge monster in the Saranthal building, remember? I just thought that it would be great to have that kind of blade. I'm sure that it's not a blade that you can normally find in common shops, right?" "I see, the blade, huh? Why would you even think I would want your maid outfit and whatnot?" Akira said as he ruffled his hair. In contrast to him, Shirori smiled amusedly. "Very well, if my blade will be enough, I'll bring one to you later." Akira was actually asking for the contact to buy that blade and not the blade itself, so he was surprised by her reply. "Is that okay? I don't know the details, but it's not cheap, right? It is a company equipment, so I can't really tell you the precise price, but it is indeed not cheap. But even so, it is still an expendable equipment. So it's only given that I have spare blades, so don't worry. I can just use my spare blade." Even if you say so, I don't feel okay getting something that expensive, you see. If Akira-sama thinks that it might be overcompensation, then I have one request, please don't tell anyone about that card. It is not like I can compel you to do that, but it is related to the secret information from big companies, so it might cause a problem if you do it. And it applies even when you're talking with me, will that be okay? For Akira, who wanted to just cut all ties with that card, it was a good offer for him as well. Even more so if it was taken as a bribe to keep him from leaking some secret information. It was also a good excuse to accept such terms to obtain that expensive blade. So he immediately nodded and said, "All right, I won't say anything to anyone." "Thank you very much." Both Akira and Shirori smiled, thinking that they were able to get through the negotiation well. After that, Akira and Shirori talked about some other stuff while enjoying the food before leaving the building. Shirori then left for a bit and returned back with a blade complete with its maintenance kit inside a trunk. Akira received that trunk, said their goodbyes, and left back home, while Shirori went back to the inner wall after seeing him off. As she was looking at Akira's back, Shirori thought, "It's a good thing that I was able to leave a good impression for now. I want to believe that it will not be a mistake." At first, Shirori was uncertain whether to completely forget about the white card or bring it up again to Akira in order to try to leave a good impression on him. In the end, she chose the latter. With this, even if Akira discovered the truth later and realized that he mistook just how valuable that card was, the chance for him trying to inflict damage on Reina would lower. Moreover, bringing up that it was a company secret might also be a good excuse when it came to it. Shiori thought so and felt slightly relieved. A call then came from Ken. "Ain-san, how is it going over there?" "No problem at all, how about over there?" "We're on the way back now." "Ah, by the way, Ain-san, about Milady taking the request for the mock battle training without your permission, should we talk about how we are going to handle this matter?" "I will act as if I don't know about it. If Milady slips up and says something about it later, I will handle it accordingly, so you don't need to say anything." "Roger that." Shiori knew from the start that Reina and Togami were going to take on that request. As a matter of fact, it was their plan to keep her away from the city in case her negotiation with Akira did not go well. By the way, it seems that Milady has gotten stronger than we thought. To be honest, I think she has a good chance of living off as a hunter, you know? If Milady chooses to do so, it is my job to make sure that other doors will still be open to her. Ain-san, you're as doting as ever. Humph, I don't care what you say. Kane closed the call. Shiori seemed to be thinking about a lot of things as she returned back. Once Akira arrived back home, he slowly unsheathed the blade that he got from Shiori. He looked happy as he looked closely at the blade. "I got a pretty good weapon, though I think it's a little too long for me." Since it seemed that Akira would keep looking at that blade if left alone, Alpha warned him. "Akira, you should stop there. Put it back into its sheath and connect it to the maintenance kit. I will readjust the control device through the information terminal." "All right." It was long enough to cause trouble for Akira to sheathe or unsheath, but the mechanical sheath could open up on its side, thus it was easy for him to slide the blade in and out of the sheath. The blade came with a combat sheath and maintenance sheath. The maintenance sheath could fix the blade, and it was using the same repair cartridge that was used for his augmented suit. The grip and the combat sheath could be equipped with an energy pack. Moreover, if it was set to work with the augmented suit, it could use the energy from the augmented suit as well and leave the energy in the grip empty all the time. This way, it would be harmless even if the opponent picked up the blade. Both the energy-based operation of the blade and the physical-based operation of the grip were able to synchronize with the reed-type augmented suit. Combined with his time compression, Akira could use the blade to make a quick maneuver without any trouble. The blade was also equipped with anti-force field armor. Within a certain range, the blade was better both for defense and offense compared to a gun. Then, in exchange for the blade and a huge amount of energy, it could cut a huge monster from a distance just like what Shiori did in the Saranthal building. The blade itself was as sharp as an old-world blade, which Akira rarely found and was able to use. So basically, he had gotten himself a better blade than expected. Akira was content that he received much better equipment than he had expected. Alpha then smiled at him and made a suggestion. "Well, since you have a blade now, how about we train on how to use it as well? Akira, do you want to try it out now?" "That's a good idea." Akira extended his hand to reach for the blade, but Alpha stopped him using his augmented suit. He did not expect it and turned to Alpha, who then pointed her finger at two floating blades. Akira understood what Alpha was telling him, so he grabbed the blade. Due to the augmented reality and Alpha's control over his augmented suit, it felt like there were really two blades. He took one while Alpha took the other one. As I thought, it is really convenient to be able to do this training. After all, it is dangerous to use the real blade in the training. I might cut my vehicle by mistake. The blades themselves are identical. So don't complain if my blade suddenly extends out, okay? Okay. Akira took some distance from Alpha and faced her. "Let's start." Right at the next moment, Alpha threw her blade. Although they were close enough to trade blows, the blade flung and sliced Akira into two. His head rolled over and painted the floor red, followed by the headless body a moment later. Akira was not able to react at all. But of course, it was all just an image from Alpha. Akira saw the image of his head on the ground and smiled wryly. "Isn't that cheating?" "Nope. Like I said, the blades are the same, so I won't accept any complaints. If you don't want to get the floor covered with your heads, make sure to block the blade, okay? Let's start the next round then." Akira used his time compression to focus on defense right from the start this time. Thanks to that, he was able to survive a bit longer compared to last time. Since that day, he started incorporating blades in his training. Thanks to that, The floor of his garage was littered with his dead body every single day. Chapter 209, Not Two Choices. Akira was waiting giddily in front of the Kagama building. The suitcase in his hand contained his custom suit that was finally finished. Today was the day of his triple date with Elena, Sarah and Shizuka. And right now he was waiting to meet up with them. Alpha was playing coy as she teased. "You look pretty happy." "Is that so?" "Well, it's fine, isn't it?" But Akira just ignored Alpha's teasing. Normally he would give more response than that, but not today. It was proof that he was in a better mood than usual. To make sure that he would not be late, he came earlier than usual. This was also another proof of that fact. A little before the meeting time, Elena, Sarah and Shizuka arrived. Just like Akira, they were also carrying their own custom dresses in suitcases. Shizuka knew that Akira was waiting for them. She smiled at him and said, "We were planning to come sooner than the meeting time, but it seems that we ended up making you wait instead, huh?" "It's no problem at all." "Is that so? Well, shall we get going?" Although Akira tried to hide his glee, he was not able to trick anyone there. Seeing how happy he was to go to eat together with them, Elena, Sarah and Shizuka could not hold back their giggles as they entered the building. Akira had visited high-class restaurants located on the upper floor of the Kagama building a few times in the past, but even so, he still looked a bit nervous when he entered one. Elena then told the receptionist that they had booked dinner and went to separate changing rooms based on gender. They changed their clothes there before following one of the waitresses who guided them to their seats. In the deeper part of the restaurant, there was a section separated by partitions. Behind those partitions, the tables were placed in rather wide intervals. All of the diners there were wearing proper suits, just like Akira. No one was using an augmented suit like he had done before. Even the cyborg diners with metallic skin were also wearing tuxedos suitable for that place. The luxurious decorations in that section gave off a high-class and elegant aura that veiled the whole section. It gave off a feeling of a completely separate place away from the harsh world of the Eastern District. Akira followed the waitress as he felt like he stepped into a completely different world. When he arrived at their table, Elena, Sarah and Shizuka, who arrived there first, welcomed him with a smile. Charmed by them, he froze for a bit the moment he saw them. Each of them was wearing a custom dress that boosted their respective unique beauty. Although each dress had a different focus, all of them gave the same sense of gracefulness and elegance, making their charm as ladies much more prominent. The beautiful dress adorned Sarah's ample body as she smiled bashfully. In contrast to that, Elena's dress capitalized on her wonderful arms and legs, which gave off a feeling that it was not only simply pure beauty but they were also functional as she smiled confidently at him. While for Shizuka, in contrast to her usual working dress which covered her whole body, her dress was designed to boast that part of her as she blushed and smiled gently at Akira. Elena led the pack by asking for Akira's opinion. "So, what do you think, Dada?" "I think it's wonderful." Not only was Akira lacking verbal knowledge to express himself, but he was also so flustered that it did not help him at all in that situation. He only managed to say that short sentence. But judging from his reaction, they knew that he was honestly amazed, and that was enough for them as they smiled with satisfaction and bashfulness. "Thank you. It's worth paying that much money for this dress. You also look good in that suit, you know." "Thank you very much," Akira bashfully replied. Akira looked like a young master from some large corporation in his suit. Although he would normally look like a young boy in a suit, Celine had put all her talent into creating his suit. Thus his suit gave a strong aura of classiness and elegance. It did not even give off any weird feeling even though the one using it was Akira. Celine did her best to fulfill their orders. Thus all of them were using dresses and a suit, which allowed even someone as clueless to fashion as Akira to understand just how amazing they were. It even caused the waiters that guided them to look at them with sparkly eyes. As Akira sat in his seat, the waiters immediately brought the appetizers. They had chosen their course beforehand when they placed their booking. Since Akira refused to drink alcohol, everyone decided to remove alcohol from their course. But even so, all the dishes were simply amazing. They had an amazing experience although they did not partake in any alcohol during their meal. During dinner, Akira enjoyed exceptional food while having a light conversation with people that he regarded as his close friends. The food, the smiles from Elena, Sarah and Shizuka, the subject of their conversation, the mood of the shop, all made Akira feel happy. The time passed by as he relished his time as he ate, not only for the sake of getting nutrition. The girls who watched him were happy to see that side of Akira. Akira was completely in joy until the very end of dinner. On the same day, Cheryl once again attended the feast in the Kagama building. After attending the same feast a few times, she had built up a level of resistance against the delicious-looking food served during the feast. So she only took a small portion onto her plate and ate it little by little. Although she thought that it was a blissful thing to be able to enjoy such amazing food, she was also having a hard time fighting back from making any exaggerated reaction to the amazing taste. Therefore, it was not like she could immerse herself in the food. Hoping to build her resistance, she took another small piece. Inabe, who saw that, raised his eyebrows. "You have quite an appetite there." Cheryl stopped her hand and smiled politely at Inabe. "That I'm of that age after all." "I see." Cheryl finished the rest of the food on her plate and solemnly placed it back on the table. She then once again turned to Inabe. "Inabe-sama, regarding the coordination support system augmented suit that you've been kind enough to let us borrow, how long can I expect for this kindness to last?" "HM? It depends on how well they are doing. To be honest, I don't know for sure myself." "Well, I know that it would be troublesome for you if you suddenly lose your fighting capabilities. I would at least tell them to let you know beforehand so as not to trouble you when they finish whatever they are doing. If you need it, I can ask them to extend the testing period, or instead, I can look for another alternative." "Thank you very much, Dada. So, in exchange for that, I have one thing I want to ask though. We're really thankful for your help. If it's something within our power, we'll be more than happy to accept your request. I want you to help me negotiate with Akira. You're close to him, right?" Cheryl was smiling politely up until now, but the moment Inabe said so, her expression suddenly turned sharp. "Just to be safe, is it for an informal request that doesn't go through the Hunter office?" The answer to that is obvious, isn't it? That might be the case for common hunters, but this is Akira that we are talking about. Personally speaking, I prefer to remove any possible discrepancy in what we are talking about to prevent unwanted outcomes in the future. Inabe saw Cheryl's reaction as a warning not to cause any harm to Akira because of some unwritten convention or anything similar to that. Although that was not exactly a mistake, half of the reason why Cheryl asked that question was also because she was not that familiar with that kind of dealing. "Very well. I'll answer that question. Basically, it is in order not to leave any unnecessary records in the Hunter office. After all, leaving such a record might cause a problem in the future. A formal request that went through the Hunter office contained a strongly binding agreement between the requester and the hunter who accepted that request. Both sides must strictly follow the written detail of the request. But in some cases, even for a request that was agreed by both sides, the Hunter office could intervene using the corporate government's authority to change the details of said request. The requests that had gone through such changes were simply that important. In order to avoid this, the content of the request would be written in a vague way so that it could be interpreted in various ways, or simply did not provide the detail of the request in the written agreement. Since it was not written, normally, the Hunter office could not do anything about it. So even if the unwritten part of the agreement contained some unfair clauses, the hunter could not make an appeal through the Hunter office. On the other hand, when the requester did not want a part of the request to be known by the Hunter office, they often have already made an agreement with the hunter beforehand. They would have already decided things like how far the detail of the request would be written in the agreement. Of course, the bigger the job, the more difficult it would be, so it was not strange for hunters to ask for a third party to help during negotiation. Yanagisawa agreed to temporarily stop extending the supply route into Kuzusuhara Ruin. So all the area managers, including me, have turned our focus to searching and gathering relics. That's why we are in need of high-ranking hunters. If I pass the request through the Hunter office, there's a good chance that the other area managers would try to mess with my request. Everyone from the larger corporations would also try to make a direct request to the hunter. After all, it is well known that information about such requests does not require a high authority to be accessible. So this is just a precaution to avoid it. Will that be enough for an explanation? Inabe was not lying. But he also did not tell Cheryl the whole truth. Although, the thing that he was hiding from Cheryl was unlikely to cause trouble both for himself and for Akira. Cheryl noticed that as well, so she smiled politely and replied, "Thank you very much. I will convey that to Akira and do my best to persuade him to accept your request. If you have the confidence to persuade him, I actually don't mind if you handle everything including the negotiation part though. Thank you, but I will have to refuse that offer. I'm still an amateur in terms of my negotiation skill, so I will have to refuse so as to not cause you any trouble." "I see, in that case, I hope you'll at least join the negotiation as a mediator." Inabe made a guess based on Cheryl's reply. So, she basically doesn't want to handle the most troublesome part of the deal, which is the negotiations. She wants to avoid the risk of worsening her relationship with the hunters supporting her gang. As I thought, it's not like she has Akira completely under her control. It seems that it'll be difficult to use her as bait during the negotiation. I'll have to think of another way. As Inabe and Cheryl were exchanging words, trying to analyze their respective partner in conversation, Katsuya, who was also attending the same feast, noticed Cheryl. "Cheryl." Inabe and Cheryl turned to Katsuya. "Inabe-sama, if you're looking for a high-ranking hunter, wouldn't it be a good idea to try to talk to him? That one is under Drankum after all. So the one that I will have to negotiate with is Drankum, not him." "Well, I'll do that if I need to, but that's plan B for me." Akira and Katsuya would be perfect if some of their personalities and situations were reversed. Both Inabe and Cheryl had that exact same thought there. Katsuya, who attended the feast, hoped to find Cheryl here and was looking for her. Ever since Cheryl pulled him out from his slump, he has been performing very well. As a matter of fact, his performance as a hunter well surpassed all his past performances. Moreover, thanks to the coordination support system augmented suit that his team was using, the team's performance was also greatly improved. Not only did he believe that his problem was solved, he also thought that his luck had turned around. During the huge incident in Kusuhar Ruin, they had gone through a hard battle defending the supply route. Although the battle was immensely difficult, they formed a close friendship during that battle. The number of people who looked down on Kastuya's team had also significantly decreased after that. He finally felt that all his hard work was starting to pay off. That was when he started to think that Cheryl could help him quickly solve his problems. As long as he had her by his side, he would not need to be afraid of any issues that might crop up, and that would allow him to keep himself at optimal performance. When he spotted Cheryl and called her name, Cheryl welcomed him with a smile. Katsuya was elated as if he just met someone that he loved as he walked to her. As Cheryl and Katsuya were talking to each other and enjoying their conversation, Inabe, who was being considerate, left them alone. The subject of their talk mostly focused on Katsuya's recent hunter jobs. He was fulfilling his promise to return back alive and to share his experience. He happily spoke about the days he went out to her. Cheryl happily listened to his story with a smile. And then, while still maintaining her smile on the outside, she thought in the back of her mind, isn't he stronger than last time? Cheryl had no doubt about Katsuya's strength. At least, he was strong enough for Drankum to evaluate him highly and allow him to join the feast. Even Inabe, who was an officer from city management, was also thinking of getting Katsuya on his side. There was no doubt Katsuya was a strong young hunter. Both the impression from meeting him and the data from investigating him pointed out to that conclusion. However, Cheryl felt something that was bothering her. Though normal people would not find anything wrong with him, Cheryl herself did not think that she had the ability to accurately identify someone's strength. If she had that kind of talent, she would have been able to notice how powerful Akira was right from the start, and she would not have treated him the way she did in the past. But when it came to Katsuya, she felt like there was something unnatural about Katsuya's skill and talent, and that feeling somehow felt really clear to her. Judging from the way Katsuya was talking with her, Cheryl was sure that he really liked her. But judging from his expression, there was a chance that it was a misunderstanding or it was fake. Although, Her intuition told her that it was not the case, and she trusted her intuition with no hesitation at all. From her past experience, she knew that there was something affecting her evaluation of Katsuya. Although she did not know what that something was, just knowing that there was something provided her with a little resistance. I feel like if I let my guard down, he'll dictate my view of him. There are some people in this world who have this strange kind of charisma. I'm still not knowledgeable nor experienced enough to handle this. I need to be careful. Cheryl reminded herself to be more careful dealing with Katsuya. After a few minutes, Viola returned to Cheryl, who was still talking with Katsuya. "Boss, I'm sorry, but it might be a good time to leave soon. I have another business to attend to, so I won't be able to give you support. I have arranged for someone to pick you up on the first floor. You'll know who when you're there, so don't worry." "Alright, Katsuya, I'm sorry, but I'll have to excuse myself for today." In that case, I'll accompany you to the first floor." "Thank you very much." Cheryl then left the feast together with Katsuya. Seeing that, Viola smiled amusedly. But it was a rather ominous smile that reflected her bad personality. After finishing his dinner with Elena, Sarah, and Shizuka, Akira was back in his augmented suit, equipped with his rifles. With that short period of time, which felt like a dream now in the past, he completely returned back to his usual self. Shizuka gently smiled at Akira and asked, "Akira, how was the dinner today? Did you enjoy it?" "Yes, it was an amazing experience. Shizuka-san, Elena-san, Sarah-san. Thank you for inviting me today." Akira smiled and bowed deeply. Seeing his response, Shizuka was glad that it was a meaningful time. "I'm glad to hear that. Let's go again if the chance comes up." "Of course, I'll be more than happy to if the chance indeed presents itself. Although, as expected, it won't be anytime soon." Akira's delighted answer was followed by that remark and a bitter smile. Shizuka also replied with a bitter smile. "Well, you're right about that one. I too would need some time before we go again." Akira in the end paid his share of the food. Although it saved him from feeling bad getting treated to such an expensive meal, it also hit his money reserve. Not to mention, the custom suit was not cheap as well. Shizuka also followed suit and offered to pay her share as well. Despite the fact that they split the bill, it was still not cheap. The day was already starting to get dark. Not only was it still a bit too soon to enjoy the nightlife, but Akira was also just an underage boy. Since it was not like there was anything they could do together after dinner, they decided to finish their date. Elena and Sarah went to take Shizuka back to her shop, while Akira stayed behind because he had something else to take care of. Before she left, Sarah lightly rubbed Akira's head. "Well then, Akira, until next time." "Of course, until next time." Akira smiled and saw them off. As he was no longer able to see them, Alpha, who kept herself invisible up until now, suddenly reappeared. "It seems that you were having a good time while forgetting about me." "I'm sorry about it. I just didn't want to look like a weird person during dinner. If I keep turning my head to empty spaces, I might get conscious of it and end up not enjoying the food." "But then you still made me handle your information terminal though." Yeah, I'm sorry, alright." Alpha was pouting, so Akira smiled wryly and tried to cheer her up. "Well, it doesn't really matter now. By the way, you need to go soon or you'll be late." "Alright, I need to hurry up." Akira returned back to the Kagama building. During the dinner, he had received a message from Viola to pick Cheryl up and to take her back to the base if he was around. Akira, who was in a good mood, did not think it through and simply agreed. He did not wait long on the first floor before Cheryl appeared. But the moment he saw her, he was a bit surprised. Cheryl was together with Katsuya, and it seemed that they were pretty close as they were talking to each other. When Cheryl saw Akira, her smile immediately sprung up. She thought well of Viola, who had arranged this, which was rare for her. And then, of course, she had some thoughts. "I wonder if Viola deliberately did this to get on my good side." But while she was still trying to work out what was Viola's aim for doing this, the situation suddenly changed. Katsuya stepped up in front of Cheryl as if to protect her from Akira. Katsuya was obviously directing animosity toward Akira. Meanwhile, Akira, who was at the receiving end of that animosity, tensed up and got himself ready for action. Of course, both Akira and Katsuya knew better than to cause a ruckus in front of the building managed by the Hunter office. But they simply could not trust each other. They were locked in that situation as tension in the air rose up. Cheryl was confused by the sudden change of events. Even in this situation, she did her best to try to understand what was going on as her eyes went back and forth between Akira and Katsuya. But when she looked at Akira, she remembered something that she had once imagined in the past and froze up. Akira's slightly surprised face overlapped with an image. An image of him abandoning her without an ounce of regret or hesitation. The same image that she had imagined in the past. Akira then showed a hint of movement, as if he was about to leave the place. When Cheryl noticed that, all the doubts and questions in her mind were immediately thrown out of the window as she ran and hugged him by pure reflex. "Akira, you came to pick me up, huh? Thank you very much." Cheryl never expected that she would raise her voice that high and squeeze out a smile in order to ascertain her position. Although there was a mix of desperation in her smile, her arm was still hugging tight, as if she was clinging onto Akira for her life. Akira also did not expect that from her at all, as he looked slightly troubled by it. While on the other hand, Katsuya could not hold back his surprise. It was such a shock to him that he could not fully process what just happened. "As Cheryl?" Katsuya's short sentence was filled with his earnest feeling. In response, Cheryl was still clinging to Akira's arm as she turned around and replied, "Can you please stop acting like that? Akira might misunderstand something, you know." The harsh words and the ice-cold gaze were so different from the Cheryl whom he knew up until now. The shock made Katsuya at loss for words. Cheryl's gaze returned back to Akira as she gave the best smile that she could muster. It was a desperate made-up smile to show her affection toward Akira. She then clung hard to him and earnestly pleaded, "Let's go back now." Akira was still a bit confused and uncertain of what to do there, so Cheryl forcefully pulled his arm and practically dragged him away from that place. They then left the building just like that. Katsuya, who was left alone, was found standing exactly in the same spot when Mizuha found him. She was worried that Katsuya did not return after some time and went to look for him. On their way back, Akira, who still did not fully understand what just happened, tried to make his own guess and said to Cheryl, "That I don't really know what was going on back then, but if you need connection with other hunters for the sake of the gang, I have no wish to get in the way. So you should not worry about it. I won't complain at all, you know." Cheryl's made-up smile crumbled and turned into a rather sad expression. Akira's words showed just how little he thought of her. Although he once jumped straight into the fray during that huge incident in the slum city the other day in order to save her, he did not even feel a shred of jealousy when he saw Cheryl was having a good time with another guy. It was just extremely unnatural. If they were really a couple, there was a word that would immediately solve that abnormality, but Cheryl averted her consciousness from that word. "You can't say that to your lover. Our setting is that we are close to each other, that is why you are willing to support my gang. A lot of things regarding the gang are based on that assumption. Although I can't force you, if I may, I really hope that you would try to be careful so as to not do anything that might break that assumption." "HM? Ah, right, you have a point there, I'll be more careful." Akira was convinced by that answer, although Cheryl wished that he would not just obediently accept her reasoning like that. But even so, Cheryl tried to give her best smile, hoping and wishing that their relationship would turn into a real one sometime in the future. Back at base, Cheryl waited in her room for Viola to return. She had told Viola to visit the room later no matter what, and she did not mind if Viola was late. It was already late at night and the date had already changed, but Cheryl still waited silently for Viola. Since her emotion had completely overpowered her sleep, she did not feel drowsy at all. A few knocks could be heard, followed by Carol entering with Viola. "Boss, I heard that you called for me. Do you need anything?" Cheryl silently pointed her pistol at Viola, but Viola's smile was not perturbed. "Oh, that's not friendly at all. Is there anything wrong?" "What was that?" "Even if you ask me, I don't really know what is that you're talking about. Don't play dumb with me." The hand gripping the pistol reflected Cheryl's real feeling. It was shaking with anger. She was barely able to stop her finger from pushing the trigger. Her face showed obvious animosity. In order to hold back her anger and maintain her logical mind, her expression was more of cold ruthlessness instead of anger. But even so, Viola still had her usual smile. It's not like I'm trying to play coy here. It doesn't matter how hard you try to bait me with words, you do know well that won't work on me, right? Viola kept up playing dumb as if to tease Cheryl. In order not to accidentally shoot her and to keep her calm, Cheryl repeatedly took deep breaths while telling herself to remain calm. On the first floor of the Kagama building, why did you make the three of us meet there? HM? I thought that it would make you happy to have Akira escort you back though. Did something happen? A gunshot echoed. The bullet left a hole in the wall next to Viola. Cheryl readjusted her aim at Viola. But Viola did not move at all. As a matter of fact, her smile widened. For the sake of the gang's future, I just thought that you might be able to mediate between Akira and Katsuya since it seems that both of them have a rather hostile relationship. But it seems that it didn't work out well, huh? For the gang's sake, huh? Do you really think that would work? Stop with the lies. I know that you don't honestly think so. I'm not lying. Katsuya is a very skilled hunter and it seems that he's interested in you. So if you can use that to make peace between him and Akira, there's no doubt that it would greatly help the gang. I'm sure you know well yourself just how profitable it would be for the gang if that works. Viola made a good argument. Cheryl tried to calm herself down, but as if to mock her efforts, Viola then continued. Well, if that was enough to break your relationship with Akira, it means that there's less chance Akira would come for my head if I somehow get you angry. To be honest, I was hoping for that outcome as well. So basically, for me, I didn't mind how it would turn out either way. If it was a success, it would be very profitable for the gang, and if it failed, then it would bring profit for me. Well, but unfortunately, it seems that it didn't exactly go either way, huh? That is really unfortunate. Viola had her evil smile on her face as she said so. Cheryl was shaking in anger as she was barely able to hold herself back. Moreover, as they locked their gazes, Viola's eyes were challenging her to shoot if she could really afford to do so. After a short silence, Cheryl lowered her pistol. If she killed Viola here, all the amazing ongoing progress of the gang would be thrown down the drain. The gang was the only thing that Cheryl could hand over to Akira in order to repay her debt to him, so she could not afford to lose it. That reasoning was barely able to save Viola. Get out. Is that all? Alright boss, good night. Viola turned around and was about to leave the room with Carol, but before she exited the room, she left a few words for Cheryl. You can't win me with violence, you know? So suit yourself. Later then, boss. After Viola and Carol left the room, Cheryl threw her pistol onto the floor, but not before emptying its magazine at the door. That I'll definitely win, just you see. Cheryl replaced the raging emotion inside her with determination and renewed her resolve to remove Viola. Outside of the room, Carol sighed in exasperation. Geez, you're just as awful as ever. You might provoke her like that, believing that she won't shoot. But if you keep this up, you'll really get shot. Nope, I was hoping that she would shoot. Wadash. Is that so? Yep. That's why I brought you with me. I know that you can handle such a situation when it happens, right? Well, that's true, but still. I was hoping she would shoot, and you would protect me, then I can leak that information and use it to do other things. But it seems that she can control herself well. It was pretty impressive. It seems that she has gotten tougher. To be honest, I really didn't expect that at all. Viola seemed to be pretty happy there. In contrast to that, Carol smiled wryly and mumbled. And here I thought it was pretty rare for you to seriously help someone else, like the gang. But it turns out that you were just playing with the fire here just now, huh? You just can't give it a break, can you? Just so you know, I'm already being careful so as to not get on Akira's bad side. Of course, I would change my mind if you would get him under control though. Nah. That's really unfortunate. Viola and Carol exchanged jokes and lightly laughed. Both of them knew well just how horrendous each of their attitudes was. Chapter 210, Negotiation with a Nabe. Shirjima was resting in his private chamber back in his gang's base. His face had slightly lost its luster, which showed just how tired he was. This was caused by none other than his exhausting duty. The battle between those two large gangs in the slum city had left a large vacant territory. Thankfully, the other slum gangs were able to talk it out and peacefully divide the vacant territory. The result from their discussion was that Cheryl would take half of the territory left by the Izant family. She would also lend all of that territory for Shijima's gang to manage. In exchange for that, the gang would share the profit from managing that territory 50-50. Of course, this would mean that Cheryl's gang would get 50% of the profit without having to manage that territory. Normally speaking, it was a very greedy deal. Despite that, the other gangs still accepted it. This showed just how frightened the other gangs were of Akira and Viola, who were behind Cheryl's gang. Having control of the territory meant that Shijima could fake the reports for the expense so that his own gang could gain more money. As a matter of fact, they were already doing it. But since no one could tell what kind of retribution Akira might bring down on them if it were to leak out, they were being extremely careful and only did it to a tolerable limit. Now that Cheryl had lent the territory for him to manage, Shijima was employing people from the other gangs to work under him in order to manage it. As he was the head, he was also responsible for the distribution of profits. Unfortunately, with how big the Izant family's territory was, it produced a large amount of profit. This caused more friction between the gangs. Shijima was basically having a hard time adjusting arrangements to appease everyone. Although managing this area did significantly increase his gang's prowess and influence, it also put him under a lot of stress. One of Shijima's men then entered the room. "Boss, is it a good time? I'm resting right now. If it's not an emergency, save it for later. If it is about some members from the other gangs fighting over a girl or something, let them settle that matter between their own gangs themselves. There's no need to bring everything to me. No, it's just that we noticed some movement from Cheryl's gang. So just to be safe, I'm here to report to you about it." After hearing that report, Shijima's face stiffened. It seemed that an officer from city management visited Cheryl's base in order to meet Cheryl himself. Normally, no one would believe it, but if it was the truth, it was not something that could be ignored. "Are you sure this information is correct?" "One thing that we have confirmed is that a certain vehicle with the city management emblem on it was spotted entering Cheryl's base, along with someone wearing an expensive-looking suit. He was escorted by a bunch of heavily armed bodyguards who came out from that vehicle. This is from our men working in Cheryl's base. That's why we know that this is definitely true, that I've heard rumors that their relic shop relies on someone from city management, as the gang provides side income to that person. City management also dispatched manpower to guard that relic shop. I've always thought that it's just a rumor that Viola fabricated, but it seems that it's not the case, huh?" Shijima looked immensely confused and uncertain. If he was able to use this information wisely, he would be able to gain a lot of benefit from it, but if not, it might end up with the destruction of his gang. There was no doubt that he had to be careful on how to deal with this situation. Let the other gangs know about it too. If they ask for a meeting to discuss it, tell them that we're still considering what to do regarding the same. And even if we're going to convene a meeting, we'll only do it after I ask Cheryl about it. "Roger that, boss." After the guy left the room, Shijima frowned and mumbled. Good grief, they were only a small gang made up of slum children not too long ago, and now it has grown significantly again. Thinking about what kind of disturbance it might cause and how much work that he needed to do to take care of it, Shijima heaved a huge sigh. Inside Cheryl's room in her base, Akira and Inabe were sitting facing each other. Behind Inabe, there was a group of heavily armed soldiers as if they were planning to go to the inner part of a ruin later. Akira was also using an augmented suit and carried his SSB rifles. Though, he left his blade behind since it was too long and might obstruct him from sitting down on a chair. Cheryl was not sure if it was appropriate for her to stay, but due to Inabe's request, she decided to leave the room. So after she placed the coffee on the table, she excused herself. Inabe started. "Before we get into the heart of the matter, I have a few questions. Although it might be weird for me to be complaining, you're the one who wanted to have the meeting here. If you have a reason for it, please do tell me. If you rather choose to meet somewhere in the ruin, we can go there now though." "No, it's not something as secretive as that." "Ah, did you choose this place since you thought this would be a discussion that is meant to be kept secret?" It's just that it's more comfortable for me to talk somewhere I'm familiar with. I see. After a short pause, Inabe stopped chasing the subject. Akira only thought that it was rather weird for Inabe to stop there, but he did not bother to think any further than that. In contrast to him, Inabe tried to read deeper into the situation. At first, they originally planned to have the meeting in a high-class restaurant on the upper floor of the Kagama building. But Akira said that he would rather have the meeting in Cheryl's base, and so that plan was changed. This was because Akira was being more careful than usual, considering that Inabe wanted to offer him a request without passing it through the hunter office. Furthermore, he knew from his conversation with Kobayashi that sometimes people invited high-ranking hunters to some high-class restaurant that they were not familiar with to trick them into signing an unfair contract. That was why Akira chose to have the meeting in Cheryl's base instead. Not to mention that in this case, he could use the excuse that this offer had come to him through Cheryl, so it was not strange if he wanted to have that meeting in Cheryl's base. From what Akira did, Inabe continued to ponder. He might have noticed that I was the person behind the deal he made in the deeper part of the Kuzuzuhara ruin the other day. Or, it could be that Cheryl's gang is actually Akira's gang and he had chosen to meet within his territory in order to gain the upper hand during negotiation. There is also the possibility of him deliberately making me visit this base in order to show off our relationship to the other gangs and exert more influence on them. Inabe pondered just how much Akira was involved in everything since the day Viola visited the temporary base. If that is indeed the case, then Akira is not only a high-ranking hunter, he is also a hunter who thirsts for money and power. There are many hunters who use slum city gangs to do covert illegal activities, after all. Inabe then came to a conclusion. Although there was evidence that disproved his theories, it was still wise to be careful. Now then, before we start, I have one thing to say. Although it's not something so secretive for us to have this meeting in the inner part of a ruin, it is still a classified meeting related to the city management. So I'll need you to keep this confidential as a proper hunter. Also remember that there are consequences if you break this promise. Are you okay with it? Sure. Then let's begin. Inabe was planning to do a large-scale expedition to explore the inner part of the Kuzuzuhara ruin. Not only would it involve a lot of hunters, but he was also planning to deploy the humanoid weapons that were just approved for deployment recently. Of course, it would not be a cheap operation. If the expedition fails, it would incur a huge loss for him. But even so, Inabe placed his bet on the expedition and he was in the process of gathering the manpower necessary right now. After hearing Inabe explain, Akira frowned and looked a bit conflicted. That I'm sure you know about this, but I almost got killed in Kuzuzuhara ruin a few times recently, right? To be honest, I have no plans to go there anytime soon. Facing danger is an occupational hazard for a hunter. Moreover, we will leave most of the job to the humanoid soldiers. The hunters would only be deployed once the robots finished securing the area, so you guys can focus only on gathering relics. Don't worry, the city management also plans to deploy powerful powered suits as well. I'm sure that you're familiar with the type of powered suit that we're talking about here and just how powerful they are. And unlike during the previous incident in Kuzuzuhara ruin, they will not be in a testing phase, so they're not restricted to only melee weapons anymore. We will have enough fighting power to safely conduct the expedition, even if you say so. Even with that added, Akira seemed to be reluctant. But Inabe then continued. I heard that you're ordering powerful equipment through a city management staff member, Kobayashi, right? I'm actually involved in that matter as well. Akira's expression immediately changed. What do you mean? Akira's expression, stare, and voice were all projecting a level of hostility. Inabe's bodyguards inadvertently reacted to that hostility. The mood inside the room immediately tensed up. Although Inabe kept his calm demeanor from the outside, he was actually taken aback. The bodyguards for a city management's officer were in no way weak. He thought that Akira should be aware of it and he would not try anything funny there, but Akira's stance was showing that he had no problem having a fight here and now. Inabe thought that unnecessary intimidation might be counter-effective in this case as he changed his approach to the meeting. Oh, don't misunderstand me. I have no plans to get in your way of getting new equipment if you refuse this offer. As a matter of fact, it is the opposite. I can help you with your new equipments if you accept this offer. As Akira's intimidating aura gradually receded, Inabe let out a sigh of relief in his heart before continuing. You're looking for powerful equipment that you can't get through normal means, right? Not to mention that you're willing to spend most of your reward on it. I'm sure that Kobayashi has some extraordinary connections that can help you with that, and I bet they will be able to answer your expectation well. But I know, there's still a limit on how far a mere staff can do. Unlike him, I can connect you with some powerful people. Just so you know, I can even get you that black-powered suit. If you accept this offer and do a good job in gathering relics during the expedition, I'm willing to help you out with your equipment. So how about that? I don't really want that powered suit though. I'm just saying that I can even get you something that powerful. When you're looking for powerful equipment, money alone is not enough. You'll also need a high hunter rank. After all, there are many corporations that only make deals with hunters with a high enough ranking. You are relying on Kobayashi in order to circumvent that problem, right? Well, that's true, but then there's no reason to hesitate here. Although it sounds suspicious for me to say this expedition is a rare chance even for you. At least I'll let you know about this. During the expedition, the area would be closed from public access. After all, it would be troublesome if some hunters not from the expedition team take away the relics in that area. It is difficult to get the chance to join this kind of expedition. Normally, hunters would fight each other for this offer. As a matter of fact, there's an ongoing competition behind the scenes between the representatives of various hunter gangs. You can join this expedition without the need to go through any of that. So, there's no reason for you to hesitate. Akira himself thought that it was indeed an enticing offer, but that was exactly what made him suspicious. To be honest, this offer sounds too good to be true for me though. Is there any reason you are prioritizing me that much? Inabe took a short pause before he lightly smiled and confessed. Well, I can't tell you all the details, but basically, you're already well past the criteria to be included in this operation. For example, your hunter rank. City management actually decided to temporarily stop the supply line expansion into Kuzusuhara Ruin. During this break, all the other officers are also planning to launch a large-scale expedition. But in order to do that, they need enough capable manpower. Because of that, we are actually competing for hunters above rank 40, you see. That's why we're offering you all of these things in order to get you to join my expedition. Although I already received answers from the other hunters who are above rank 40, the more hunters I have, the better it is. Akira was okay with that answer, but he still requested extra confirmation. Alpha. He's not lying, but he's also hiding something. So he's not as kind as to tell me everything, huh? Yep, exactly. Just to be safe, Akira then asked Inabe a question with a serious face. I'm sorry if this offends you, but tell me, you have no wish to cause me any harm, right? And here I thought what you would ask. Listen here, if you keep being paranoid like that, this is not how a negotiation dash. Akira's intense serious stare stopped Inabe, who then fixed his tone and said with an equally serious expression. No. Alpha. Not lying. Akira lightly sighed. All right then, I'll take your offer. Sorry for being too careful. I hope you can understand if I say that I know someone by the name of Viola. Inabe inadvertently smiled wryly. That explains everything then. It seems that she has troubled you as well, huh? Yeah. Akira smiled bitterly. Those who knew what he was talking about would understand very well. Such an awkward feeling of camaraderie wafted in the air. After Inabe finished his business with Akira, he went to see the relic shop, and after a small talk with Cheryl, he finally left the base. This time, he headed to the lower district of Kagomayama City. Inabe replayed in his mind what just happened in the base and smiled confidently. Akira, Cheryl, Viola, what a gathering of dangerous people. I wonder what they are planning, to form a gang together like that. The answer to that might lie in the reason why Akira is looking for powerful equipment. Well, it doesn't really matter. I'll use this chance to reap some profit for myself. One of Inabe's men suddenly called him. Inabe-sama, it's about Drankum. The negotiator from Drankum's side said that the hunter we're asking for is not doing so well. So it might be difficult to arrange a meeting with him. It doesn't matter, tell them that we're going there as originally planned. Inform them to threaten that hunter if he doesn't seem interested. And if that still doesn't work, tell them to just leave the negotiation to us. I'll have a face-to-face talk with him. Understood. After a short pause, the same subordinate called Inabe again. Inabe-sama, we can call Drankum's negotiator right now if you wish. Inabe smiled bitterly. So he even refused an order from Drankum's officer? Huh. Although he's an upcoming star, they're basically spoiling this young hunter. And this really is the guy that Yanagisawa has his eyes on too. Honestly speaking, I don't like him. His hatred toward Yanagisawa caused Inabe's face to stiffen. Well, it doesn't really matter. I'll just assume that's just how strong that hunter is. I'll make good use of him. Inabe then readjusted his expression suitable for negotiation. Connect me. This is Mizuha. Inabe-sama, we are really sorry about this and we are really grateful for this chance, but unfortunately Inabe energetically cut short Mizuha's long apology. Just listen here. Katsuya-kun, was it? I don't really know the reason, but I heard something happened to him and that he is no longer fit for duty. I bet it has caused you a lot of trouble considering that he's a team leader, right? If you keep that up, I'm sure Yanagisawa would no longer evaluate you as highly. Man, that must be really rough. Indeed, it is exactly as you say. I actually might have an inkling on how to fix it. You do? Hearing Mizuha's rather exaggerated response, Inabe's smile widened. I won't say anything bad. Just arrange a meeting with him. I'll get him back on his feet and you won't worsen your relationship with me. I'm heading there right now, so make the preparations for the meeting. Inabe then closed the call without even waiting for Mizuha's reply. After all, there was no need to wait for her reply. Katsuya was sitting with his head hung low inside his room. He did not even remember how he got back after Cheryl had left him. As a matter of fact, it was even suspicious if he remembered anything in the past few days. The half-eaten meal next to him showed that he had also lost his appetite. Although the light was on, it was because Yamaina and the other girls turned them on, worried for him. There was no doubt if he was left alone, he would just continue to despair inside this dark space. The shock from when he parted off with Cheryl still lingered in him. Yamaina and the other girls entered the room, worried for him. When they told Katsuya that Inabe came to see him, he only glanced and showed a minimal response. So Yamaina and the other girls had no other choice but to grab his arm and carry him out of the room on their shoulders. He did not even resist when they did that. Katsuya was sitting face to face with Inabe in Drankum's visitor room. Many young hunters gathered around Katsuya and Mizuha, and all of them seemed gloomy. Even Inabe felt a bit creeped out after seeing it. So basically, the mood of the whole team is determined by the mood of the main actor of the team, huh? A team heavily affected by the condition of its leader. I bet all of them are in Katsuya's team. I see now, as expected, the team is not fit for duty in this condition. Inabe then turned to Mizu. I'll have everyone but him leave this room. But he's in this situation, so it's not like we can just leave him alone. Oh. This meeting includes private information for him and other information regarding the interest of city management. So the fewer ears around, the better. That's why I want everyone unrelated to leave the room. Seeing that all of them were reluctant to leave, Inabe sighed and sent an intense glare as he once again ordered, "Leave." Seeing that, Mizuha and the rest finally left the room. Yamaina, who left last, turned around and bowed at Inabe as if pleading to him before she closed the door behind her. He even acted like that in front of a Drankum's officer and an officer from city management, huh? As I thought, the gang is really spoiling him. This is simply abnormal even for Yanagisawa's influence. Honestly, these guys put too much stock in him. I just can't understand what they are thinking. Inabe decided to shelf that question for now. In order to start the negotiation, he then smiled and said to Katsuya, "Now then, I'm not sure if you're even listening or not, but before we go on to the main subject, there's a small thing that I want to talk to you about. I heard that you got rejected by Cheryl. That must be rough." Inabe's tone was obviously directed to mock Katsuya instead of cheering him up, causing Katsuya's anger to well up. This anger turned into energy and returned the color on his face as Katsuya, who was unresponsive up until now, sent a glare toward Inabe's direction. That's so, why are you here? You have no business with a mere hunter who has no relation to Cheryl, right? That's indeed correct. That's why I have some business with you. Katsuya showed a bit of surprise. Inabe's mocking smile shifted into a friendly one, and he did that deliberately. What do you mean? As a businesswoman and the leader of a gang, there are times when she has to make hard decisions. That's all there is to it. Inabe's words rejuvenated Katsuya's hope, who had always been wishing that there was a reason why Cheryl did that. There must be some kind of misunderstanding there. Tell me everything. If you really want to know, stop hanging your head and straighten your back. That's not how you present yourself during a negotiation, you know. Katsuya flusteredly straightened his back. Seeing that, Inabe was sure that he had secured his victory. Sorry to start from something unpleasant, but to put it in simple terms, Cheryl has debts, or more like a loan. Well, both refer to the same thing anyway. Debt. From that word, Katsuya immediately made a guess that Akira was trying to get Cheryl by using that debt as an excuse. So naturally, he then thought that he might be able to take that debt off from Cheryl. That debt, how much is it exactly? I don't know the precise number, but one thing for sure, it is not small. Let me ask you this instead, how much do you think it might be? Considering that it was large enough to force Cheryl to make such a hard decision, Katsuya paused for a bit before wording out his guess. Like 30 million? No, 50 million orum. Katsuya only guessed that it must be pretty big, but not completely out of reach for him when he said that. But Inabe shook his head and replied, unfortunately, it's way more than that. Way more than that? So I guess it's not like 55 million either, so 500 million. It's at least 5 billion. It might go as high as 10 billion or even more. Katsuya dropped his jaw and flusteredly exclaimed, are you serious? That's just way too much no matter how you slice it. It's the debt of someone who can even attend that feast, you know? 30 million orum? 50 million orum? Heh, there's no way it's that small. It seems that you don't fully understand the real worth of the people who can attend that feast. People in that event can casually make deals worth billions of orum. Well, although, there's a difference whether it is her debt or the debt of her organization. Katsuya still had not fully recovered from the shock as he listened to Inabe. The larger the corporation, the bigger the liability in the case that corporation goes under. And then the debt, well, investment, loan, you can call it whatever you want. It takes talent to be able to manage that much money. After all, the person loaning it out did it expecting to get something in return. That girl basically is just that talented, but then she failed. I guess that's what happened. Katsuya understood that it was something out of his capabilities and frowned. But even so, there's no doubt in her talent, so I bet she's trying to get up again with the little amount of money she has. And in reality, she is doing very well considering that she's able to attend that feast. Cheryl is actually earning money by selling relics at the moment. It is not something strange in the Eastern District. I'm sure she will be able to pay back her debt soon at this rate, that's why I'm sponsoring her relic shop as well. We did talk about business during the feast, remember? That's exactly what we were talking about back there. Katsuya did not expect that Cheryl was having such a hard time. At the same time, he hated himself since he could not help her. Cheryl needs relics for her relic shop. That's why she needs skilled hunters. Fortunately, she has some connections with Akira. Now then, I bet you're asking yourself, why would she go to Akira when you yourself are a skilled hunter, right? Yeah. You're indeed a skilled hunter. Your hunter rank is pretty high as well. I myself have confirmed that you're a skilled hunter based on the information that I gathered about you. But, unfortunately, you're not the kind of hunter that Cheryl is looking for. After all, you're a skilled monster hunter. Most of your track records are from subjugating monsters or protecting intercity transports. So, unfortunately, this track record can't attest for your skill in hunting relics. But that's not the case for Akria. He's doing very well as a relic hunter. He's basically a proficient treasure hunter. If it's only that much, not too long ago I found some old world terminal, right? Just that one time out of coincidence, right? We can't really expect you to keep producing that kind of result just from that one time, right? Katsuya could not argue back and just sat there in silence. Moreover, even if it's not from coincidence but from your talent, that doesn't change much from Cheryl's point of view. You're a hunter from Drankum, the gang decides where the relics that you gathered will go, not you. I bet they won't let you give those relics to Cheryl even if it is to get on your good side, and it won't work even if Cheryl tries to negotiate with Drankum. The hunters in Drankum are receiving a lot of support from the gang and it is not cheap. It's only to be expected that the relics its members gather will go there first. They will have no relics available for Cheryl. In contrast to that, Akira is an independent hunter, which is rare to find. So, if she can just get on his good side, she will be able to expect some relics to go to her. Katsuya imagined a lot of things and frowned. Is he that good of a relic hunter? Enough for Cheryl to do that. I have my position to consider here, so make sure that this won't leak outside, okay? It seems that Akira brought back Old World automata just recently. I heard that he was working as a team, so the money from that automata will be distributed to the rest of his team and Cheryl wouldn't get anything this time. Even at this moment, there are many companies competing to get those automata. Just imagine how much it would profit Cheryl if those relics went to her instead. It won't be strange for her to expect Akira to achieve the same thing in the future. And the more Akira likes her, the better the chance his relics will go to her. I bet that's why she doesn't spare any effort in order to get Akira to like her. Katsuya imagined even more and his frown deepened. She did not know that you and Akira are on bad terms. After seeing how you reacted. As a businesswoman and the leader of her gang, her options were between you and Akira, but her only choice was to side with Akira. There was no room for her own feelings, it was a hard decision. Well, it is all just my guess though. I'm not her after all, so I don't know what exactly she was thinking at that moment. But well, I can guess that much judging from how you two were talking during the feast. Katsuya was hoping that there was a reason why Cheryl did that, and this pretty much confirmed it for him. But what laid after was something that was out of his reach, something worse than he had expected. Is there really nothing that I can do? Seeing Katsuya hand his head low in frustration again, Inabe then said to him, as if to give him hope. Actually, I'm planning a large-scale expedition to Kuzusaha Ruins inner area and I need a lot of skilled hunters for executing this plan. So yes, I'm planning to hire a lot of skilled hunters who specialize in hunting monsters in order to secure the area of the expedition. If we're successful, I'm sure we can return with a lot of relics from this expedition. Of course, I will have ownership over those relics and where to send them. Normally, I will prioritize sending those relics to corporations connected to city management, but if you perform well during the expedition, I don't mind giving some of the relics to Cheryl. Of course, I will inform her that it was mostly thanks to your hard work. If Cheryl knows that she has other options for her sources of relics, I'm sure her evaluation of Akira would lower, and she would not have to make that kind of tough decision anymore. She will have other options besides Akira. So, what do you think? Inabe said so and gave Katsuya a friendly smile. But he was surprised when he looked at Katsuya's expression. A sense of resolve was welling up from his serious face. Katsuya then lowered his head to Inabe. Please, let me join your expedition. Of course, certainly. Inabe was a bit overwhelmed by the powerful determination oozing out from Katsuya that felt like physical pressure. So this is the real him. I see. No wonder Drankum is so invested in him. I bet the people around him lost to this as well. This would explain why Drankum has broken into factions. In order to keep control of the conversation, Inabe deliberately let off an authoritative smile. We have a deal then. Don't worry, I will keep my promise. That's why, keep this a secret, okay? I have my position to consider here. You get it, right? Yes. Sounds good. If they ask you what happened, just tell them that you got fired up after I offered you a highly profitable ruin expedition. To be honest, I don't really care what excuse you make as long as you keep this a secret. Okay. Now then, I have nothing more I want to talk to you about. I need to go meet the original negotiator from Drankum to let her know that this matter has been settled. So, I'll take my leave. Inabe stood up and walked towards the door. Katsuya also stood up, flustered, and bowed to Inabe. Thank you very much. You're welcome. I'm looking forward to your work. As Inabe left the room, he noticed that Yamina and the others were waiting nearby. Even Mizuha was present, so he called on her to request a meeting for another time. Inabe found Mizuha and the others' reaction rather weird. All of them looked delighted. The gloomy mood that they had right before they left the room was nowhere to be seen. Since Katsuya was still inside the room, there was no way they knew that Katsuya had cheered up. Were they eavesdropping? Good grief, these guys really have no manners. Inabe thought so and just pushed that matter out of his mind. In reality, they did not eavesdrop. Considering just how much that it might hurt them in the future, there was no way a Drankum officer would do something like that to an officer from city management. And of course, she would not let Yamina and the others do that as well. Inside the room, Katsuya apologized to Yamina and the others for making them worry. He apologized, smiled, and pumped himself up for the upcoming expedition. Everyone present was delighted that Katsuya was able to cheer up in such a short time. Strangely enough, no one found it suspicious. Chapter 211, Reina and Togami's Decision. Akira once again joined the Coordination Support Augmented Suit experiment, which doubled as mock battle training. Despite having to fight Ario and the other children plus Togami and Reina this time, Akira was still maintaining his usual 50% win rate. It was meaningful training, with each round improving the fighting abilities of all its participants. His opponents were extremely surprised. They thought that Akira would have enough leeway to hold back, with the difference mainly being their numbers. But in reality, Akira was having a hard time as well. The only reason why they thought so was because Akira seemed ultimately unperturbed even after he lost a round. During a small break, Togami glanced at Akira talking to Cheryl. Cheryl was donning a relatively stylish outfit for someone out in the wasteland. She took great joy in their conversation. Her smile reflected her strong feelings toward Akira. But in contrast to that, Akira was talking like usual. Although it was not like he was completely emotionless, his reaction was rather bland for a boy of his age when talking to someone like Cheryl. But even so, Cheryl still seemed to be extremely delighted. According to Ario and the others, it seems that they are lovers. But still, she's really a beauty. Seeing her talk to Akira, I bet that she's deeply in love with him. Man, seriously, both Akira and Katsuya. I wonder if beautiful girls normally flock to you when you're that strong. Which means that I'm still far away from being strong enough, huh? I'm so envious. I wonder if a beautiful girl will come to me. I don't care if she just wants my money. Togami said so jokingly, although with a slightly serious face. Reina, who heard it, felt mysteriously irritated, but she was being careful so as to not show it. You don't have anyone like that, huh? You're pretty famous as the leader of the anti-Katsuya faction, right? To be honest, I think it won't be weird if girls try to approach you because of that. Togami smiled bitterly as if to mock himself. Nope, not at all. I know a few people who used to say that Drankum has more girls both as hunters and as administrators compared to the other gangs. But almost all the girls around our age are following Katsuya. So the rest of us have none left. Now that I think about it, once you return to him, I think he'll complete his collection. Whoa, can you not treat me as a collection? Sorry. But again, the reason you left his team is because you thought you were too weak and would just slow him down, right? To be honest, you're already strong enough now though. That might be true, but still. An awkward silence pervaded. Togami prevented himself from doing anything that might hurt his pride while Reina was uncertain on what to do, including matters regarding Katsuya's team. Togami then changed the subject to change the mood as well. By the way, Ario's team is actually moving like Katsuya's team, right? Reina deliberately followed through in order to get away from the awkwardness. I bet it's some kind of imitation because the coordination system uses the battle log data from Katsuya's team as its learning pattern. That's why their movements are similar. By the way, how did you notice that? Back then when I was training under Shikarabe, he showed me their battle log to analyze. Basically pointing out its weakness and how to face such an opponent. We did that for a whole day. It even came up in my dreams. Back then, I thought that it was impossible to fight such a big group all alone, but... Togami smiled wryly, seeing which, Reina replied with a similar smile. Although it's true that they're weaker, we were able to do that last time. And Akira was able to do that all alone with us joining the other side. At least, we know now that it's not impossible. I guess that just shows that we've improved. As Togami and Reina lightly smiled at each other, a notice suddenly reached them. So they went to Akira to inform him that they were ordered to leave the training and return back to Drankum's base. Once they arrived, Togami and Reina were summoned to the meeting room by Mizuha. At the very start, they were informed that the gang had successfully sold the old world automata. Thus Reina and Togami were no longer restricted from dangerous hunter jobs. Although Togami was delighted, he also seemed a bit confused. If it's only that much, you could have just informed us through Arabe-san, right? So why did you summon us here? Now that both of you are not prohibited from doing dangerous hunter jobs, I have an offer for you. There's a huge expedition plan to explore the inner part of Kuzuzuhara Ruin, so I want both of you to participate in that operation. Togami was really interested in that offer, but he still seemed not fully convinced yet. After all, Mizuha was still the officer in the Katsuya faction, so it was weird for her to bring an offer to him, and that suspicion caused him to knit his brows. Mizuha immediately noticed what Togami was thinking and smiled as she explained. Of course, you'll be working under Katsuya. Togami and Reina did not seem surprised by it. They had seen that coming. But they both reacted differently to it. Togami showed a rather cold attitude while Reina was at loss. It was obvious that one of them took that offer as an excuse to force him to work under Katsuya, while the other one thought that it might be a chance to return back to Katsuya's team. Mizuha proceeded by explaining in detail the benefit of participating in that large-scale expedition. Togami and Reina both understood the benefit that they could obtain. So, Mizuha continued by asking a question in a friendly manner. So then, what do you think? I think it's a great offer for both of you. Reina hesitated, but Togami replied firmly. I'll have to refuse. Mizuha and Reina raised their eyebrows and looked at Togami. Mizuha then frowned and asked him. That I know that our relationship is a bit complicated, but I think this is a good opportunity to start anew. Are you sure you want to refuse? Yeah. Togami showed firm resolve in his answer, but that only caused Mizuha to get a bit emotional. Are you sure you're not getting ahead of yourself with people calling you the leader of the anti-Katsuya faction? Let me tell you this. That faction is no longer functional. That's just how great Katsuya's track record is. It was indeed as Mizuha said, most of the people in Drankum were actually supporting the Katsuya faction either passively or actively. Although there were still Shikarabe and his cliques who were still taking the opposition side, it was no longer big enough to be called a faction. The reason why I offered you this chance is only because you returned back with old world automata, although they were already in a broken state. Otherwise, there's no reason to invite someone who is against Katsuya. This is a very gracious offer. Do you really understand what will happen to your standing in the future if you refuse this offer? Mizuha's words started getting mixed with threats. But even so, Togami did not change his mind. It's true that I was getting too confident in myself, and it's true that a part of the reason why I refused is my pride. I do know well that refusing this offer will bring me a lot of trouble later on. On the contrary, if I accept this offer, I'm sure I'll get better requests and equipment from the gang, which will make me stronger. Moreover, there's no doubt that guy is stronger than me. So I have no plans to make excuses like I don't want to work under someone weaker than me. As a matter of fact, he might be so strong that I might slow him down instead. When that happens, he might save me, and that might be a trigger for many more good things in the future. Togami, who spoke as if he was talking about someone else unrelated to him, showed that he understood very well how good that offer was. That was why Mizuha was more confused than before. So then why won't you accept it? It's true that I'll get stronger if I work under him. But that will be a strength that relies on him. I want to be stronger myself. I don't need power that won't work without him. I don't want to degrade myself to being just another drone under him. I know that it's just my dumb pride. But it's the kind of pride that I bet my life with, even if you see it as foolish. That's why I'll have to refuse your offer. At least, I'll thank you for offering me such a good deal. There was no chance for negotiation. Mizuha looked coldly at Togami and warned, that you'll regret it. If I do, then it's because I'm weak. So it can't be helped. I'll excuse myself then. Togami lightly bowed toward Mizuha, made a 180-degree turn and left. Mizuha's gaze shifted to Reina. You're going to accept, right? Her time to make her decision had come, so Reina made her resolve. I'm sorry, but I also refuse. Mizuha could not believe what she just heard and looked completely surprised. Even you too? But are you being serious here? If you don't take this opportunity, you might not have any chance to return back to Kitsuya's team, you know? It's true that I do want to return back to Kitsuya's team. But I want to stand beside him. I have no wish to return back to be someone under him. Someone that he needs to protect. I want to stand beside him as a fellow hunter of the same standing. Although I don't think I will ever be able to surpass him, I'm thinking of doing my best until the day I can be as good as him. Do you really think that day will ever come? No matter how much you try, he'll only drift further and further. Kitsuya's skill and talent are already good enough to attract the attention of city management, you know? You'll definitely regret it. If I do, that will be because of my lack of talent and effort. So it can't be helped, please excuse me. Reina lightly bowed and left as well. For some reason, she seemed extremely satisfied. In contrast to that, Mizuha's anger was shown in her expression. Good grief, these people. That whisper was rather childish for someone of her age. As Reina left the room, she saw that Shirori was already waiting outside with a surprised expression. What's wrong? It's nothing. Milady, are you sure? Reina was not sure what Shirori was asking about, so Kane jumped in to fill in the blank. Milady, it is about that offer back in the room, or more like, the offer to return back to Kitsuya's team. You knew. We more or less predicted it based on the information that we had gathered. Not to mention, we heard from Togami just now. So then, both Ain-san and I thought that Milady would take that offer to return back to Kitsuya's team. But it seems that did not happen, that's why Ain-san is surprised. Milady, I'm sorry for the lack of explanation. Oh, I see. Don't worry about it. By the way, is it really that easy to read my expression? Reina blushed a bit and mumbled. She then regained her usual composure before continuing. Since I refused the offer, I think it's impossible for me to join the expedition now. But since the gang already sold the automata, I can start taking hunter jobs again. I guess I need to discuss with Togami about what to do next. Shirori and Kane looked at each other. It seemed that Reina had not noticed it yet. Milady, with the automata already sold, Togami-sama's training with Shikarabe has also been completed. This means that the team has been disbanded. That's true. But it doesn't mean that we can't still stay as a team, right? Milady, it seems that Togami thinks Milady will return back to Kitsuya's team, that's why he already made his next plan. As a matter of fact, he was already talking with someone regarding that matter. Why didn't you stop him? As we said, we didn't expect Milady refuse that offer. Reina pulled out her information terminal in a panic and tried to make a call. But since there was no answer, she immediately started running to where Togami might be. Shirori and Kane smiled wryly at each other before they went to follow their master. Somewhere in the inner part of the Kazuzuhar ruin, Yatsubayashi was driving his mobile clinic. Since the plan to extend the supply route was halted, there were many hunters around the supply route hunting for relics. Yatsubayashi did not find any lack of patience from those hunters. Something that looked like a hunter came into the clinic. Yatsubayashi saw that face and pointed to the bed, telling it to lie down there. Yatsubayashi then closed the trailer's back door, which he usually keeps open even when he was treating his patients. Not too long after that, the door opened and the thing that was lying down on the bed exited the clinic with a completely different face. Yatsubayashi sighed. Although it's a deal that I made with her, this is pretty dangerous stuff. I think it's barely against city management, but, well, I wonder if it was a mistake? But again, I can't just give up on learning old-world technology. Yatsubayashi had made a deal with Tsubaki. She was the one who controlled the thing that just entered his mobile clinic. It was actually Tayal's terminal and it had kept its human form even after the incident from last time. What Yatsubayashi did was just change the appearance of that terminal. He had done that a few times already. All the terminals that started with a young boy's appearance were transformed into humanoids of all ages and gender by Yatsubayashi. And just to be safe, he also regularly assigned them with different faces. They were then sent to mix in with the other hunters working in the ruin to work on their own goals. Yatsubayashi himself had no idea what Tsubaki was trying to accomplish by using them. But he also had no wish to know. He thought that the best way to deal with Tsubaki was to fulfill his part of the promise, make sure not to get himself involved more than necessary, and most importantly, not to pick a fight with her. As another unit came into the clinic, Yatsubayashi once again closed the back door. Shikarabe was drinking in the pub that he frequented with Kurosawa. They enjoyed their drinks while having the waitress serve them as they talked about recent events. But suddenly, Kurosawa asked the waitress to let them speak in private. Seeing that, Shikarabe understood that Kurosawa was going to talk about something that was not exactly a secret but was also not for public ears, and lightly sobered up. So then, Kurosawa, what do you want to know this time? Is it about the insider information of Drankum again? I'm sorry, but I can't tell you anything. The current Drankum is fully under the Katsuya faction. So I'm already in a pretty bad position, you see. They no longer let me know about important information regarding the gang. There was a trace of self-mockery in Shikarabe's cold expression. It was clear that he had begun to give up on things. It's about Katsuya. Humph, I have nothing to say about that guy. Shikarabe was obviously repulsed by that matter. But seeing Kurosawa's absolutely serious attitude, he then sighed and continued. So then, what do you want to know? Actually, there are some people around me who are thinking of rejoining Drankum. Are you joking? Didn't most of them leave the gang since they didn't like Drankum's policies? So why are they thinking of returning back now? Just to let you know, the situation is worse than when they had left. Even I'm thinking of leaving sometime soon. I totally agree with you, but it's true that some of them are thinking of returning. Some of them are even thinking of taking it easy, even if it means working under Katsuya. To be more precise, the people who think so are those hunters who have worked in extending the supply route. They had some of the areas under them overlapped with Katsuya's, and after watching how he works up close, they re-evaluated their opinion of him. Although it sort of makes sense, I'm still not fully convinced for some reason. Unlike them, I got too bored expanding the supply route, so I went to take other jobs like the one in Lida Commercial District Ruin and various other jobs as well. That's why I was not around with them for a while. I can't help but wonder what exactly had happened when I was not around. But when I asked them in detail, nothing struck me as amazing or anything. They don't seem to be hiding anything from me either. To be honest, I'm a bit creeped out by this. Shikarabe felt that was a bit weird since Kurosawa was talking as if it was some kind of ghost story. Shikarabe, you hate that Katsuya, right? Why do you hate him that much? Why, you ask? Let me ask you this instead, what is so good about that cocky guy? If it's about a cocky young hunter, you can find them anywhere. Even that Togami was one of them. Back then, he was too confident of himself. You hated him as well, right? But that is not as bad as your hatred towards Katsuya. Although they are similar, the difference in your impression of both of them is just too big. Why do you hate Katsuya so much? Did he do something that makes you hate him greatly? Why, well. As Shikarabe was about to answer that question, he suddenly stopped midway and seemed a bit weirded out. He had a lot of reasons to simply hate Katsuya, but he could not think of any reason to explain his intense hatred. Seeing that, Kurosawa made an equally weirded out expression. Whoa there, get a hang of yourself. I was just wondering if I could share with them your reasons, they might change their minds, you know? You really hate Katsuya's guts, so there must be a reason for that, right? Even saying that you just don't like how he looks is fine, you know? Shikarabe sobered up a little more and tried to look for a reason. He kept asking himself to think of a reason. It might be the accumulation of smaller grievances from back then when he was responsible for guiding Katsuya. It could be because he had become jealous of Katsuya's talent before he knew it. But in the end, he could not find any good reason, leaving him as simply hating Katsuya without any good reason, Why though? Shikarabi was uncertain if he couldn't think of any good reason because he was drunk, or if his real reason would only come up if he was more intoxicated. He seemed to be deep in thought and looked slightly puzzled. Kurosawa, who was expecting an answer, could not help but make the same expression. Chapter 212, Yanagisawa's Thoughts. On the night before the large-scale expedition, Yanagisawa read through the document regarding it and smiled bitterly. Inabe no longer had any method of retreat. Since he took Viola's suggestion to fake the relics that could be found in the area under his territory, he had lost the trust of his co-workers and even his position as well. Although he somehow dragged himself out of hot water, it did not change the fact that he faked the relics, and the truth was that there were no expensive relics in his area. If the expedition could not show any results, it would show that the records from his area were nothing but fake. Before it happened, he had to find another area where a ton of expensive relics were waiting to be found. Otherwise, he would have no other choice but to cover his lies with even more lies, which would eventually lead to his doom. The plan was laced with details that clearly showed Inabe's effort. The budget was increased as much as his position allowed him to, and he did not hold back from using all the connections he had to obtain investment in order to secure more firepower. He did not even hesitate to use his own money. As Yanagisawa read through the document, he found Akira and Katsuya's name in the list of hunters who had returned with expensive relics from that region. So Yanagisawa's mind wandered as he reminisced on a certain incident in the past. Back then, after the huge incident in the slum city, Nergo reported to Yanagisawa that Katsuya was someone who could connect to the old world domain. At that time, although Yanagisawa was delighted, another question came up in his mind as he asked Nergo a question with a puzzled look. "Thank you very much for the valuable information. But what can I say? It's not like I'm doubting you, but is it okay to ask you how you got your information?" As I said, it's not like I'm doubting you. In fact, I don't doubt you. It's just to be safe. Nergo did not show any particular reaction to that rather exaggerated attitude that obviously showed Yanagisawa's suspicion. "I'm not going to tell you to believe me. It is nothing more than just confirmation in order to not cause any unnecessary conflict between you and me when it comes to capturing Katsuya. We don't mind being the one capturing him. All I want to hear from you is that there are no problems. You are fine with that, right?" Well, don't say it like that. I just want to ask you some questions. It's okay, right? It's not like we're total strangers, right? So I hope that you can enlighten me. Moreover, if I don't know anything, I might misunderstand, which might cause trouble later. It would be great if we can clear up any possible misunderstanding. Yanagisawa was signaling that he would not give his affirmation unless Nergo answered his question, and even if he did, it would only open up space for negotiation. Nergo, who understood that, lightly sighed and replied, "Very well. But before I explain, I'll ask you about the basics first. What are old world connectors?" Simply put, it refers to the people who can connect to the old world domain, right? You might be just playing dumb there, but that's a very narrow way to interpret it. To be precise, that answer is wrong. It's just one of the many methods to identify old world connectors, nothing more. This term refers to a group of people who, for some reasons that still cannot be explained with our current technology, are able to receive and send a certain signal, and this function can be built into their body or achieved through other methods. There were many cases where such people were either simply included in the old world domain as a receiver node, or even as transceiver nodes. Thus, they were often used as a method to connect to the old world domain. That's why most people interpret that term as such. An active connection to the old world domain is not their main feature. Next, then, you do know about telepathy, right? That's a type of communication method where information is not sent through sound waves, right? People who have communication devices implanted in their heads can talk with each other even without making a sound. So most people trying to look cool tend to call that telepathy. Just like how the people of the current era have many methods to communicate with each other, that's also true for the people who can connect to the old world domain. That's why this is not always true for all of them, but most of the time, they can use telepathy. Of course, they can transfer more than just sound or words. Even the information terminals of the current era can be used to send videos and pictures too, you know. Of course, but their telepathy can send even more than that. Although there are differences between each individual, they usually can transfer all kinds of information. The old world technology even allows them to send something as vague as intuition which can't be explained with words. And then, those who can send a certain type of information tend to cause a certain phenomenon. This is why we believe that Katsuya is one of them. Oh, so what different kind of information is that? And what kind of phenomenon are we talking about here? The information is something akin to mental manipulation, like emotion or impression. These types of people are extremely rare as they can easily get along with other people. If I am to give an example, it can cause everyone around them to like what they like and hate what they hate. This is doubly true for people who wear their heart on their sleeves. I see. It makes the people around them to like what they like and hate what they hate. It is the result of them unconsciously sending that information to the people around them, huh? Sometimes, straightforward words can greatly move the hearts of others. If it's possible to convey that feeling without words, the same kind of effect becomes more prominent. I bet that would be super effective. But then again, shouldn't only people who can connect to the old world domain be able to receive such information? Yanagisawa asked once again as if he was playing dumb, so Nergo once again sighed and replied, "That I bet you're just pretending to not know, so I'll answer your question. Most of the people in the Eastern District can actually connect to the old world domain. If we take an analog with information terminals, the transceivers are only sending a low-power signal that is barely recognizable while the sensitivity of the receivers are dialed so low that they can't receive any signals. It is as if they are information terminals on defective settings. Even if you try to dissect and analyze the brains of normal individuals and those that can connect to the old world domain, there are no notable differences between them. This is why even with all the advanced medical tools that you have in the Eastern District, people still can't identify them correctly. So basically, normal people can't connect to the old world domain, but if it's just a short-range direct transmission, they are still working as terminals to various extents. Of course, there are big differences individually. As for the people in the Eastern District who live on the western side near the Central District, for some reason, most of them have already lost that ability. It might be because they have a lot of children between them. I wonder if that ability is connected to how much one inherited the blood of the old world descendants. I see, that is some amazing information. But still, I don't think it's that convincing. To identify an old world connector just from his relationship with the people around him? After all, people like Katsuya are not that rare. I'm sure you can find a few if you search, right? That decision is based on other observations as well. We have other reasons why we're so certain. For example, there is a huge gap between the logical and concrete evaluation of that guy compared to the intuitive or emotional evaluation. That's the result of the person in question unconsciously sending his own evaluation of himself to the people around him. So in short, if he believes that he is powerful, others around him will be pushed toward direction as well. Comparing that to his real power, a gap has been observed, which also serves as more evidence. And that would make people think he is a powerful person even if he is not that powerful in reality, but the opinion of the people around him cemented that notion even further. But again, it's normal for talented people to be evaluated highly by the people around them, right? And Katsuya is not that bad himself. He's been doing well as a hunter. If he's really that untalented, he would have died a long time ago, right? After all, monsters don't care about such things. They just attack everyone equally. It's not like we think that he's weak either. He's a skilled hunter. The focus here is the gap and the strange dissonance that can be felt from it. I've been observing him from afar ever since I infiltrated Drankum. This is the conclusion that I've reached after observing that strange dissonant feeling. It's a conclusion made after gathering impressions from all kinds of people, included his track records, documents, the people who are in his faction as well as the people who hate him. If you accuse that I need to do more investigation, I have no words to deny it and partially agree with you. Oh? Did something happen? There was a large incident in Slum City the other day and Katsuya was also involved in the battle. The reason was because I told him the whereabouts of a certain pickpocket named Alna. Judging from his personality, I was certain that he would go save her if he knew her location, and I was right. However, I also predicted that he would bring reinforcement from Drankum. Normally, it would be impossible for Drankum to dispatch its men just to save a mere pickpocket. So I was originally planning to confirm if he is someone who can connect to the Old World domain using that event. If he is, then his ability would affect their decision. It remains to be seen just how far the people who like him or think highly of him would ignore the benefit of the gang. To think that he went alone, it took me completely by surprise. Because of that, it was difficult to judge if Drankum was trying to cover for him or if the gang was simply trying to erase any relation between that incident and the gang. So, it did not produce any clear evidence. I see, so that's the reason, huh? Yanagisawa, who was acting as if he was pretending to not know although he already knew everything right from the start, caused Nergo to be irritated as it leaked a bit in what Nergo said next. As I said, the conclusion was made from various observations as well. Even if some of the evidence gathered is not that convincing, it doesn't change the conclusion. I'm sure you don't need any more explanation, right? So just answer my question already. Well, putting the matter with Katsuya's investigation aside, I actually have other questions, you see. What is it? For example, do you think that there is another Old World connector in the slum city? Why do you think so? Well, don't be that stingy. I just wanted to ask this question to someone who is more knowledgeable about this matter than me, nothing more. Nergo sighed and replied firmly. No, they're all dead. Oh, that was a firm reply. It means you have evidence for that, right? If you would be so kind as to share that with me as well, then. Yanagisawa still maintained his half-joking attitude. That was when Nergo interjected. I had made a deal with a Kagomayama city management officer from the Rebuild Laboratory in the past. Although to be more precise, I don't know if he's still a member or a former member. In exchange for providing him with monetary support and a research facility, he will work on a method to awaken incomplete Old World connectors. City management accepted that deal. That is the thing that you actually want to know, right? Yanagisawa's tone turned serious. That facility is supposed to be a tightly guarded secret even in the upper echelons of city management though. You're not the only person in the city management who we are working with. There are others who support our cause, and we're working with them even now. It is just that simple. I see. I would be super thankful if you can share the list of people though. No, we can't share that kind of information with you. At least, not until you join us for the great cause. For now, my answer is I do hope from the bottom of my heart that you would eventually join our cause one day. I see. There was a moment of silence. It demonstrated their relationship. They were only working together because it was beneficial for both of them when in reality they were not on the same side. Although I'm not sure that this is enough compensation for you, I'll at least answer your previous question. The method used by that officer is to promote mutation with nanomachine, which is administered through an injection. So there is no need to implant some kind of device into the subject. But even so, this method is still in the midst of development. It is still in the human testing phase to be more precise. Its accuracy is low and it still needs a lot of human test samples. But gathering a lot of testing subjects would attract attention, and because this project has to be kept secret, it does not take up any actions that would put it under the spotlight. Currently, there is a lack of test subjects. Also, if information about Rebuild Laboratory working with us surfaces, it will cause a lot of trouble. That's why they mix nanomachines in the food distributed in Slum City. That way, even if the nanomachine rampages and kills the test subject, or if it turns the subject into a monster, people can just chalk it up as an unfortunate accident. Furthermore, free food distribution down in the Slum City was created exactly for this reason. It was originally for the sake of testing nanomachines derived from the dead monster, to test if they are lethal for human use. I do feel some pity for them. Well, I have to refuse to make any ethical comment about it, so then. Most of the people who rely on that kind of food are weak. Even if the test successfully awakens them into Old World connectors like Katsuya, they would die in no time before we can confirm if the test is a success. That's why the experiment is seen as a failure and it will stop in due time. Hence, there won't be any old-world connectors in the slum city, since they are already dead. Why dead though? They might still be alive, right? Slum City has atrocious public order. In order to stay alive there, weaklings need to be aware that they are weaklings. If they get too conceited and think of themselves as the strong, they'll be killed in no time. Moreover, they need to be extremely prudent, otherwise, they will just get tricked and again killed. Now, imagine if they are broadcasting their impression of themselves using the old world domain, that will give them a hell of a time trying to survive in the slum city. Unconsciously telling others that they are weak would result in people looking down on them and hating them. Even the paranoid attitude needed to survive in the slum city would also be transmitted, further damaging their relationship with those around them. Because of this, it would be difficult for them to stay in a group. Even if they manage to join a group, being pessimistic and ultimately paranoid will only cause others to use them as expendables. They will just be used and abandoned later. They will end up having all the downside of being in a group without any of the benefits. They will not even be able to hold the least needed connections and communication skills to stay alive in Slum City, so there is no doubt they are all dead by now. In that case, they can just, try their best sending likability and trust, right? That would be plainly impossible. That kind of technique is not something technical like a communication device. It's a more subtle technique like a speechcraft. The more familiar and skilled they are, the better the accuracy and the broadcast strength, and the opposite is also true. As I explained before, due to the environment in which they live, it would be difficult for them to broadcast positive emotions such as trust, self-confidence, or likability. While at the same time, it is way easier for them to broadcast negative emotions such as suspicion and hatred. And even if they can send those positive emotions, if the receivers reply with negative emotions, it would be counter-effective, that there's a possibility that some still survive even after that. No. Yanagisawa sounded as if he was not just simply asking random stupid questions. As a matter of fact, it sounded like he had some kind of particular question that he was looking for an answer to. It only caused Nergo to be puzzled. Why are you so insisting on that possibility? It's nothing important. In order for them to survive, I bet they would have to strive to be hunters. But they would have to be an individual hunter unaffiliated with any groups and don't join any parties. I believe that's the only way for them to stay alive for an extended period of time. We are talking about the dangerous slum city here. It is not strange for its denizens to think that they need to be hunters in order to survive living in Slum City. But that would be a misunderstanding. The wasteland is not the same as the slum city. Green hunters getting killed by monsters is not a rare occurrence. Moreover, the chance of them getting killed out there is higher compared to normal hunters. Normally, common hunters would transmit their location to the monsters through vision, sound, vibration. But this type of information transmission method is often damped by the colorless mist. Unfortunately, this is not true for the hunters who are connected to the old world domain. The colorless mist can't block their information transmission, thus letting monsters identify their positions easier. As such, they have a higher monster encounter rate compared to normal hunters. Of course, that would mean that they're more likely to be killed by those monsters as well. For old world connectors living in the slum city, going out to the wasteland is not a wise choice in order to survive. But what if they survive the wasteland as well? Just why exactly are you so insisting on this matter? Like I said, there's no reason in particular. And that is my last question. The slum city is a place where people won't easily recognize your power even if you are indeed powerful. This would cause their personality to distort. Thus they would stay paranoid as they would go further to the east, seeking a place where people would recognize their achievements, which would get them killed eventually. But if they still survive that, I bet that they will be working in the frontmost battlefield in the east. That hell is filled with people with distorted personalities and firepower. So it won't be strange for them to be mixed in with the people who live there. I see. That's a really interesting subject. By the way, it might be weird to call this my form of gratitude, but you can do whatever you want with Katsuya. I won't complain no matter what. But it would be difficult if you ask for my help to take him away. As you know, he's starting to stick out after that incident. It would be weird for someone from city management like me to not give special treatment for a phenomenal hunter like him. I hope you can understand that. No problem. We have no plans to take him away, we only want to introduce our beliefs to the people. So we will just use him to promote the great cause, nothing more. I see, so basically you want to get Katsuya on your side and make him attract more people to support the nationalist, huh? I would prefer if you would refer to that as just spreading the truth to clear up the corporate government's propaganda. Well then, I shall excuse myself. Nergo then closed the call. After that, Yanagisawa mumbled to himself. That I wonder just how far they are planning to go. Well, I don't really care as long as they don't get in my way. Yanagisawa already knew that the people who could connect to the old world domain could send emotions through telepathy, but he also knew that they could send something far worse and evil than that through telepathy. There was a theory saying that during the old world era where it was common for people to be connected to the old world domain, emotions were transferred to their enemies. It would make them think that killing themselves was the best course of action. Eventually, suicide spread across nations which ended the civilization. That was why the buildings were very well preserved even after civilization had ended a long time ago. After all, this long-term preservation was unexplainable solely with the self-repairing system. Many thought that as a result of security enhancement against such a psychological attack, those who were not even able to connect to the old world domain survived and rebuilt the world. The people of the Eastern District were basically the descendants of these people. This was the reason why they could not connect to the old world domain. So, judging by this story, the people who were identified as old world connectors in the current era referred to those with the faulty security setting, and they were actually in danger. So the plan from the corporate government was to increase the number of these people. Naturally, this was for the sake of their own profits. There were also many other problems concerned with being able to connect to the old world domain. Yanagisawa did not know how much Nergo knew. The reason why he was pretending to be clueless was to check how much Nergo knew about old world connectors and how much information he was willing to share. At the very least, Nergo had strong resistance against the emotion transmission from the old world connectors. As such, it was difficult to identify an old world connector using that method. That was why Nergo was trying to identify that by observing the effect on the other people. Yanagisawa understood that it would be counter-effective if the officers sent by the nationalists to find an old world connector fell victim to their thought transmission. Although Yanagisawa was interested in Nergo's resistance, he did not say anything about that matter, nor did he try to pursue that question. After all, he understood that it was not a wise thing to do. So he decided to stop worrying about that and once again reopen the information window about Akira. Although it's not in a straightforward manner, he's supporting a slum gang. He also did work together with the other hunters, although very rarely. He worked in a team in the Saranthal building. He then risked his life in order to save his lover during that battle in the slum city. Although he basically works alone, he can also perform well in a team. So it doesn't really match the indicators from what Nergo had said. I guess he's really not one of them. Yanagisawa then lowered his guard toward Akira. After removing the information about Akira from his panel, Katsuya's information once again came up. As I thought, he's the one. In contrast to Akira's case, Yanagisawa raised his guard toward Katsuya. As Yanagisawa's mind returned to the present, he projected the information about Katsuya's team on the holographic display up in the air. Ever since they started using the coordination support system augmented suits, they showed a rare level of teamwork and were performing really well. The note on the side listed both the praises and the complaints regarding the augmented suit, as well as a small notice that Inabe had secured an investment from the city defense squad for the expedition budget. Seeing that, Yanagisawa could not hold back his chuckle. I don't know how far it is just coincidence, but if all of them are, then he's really one lucky guy. According to the information that he had received from Nergo and the people under him whom he had sent to monitor Katsuya, the data extracted from the support system used by Katsuya's team pointed out that Katsuya was a highly troublesome person. The positive emotions, impressions, and evaluations from old-world connectors affected the people around them. Their real skills and all the dangerous situations that they undergo together with their team in the wasteland would result in greater expectations from others. In others' minds, it was as though their team would always perform well. As all of this coagulate to push their positive impression even further, it also helped to mask their ability as an old-world connector. After all, even normal hunters would form a close bond when they go through numerous dangerous situations together. The existence of such a bond helped further hide the identities of old-world connectors. In addition, once they broke through a certain limit of someone's positive impression and likability, they would form a local network made up of said people. This would allow them to share more of their emotions and increase their teamwork and performance as a team. Moreover, information tends to flow from the people in the upper hierarchical structure to the people below. Thus, Katsuya's confidence naturally flowed to the people under him, causing his team to have no fear when up against anything. The local network would then further blur the line that differentiated them individually. So even when they got killed during the battle, as long as Katsuya was still alive, they would not be able to recognize their own death, which greatly reduced the fear of dying. As a result, formed a team with a core that did not fear death. Well, I bet he can only do that because he's an amiable person though. But again, it is impossible to ignore its effect. His local network has grown as big as Drankum itself. No wonder Nergo wants to get him. If he joined the nationalists, it would be an easy thing for them to take over the city. And then, I'm sure they will also provide support to him. And with that local network, their support will also reach his friends. The speed of how the local network is forming and their performance as a team, everything makes sense now even if he's not doing so deliberately. Yanagisawa, who was usually smiling, suddenly stopped. Should I kill him right away? After a short silence, he then continued without making any change in his expression. No, I still don't have irrefutable evidence. And even if it's true, they should still not know that I'm watching Katsuya. There might be some profit I can scrap up by letting him live for now. More importantly, for tomorrow's expedition. After another short silence, this time his expression turned rather serious. That I might be able to use this. If we continue extending the supply line, I bet they'll start reacting differently. I need to make some preparations for that. Yanagisawa pulled out a black card and stared at it. I don't know how far this card will go, but it should be alright. That thing also hates them after all, so there should be room for negotiation. Although it is dangerous, it's a worthwhile bet. Yanagisawa placed that card back as his expression returned to his usual smile, but his frown did not completely vanish. Before the day of the expedition, Akira took a wonderful bath to prepare himself for the incoming operation. Since he had taken a bath in Cheryl's base a few times before, his current bath now felt somehow lacking. But since he could just go straight to bed afterwards, he still chose the bath in his house. If only the money from the automata came in a bit faster, I would have some time to readjust my equipment as well. Even if he went to buy new equipment from Shizuka's shop, she would still need some time for the order to arrive, and there was not enough time for that before the expedition. So he decided to get new equipment next time. Depending on how things played out, he was thinking of adding more to the budget that he handed over to Kobayashi. Kobayashi, who knew that bank transfer through the Hunter office was not cheap, told Akira that the more money he invested, the better the equipment that Akira would get. Alpha, who was also in the bath with Akira, just like usual, tried to cheer up a sulking Akira. It can't be helped. I think we already did our best preparing ourselves with the time that we had. The APC that was sent out for repair had returned. Although it took quite a long time for the repair to finish due to the damage on the APC, it was still cheaper than buying a new one. That was why Akira decided not to buy a new vehicle. The vehicle was also protected with expensive armor tiles. Since it was not the type of vehicle that could maneuver nimbly enough to avoid attacks, he splurged on the armor tiles to make sure that the vehicle would not get stopped on its way. Akira had also bought as many bullets and energy packs as possible from Shizuka's shop. That was also the case for the medicines from Katsuragi's shop. This time, he paid all of his own expenses. In exchange, Inabe promised to buy any relics that he found at a good price. That was a covert signal from Inabe, telling Akira to find expensive relics first before asking him to pay for the expense. Get to bed early and get ready for tomorrow. Nothing good will come from exploring ruins while being sleep-deprived. I know. Well, it is a request. Although I had no plans to go near Kuzusuhara ruin, for the time being, it can't be helped. Let's give our best tomorrow. Akira, if you think that it's getting dangerous, withdraw immediately, okay? It seems that Elena and Sarah won't participate in this expedition, so it should be alright. Alpha was smiling teasingly. Akira replied that with a wry smile. Yeah, I know. Sorry. When Inabe said that he had received replies from the other hunters with the hunter rank above 40, Akira's mind went to Elena and Sarah. Inabe did think of bringing out Elena and Sarah's names to manipulate Akira, but then he decided to approach the matter from another direction and only hinted at the matter. So basically, Akira lost to Inabe's negotiation skills. After a short usual idle talk in the bath with Alpha, Akira went to bed and slept just like usual. He did not show any particular excitement nor fear toward tomorrow's expedition. It was business as usual for him. The date changed, the sun climbed the sky. Katsuya, Inabe and Yanagisawa had their own respective aims during the large-scale expedition that started that day. Chapter 213, Communication Cutoff. The robotic humanoid soldiers slowly encroached deeper into the Kuzusuhara ruin. They were the main actors in the expedition into the ruin. They had a powerful large black gun accompanied by a missile pod of a similar size. It was assorted with high-caliber portable cannon complete with force field armor shields. The new weapon was dispatched as a part of the defensive squad during the expedition. It worked as an advertisement for the new powered suits. Inabe spared no effort to advertise the powered suit and the weapons to all companies that he knew. He ended up filling the expedition with an abnormal number of powered suits and weapons. With that many powered suits roaming the area, of course, they would clash with the monsters. All swarms of monsters went to impede their advancement. This included weapon dogs. But the squad was able to plow through them with ease, filling the area with carcasses. HQ, this is C501 from C5 Squad. We have encountered a swarm of large monsters and defeated them. How is the damage? The squad is fine. We still have enough medicine and ammo to continue the operation. Roger that, continue with the plan. I just have a small worry though. We are encountering monsters more often than we first predicted. I know that the unexplored deeper part of the ruin is filled with powerful monsters, but they are even stronger than we expected. The unexplored areas stay unexplored because most of the hunters who went there did not come back alive. That is exactly why we lack information regarding those areas. It can't be helped if there are powerful monsters there. Maintain the supply route and expand out carefully. And also, there's a directive from the upper echelon to keep the damage to a minimum since it won't act as a good advertisement otherwise. So make sure to withdraw when it gets too dangerous. The powered suit operator laughed in reaction to that small joke from HQ. Well, I'm glad that we got ourselves some kind commanders this time. C501. Roger that. The call was closed as he then scanned the surrounding area. The ground riddled with carcasses as far as the eyes could see was the testament of the power of the squad. Well, we're winning anyway, so I guess there's nothing to worry about. The powered suit squad continued their objective of expanding the secured area. Although they encountered numerous monsters, to the point they questioned where those came from, their powerful equipment made quick work of them. Since that was the case, they thought that there was no problem at all. Not too long after the squad continued, they arrived at a certain place where numerous tall buildings stuck to each other, forming a formidable wall. In front of that wall, a monster was standing as if guarding the wall. The outer appearance of that monster was similar to a tank with multiple cannons. It was so huge that even the powered suit squad had to look up to see the entirety of the monster. The monster looked like a mobile fort. While the lower part of the monster was equipped with metallic reptilian legs, it looked like a biological monster carrying a fort on its back. As that monster spotted the advancing squad, its guns quickly turned and aimed at them before it started shooting vigorously as if it was also trying to destroy the buildings around it. The black-powered suits quickly engaged the monster. They immediately put up their shields to take cover from the incoming barrage. They hid behind the rubble or jumped away from the enveloped direction as they quickly surrounded their target. They communicated closely with each other to ensure maximum teamwork as they quickly dispatched the monster. Both the monster and the squad were using high-caliber weapons, obviously not to be used for fighting against mere humans, and were also not designed to be used by humans either, as they released countless warheads at each other, enveloping the area with barrages that flattened the already ruined buildings in the area. The blasts were so powerful that the force field shield could not completely block them. The powered suits that were using their shields as covers had their whole arms blown away. Those who were hiding behind the rubble and tall buildings were almost buried alive, while those who jumped up were blown away, crashing down one by one into the ground. But the monster itself was not able to get away unscathed. Many of its cannons were sacked, huge holes were left in its armor plates, while the fleshy parts of its legs were shredded to pieces. Rubble and wreckage rained down from the sky mixed with live warheads. The warheads bounced around and fell down in a completely different place. The warheads that landed on the rubble exploded and threw more rubble into the mix. This also helped shave the force field armor of the powered suits. Of course, the monster was not unharmed as well. It basically inflicted equal damage to both sides. That was when more reinforcement arrived. The squad that was already in battle worked closely with them to adjust their aim as they performed a long-range bombardment. The already powerful warheads landed accurately in a concentrated spot, blowing the humongous monster away. As the leader of the vanguard squad looked at the monster that was already turned into a pile of meat and scarp, he finally let out a sigh of relief. "This is C501. Thanks for the reinforcement. C801 here. I'm glad we made it on time. So then, why didn't you wait for us?" It was already too late when we noticed the enemy. It might have been using some kind of camouflage. Although it might sound like a lame excuse, we did not expect an attack at all. All the monsters that we encountered up till now had no camouflage on. If we dial up the sensitivity of our information-gathering devices to detect monsters with camouflage, there is a good chance that they would be able to track our position as well. That's why we thought that it was an unnecessary risk. I see. Do you think there is a chance that those monsters that you encountered first were just decoys for this monster? No, I don't think that's the case, but again, I can't really say for sure. The squad leader then proceeded to check the damage from the exchange and frowned. 3 powered suits were down and many of them were damaged, although still fit for battle. Considering that it was a squad filled with new equipment, it was costly. To everyone in the squad, we will take this point as the front line, take up defensive formation and tune up your information-gathering devices to scan for hidden monsters as well. We will prioritize securing the area. For those with force field armor below 70%, withdraw together with the severely damaged units. We will then join up with the C8 squad and dash. While the squad leader was still giving out commands, his information-gathering device suddenly showed a signal coming from the monster that the squad just defeated. As they focused their attention in that direction, one of the buildings that was a part of the tall wall, which was already on the brink of falling from the previous exchange, started to crumble. Once it was completely flat on the ground, the squad leader was able to see past the wall as he contacted the HQ in panic. "HHQ. This is C5 squad. We just encountered what might be an immensely powerful monster. Fortunately, we were able to defeat it with the help of the C8 squad. We will send the damaged units to the back." "Roger that. Is there something wrong over there?" We spotted something that seemed to be a completely undamaged city behind the wall that got destroyed from the previous battle. I'll send you an image, you can go ahead and check it yourself. We ask for further orders after you finish checking the image. The abnormality in that call expressed what kind of amazing thing that they had just found. The squad leader waited nervously for the next order when his information-gathering device suddenly picked up another signal. As he flusteredly shifted the camera on his powered suit to the source of that signal, he saw through the gap of the fallen building the figure of a beautiful girl. That girl somehow seemed unhappy as she gazed coldly. And when the squad leader met her eyes through the camera, the girl seemed to be muttering something before his connection to the HQ suddenly was cut off. Tsubaki was standing on top of the rubble on the border of the area under her jurisdiction. Normally, she would not be able to get out of her area due to her restriction. This time, she came in an old-world automaton that was already turned into a terminal. So she did not travel there as a virtual object. Tsubaki gazed at the squad of the black-powered suits and mumbled. They are here. Looking at them, it's no surprise it did not even stand for 50 years this time. Well, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't change that it satisfies the requirement. I hope we can negotiate peacefully again this time. Tsubaki walked and left the area. Multiple transparent robots followed next to her as she stepped outside the area. The squad leader was at a loss that his call with the HQ was suddenly cut. But their information-gathering devices that were already tuned up to detect hidden monsters now showed multiple signals. It gave them a shock as invisible objects appeared one after another from a small opening in that crumbled wall. Open fire! All the experiences that he accumulated caused his alarm to ring danger as he barked out commands. The rest of the team did not lose a beat as they started shooting as well. Right at the same time, the monster under Tsubaki's command also replied accordingly. Flashes from muzzles and force field armors appeared out of nowhere, distorting the optical camouflage of the mechanical monsters and shedding to their true form in front of the squad. Countless tanks with multiple legs. Some of them had their legs completely folded up as they were floating without touching the ground. The walls, the grounds, even the sky were immediately encroached by monsters as they did not stop shooting at the city's squad. The black-powered suit quickly reformed their formation and released more or less the same absurd amount of warheads in the enemy's direction. And so, the wasteland was once again engulfed in flames. Inabe looked delighted as he was on standby in the front base's command center. The picture sent by the forward squad showed an area under Tsubaki's control, which indicated that this large-scale expedition was a success. The area would be put under his jurisdiction and he would be promised a good position if he could bring in profits from that area for the sake of the city's development. The fact that he had won this large bet of his had sent him over the moon. That was when something really bad happened. The picture displayed on the large monitor suddenly went blank. What just happened? Get it back online. The other people present there scrambled in panic from Inabe's order. But unfortunately, the connection did not return back no matter what they did. It's not working. We can't establish contact, or more like, this is. The staff looked grim when they noticed what was going on. We lost all contact with all the hunters there. What? Inabe could not hide his surprise. His voice echoed through the command center and dissipated into the air. But even so, it did not help with the situation that they were facing at all. Right about the same time, Akira was hunting for relics in one of the old dilapidated buildings. The building itself was located inside the area secured by the powered suit squad. Most likely, no one had ever searched that building. It was simply because it was guarded by too many monsters. Then there was a good chance he could still find a number of relics inside the building. But Akira's expression said it all. There's really nothing here, huh? Though I'm pretty sure we're already deep here and it won't be strange to find a lot of relics in this area. Not only was it filled with powerful monsters, but there were also no relics to be found. It was the worst possible location for hunters. Tsubaki had used her restricted authority as much as possible to remove relics around her own area. That was why Akira found nothing here. Alpha already knew about that fact, but she avoided saying anything to him. It's exactly because hunters normally cannot even come close to these buildings that they organized such a large-scale expedition. They are hoping to find an area rich with relics. That does make sense, but again I don't want to get anywhere close to those powered suits. Although I'm sure I can find better relics if I do that. Unexplored areas have a better chance of housing valuable relics. That was why, although they knew that it was dangerous to stay close to the powered suits, there were hunters who chose to do so in order to get first dibs on the unexplored buildings. As for Akira, he chose to stay away from the front line, thus only exploring the buildings relatively later. It was the result of him prioritizing his safety. In the first place, he only accepted that request, thinking of joining up with Elena and Sarah in case they also participated in the operation. Although it was not like he was taking it easy, he believed that there was no need to unnecessarily expose himself to danger. But I guess it would be bad if I don't show any result, right? I think there's no need to worry about that. The contract states that you are free to do what you want. The inner part of the ruin is still pretty dangerous, although the powered suit squads already combed this area beforehand. So let's proceed with safety in mind. You're right, I guess I'll do that, huh? Alpha. Akira glanced at Alpha when he said so, but Alpha, who was beside him just a moment ago, suddenly vanished. He raised his eyebrows and looked around, thinking that she just suddenly changed position, but he could not find her anywhere. Right at the next moment, he felt a slight dizziness as his vision blurred for a second, but it quickly returned back to normal. He felt weird, as if his vision was momentarily cut off before restarting. Alpha, stop with the joke. At least tell me beforehand if you're going to do something like that. But there was no reply. Even if he sent a strong voice through telepathy, it only dissipated without getting any response. Akira felt a different sensation compared to when Alpha left him back in the Saranthal building. Back then, it was more like there was someone there that was ignoring his call, but this time, it felt like he was completely alone, enveloped in complete silence. This time, Akira had completely lost all of his connection to Alpha. Akira started to feel scared, but it was immediately replaced with an intense nervousness. Calm down, don't panic. Alpha did tell me that there would be occasions where I would lose my connections with her inside the inner part of a ruin. I'm not in the middle of a fight right now, and it's not like I have no route to withdraw like back in the Saranthal building. And above all, I'm not inside a monster this time. I just need to proceed carefully until I can get back my connection with Alpha. There is no problem. Akira took a deep breath, reorganized his thoughts, and decided to stop the relic hunt. He turned around to go back to where he came from. Since it was not a good idea to continue the hunt in this situation, he had decided to go back home. He could just say that his equipment was not working well as an excuse. He then used the terminal that was lent to him to contact the HQ. But again, there was no reply at all. He frowned when he checked the display, as it said that it was out of range. So he shifted his attention to his information terminal, hoping that he could find a signal through that route. He had since decided to use a better service provider after what had happened back in Miyazono Ruin. Unfortunately, it also said that it was out of range. Akira knitted his eyebrows. This reminded him of what happened back in the Saranthal building. Is this the same situation as back then in the Saranthal building? No, judging that I can't connect with Alpha at all, it means that this is worse than that. I need to get out of here. As Akira started running down the hallway, he spotted another hunter. I can't call the HQ from here. Can you get any connection? The guy moved to the side as if to make way for Akira and checked his own information terminal just to shake his head at Akira. This confirmed that Akira was not the only one having trouble, so he placed getting out of that building as his primary priority. Judging that he might get his connection with Alpha back once he got out from this place, he thought that everything would be alright as long as he got out of here. Thus, he increased the power output of his augmented suit and defensive coat. Since he had enough spare energy packs back in his vehicle, he did not try to conserve them at all, even if it was a complete waste of his remaining energy packs. As Akira passed that hunter, he ran down the hallway and jumped down the stairs. Right at the next moment, all of Akira's senses were tuned to their highest sensitivity. He was extremely nervous after picking up a danger signal transmitted from his information terminal. He followed his instinct to take a defensive stance right before the bomb that was planted on the ground near him exploded. The bomb was set there more to close off an escape route instead of killing someone. Moreover, since Akira raised the output power of his defensive coat to the maximum right before that happened, he was only blown back to the floor where he came from without sustaining any other damage. But of course, that shaved a lot of his energy. Akira was utterly surprised as his body was smacked back onto the ground. Thanks to all the training that he had gone through, he was able to maintain his balance. While his mind was still trying to wrap his head around what just happened, his danger alarm flared once more. Akira followed his pure instinct as he grabbed his SSB rifle and started shooting behind him without even looking back while he jumped aside into a nearby room. In such a short time span, the hallway was immediately filled with flying bullets. Countless bullets scorched and drilled through the walls, floors and ceilings of the area, enveloping the whole place with holes. Although both of them received some shots, none was even close to fatal. The other guy that shot back at Akira was the guy that he just passed by a moment ago. Knew that it wouldn't kill you. Well, if this was enough to kill you, you would have died back then after all. Akira tried to digest what just happened as he hid inside a room and used some medicines. Judging from what the other guy just said, he understood that he must have fought against this guy sometime in the past, but it did not ring any bells at all. He thought that it might be someone from that battle in the Izan family's base, but thinking about it again, it was too much work to join the expedition just to seek revenge. After all, it would be easier to attack him when he was not fully armed. Aren't you mistaking me for someone? Not at all. You are Akira, right? I did all my homework and investigated everything about you after all. Well, although me trying to kill you here is actually just a coincidence, it's true that I have my own personal reason to want you dead. But compared to the greater good that it might bring, it doesn't change the fact that it's better if you're dead. Akira did not understand what exactly that guy was talking about. But he immediately pushed that unimportant question to the back of his mind since that guy who was still alive after that exchange would definitely come after him soon. He had to fight that guy without Alpha's support. That one fact alone caused Akira to focus even more than before. God damn it. This guy could have not taken any worse timing to ambush me. Akira spat out curses in his mind as he gripped his SSB rifle hard. He then took a deep breath, compressed his time perception and jumped out of the room. The powered-up augmented suit propelled his body outward. It took a blink of an eye for him to land on the hallway. He used one leg to kick the wall in order to kill his momentum as he quickly raised both of his SSB rifles and released an indiscriminate barrage in the general direction of the enemy. The extended magazine compensated for the lack of aiming as the other party received multiple shots to his body. But even so, none of the bullets left any wounds. The other guy put his hand forward and extended a force field armor to block the incoming bullets. Once the flashes from the converted momentum dimmed, it exposed his mocking smile. Akira could not hide his surprise, seeing which, the other guy just shook his head and said, "That's just too bad. I've only used a weak body back then to suit the setting, working with the thugs of Slum City. But this time, I came to this expedition with a much better body." That finally rang a bell for Akira, but his common sense was telling him that it was not possible. Oh wait, it can't be. Now that I think about it, I didn't introduce myself back then. My name is Zalmo. I won't lose this time. Zalmo retracted his force field armor and started shooting at Akira, who kicked the wall again and plunged back to the previous room. Zalmo stopped shooting, changed his gun's form and started shooting again. This time, he had enough firepower to pierce the wall to hunt for Akira. Now that the walls served as only obstacles for him, Akira immediately ran toward the door on the opposite side of the room. Although he was faster than the flying rubble, he was still slowed down by them. He ducked and evaded the trajectory lines of the incoming bullets in a desperate attempt to escape the room. Although the bullets were powerful enough to pierce the walls, they also lost most of their momentum due to it. Thanks to that, they were not able to break through the force field armor of Akria's coat. They were only able to give off a dim burst of light when it hit his back. He's the guy who attacked Cheryl's relic shop back then, huh? How the hell is he still alive? I basically destroyed his head, you know? Don't tell me that his brain is actually stored in his body and that he was just pretending to be dead? No, as I thought, that's not right. Akira desperately ran through the hallway while thinking so, but he was immediately interrupted by more bullets. So he quickly made a U-turn, changed the setting of his SSB rifles, and emptied the remaining bullets in the magazines using the maximum rate of fire in exchange for energy consumption to release a storm of bullets into the hallway. Zalmo thought that it would be bad to take that head-on even for him, so he jumped to a nearby room and took cover. But he still had a confident smile on his face. It seems that you had gotten yourself better equipment too compared to back then. But I can tell. You're not as sharp as before. You have no support system in your augmented suit this time. Let's see just how long you can stay alive on your own. Good luck with that, brat. Akira was caught off guard by that statement and shouted back by pure reflex. Is this your doing too? What the heck did you just do this time? There's no need for you to know. This is where you pay for getting ahead of yourself when you're nothing without your support. Go to hell. Zalmo tried to force his way to close the distance. The slight hesitation in Akira's movement made a small opening that he used to carefully step in for a finishing blow. Akira did try to shoot Zalmo down before he could reach him. But with his state of intense panic, his focus was thrown off. The resulting hesitation caused an opening that allowed his opponent to gain the upper hand. He might be able to do something to flip the table there, but that would warrant him to do something reckless. So he decided to limit the opponent's movement using bullets while increasing his defenses by increasing the output power of his defensive coat. He was somehow able to stay alive by doing so, but the consumption rate of his remaining energy was worrying him. As Akira was trying to run away from there, he spotted a staircase to another floor. He thought that his connection with Alpha might return once he got out from that building, and was about to jump down the stairs. But he suddenly stopped midway when he remembered what had happened not too long ago. He had no time to check for the bomb with his information terminal. In the worst-case scenario, the explosion might get him trapped in between the bomb and Zalmo, thus completely cutting off his remaining escape routes. He also had the option of turning up the force field armor output of his coat and trying to force his way through the bomb. But the current him lacked Alpha's support and was not as reckless as his usual self, so he was not able to select that choice. The short time in which he was comparing his options there caused him to lose his precious time. All the distance that he had opened from running away was all in vain, now that Zalmo had closed that distance. In order to get away from the bullets coming from just the previous turn, Akira had no other choice but to jump in a different direction, throwing away the chance of going down the stairs. Akira continued running. His expression was already filled with fear. The intense nervousness caused his body to slightly tremble. That was when he spotted a crack on the wall of the building. That was enough to get him to make up his mind. He stopped, pulled out the blade on his back and turned it on. The blade glowed and he swung it at the wall. The powerful blade answered his wish and fluidly cut through the strong old-world wall. Akira swung a few times and lastly delivered a kick to open a hole in the wall. That was when Zalmo finally caught up to him, so Akira made his resolve and jumped out of the building. Since he jumped out from a high floor, he still had some time before reaching the ground, although it was no more than a few seconds. Akira extended that time using his compressed time perception as he called for Alpha through telepathy. Alpha! Again, no answer at all. If it was just like back then in the Saranthal building, he would have been able to regain his connection with Alpha if he was able to get out of the building. But this time, his first bet ended up with his loss. Right then Akira's second bet also ended up with his loss. He thought that Zalmo would not follow him, but on the contrary, Zalmo did not hesitate as he also jumped out from that hole. He had lost all of his bets up until now. At this rate, he would only land on the ground and die. Of course, that was assuming that Zalmo did not get him first. While on the other hand, Alpha's support was also not coming back at all. In that slow-moving world, reasons for his impending death kept piling up. Akira mocked all the decisions, reasons and luck that led him to this state. All right, I just need to do this on my own, right? I get it, okay. I just have to do it, right? Akira's spirit rebounded and boosted his focus. The speed of the time flow around him decreased significantly. In this state, his voice that he forced out from his throat while laughing made a strange, unrecognizable sound. Akira had made his decision, renewed his resolve. If he did not fight back, only death awaited him. Then there was only one choice: to fight back and to kill. No matter who his opponent was, even if it was a human or a monster or his own past, or even his bad luck, it did not change what he had to do. Zalmo had to die. Anyone, anything, that wanted to kill him must die. Akira finally made his resolve as he completely dropped the choice of running away, until his connection with Alpha returned. He jammed the blade on his right hand straight into the building's wall as he continued to slide down. He used his grip to twist the blade in order to change his direction, sliding down the wall to avoid Zalmo's bullets. At the same time, he used the SSB rifle on his left hand to suppress Zalmo while making use of the strong recoil to dig himself into the wall, till both of his legs were inside it. The blade continued to slide down the wall while the force field armor of his augmented suit protected his heel while gouging out a line on the wall. When he had slowed down considerably, he suddenly started running toward Zalmo. Right at the same time Akira made his resolve, his vision began changing. The more he concentrated, the clearer his vision of Zalmo was, while the rest of the world started to blur. It was the proof that he was able to bend reality to his will. The strong will in him caused the reality to change closer into the world that he wished for. With the help of Alpha's support, he was able to see this world in great detail. But this was impossible to do when he was by himself. Even trying to do that might cause his brain to overload with information which might end up in his death. Akira's solution to this problem was to limit the detail that his brain would process. With consciously filtering the information coming to his brain, he was able to increase the accuracy of his perception. With less information to process, his brain was able to produce the image of the perceived world in a shorter time. Thus, the resulting perception was closer to the real world and eventually, increasing his reaction time. While at the same time, he cut off any resource that he used to process pain and any other unimportant sensation as much as possible. He had consciously turned off his sensation for pain, which also acted as a danger warning when he was in front of death's door. Nonetheless, he fully accepted it. Because of that, Akira's fighting prowess received a huge boost. He himself did not know how long he could maintain his current state, but one thing he knew for sure was he could not maintain it for long. More than that, this was actually the first time Akira was able to successfully execute it. He already tried doing it during training a few times, all of which ended in failure. The reasons for those failures were mainly two things. Firstly, Alpha placed a restriction to make sure that Akira would not burn out his brain. Secondly, Akira unconsciously thought that Alpha would save him in times of emergency. Now that Akira was freed from those chains, he once again stood face to face against a certain death all by himself for the first time after so long. And just like back then when he had to do it in the slum city as he was fighting for his survival all by himself, he faced the impending doom with a smile. Zalmo, who was free-falling while aiming at Akira, was surprised when Akira suddenly went straight at him. But he was still calm enough to aim at Akira and release a few shots. Akira swiftly moved in a zigzag, evading those bullets and once again kicked the wall to take a huge leap toward Zalmo. Both of them battled with each other on the side of the wall, as if the gravity was not affecting them at all. Zalmo was struck with amazement. His movements suddenly changed. Moreover, what is with his reaction speed? Accelerator drug, huh? Was he only running back then just to wait until his accelerator drug takes effect? I jumped to chase him, but don't tell me that he was actually inviting me to jump too. But he hasn't fully regained his sharpness. I'll have to kill him before he regains his full system support. But Akira was also surprised there. This is only enough to take this fight into a stalemate? But there's no guarantee that I can return back to this mode later on. This is my only chance to kill him. Just drop dead already. The moment Zalmo was within the reach of his blade, Akira quickly heaved his blade down. The slash of the blade created a dim glow. Created using force field technology, this dim glow was more than enough to showcase its enhanced sharpness. Zalmo noticed this, so he raised his force field armor to its limit. The moment the blade touched his force field armor, a blinding flash of light emitted due to the energy conversion. Zalmo's confident smile and Akira's mocking smile were swallowed by the light. Although the light was bright enough to drop visibility to 0, both of them immediately aimed their rifles to where their respective opponents might be and simultaneously released a barrage. The shock wave and the kickback of the barrage blew each of them back as if they were colliding with each other within that blinding light. Chapter 214, Requirements for Negotiation. There were a lot of hunters killing time inside the cafeteria of the forward base. They were put on standby in case of an emergency. They were basically made of two kinds of hunters. One was those who applied to join the expedition but got rejected for some reason, so now they were waiting there in case anyone requested reinforcement. While the other half was the people who were deliberately left there as a reserve in case of an emergency. The former paid to be there, while the latter were paid to be there. Both of them waited there, preparing for any emergencies. Sarah and Elena were among the latter hunters. Both of them received an invitation to participate in the expedition from Inabe's proxy. Then during negotiations, they learned that Akira was also planning to participate in the expedition as well, so they decided to join. But in the end, they were somehow assigned as reserves. Inabe was hoping that Akira would return back from the expedition with a lot of old-world terminals, but if Elena and Sarah were with him, there was a chance that Akira would decide to hold back. That was why Inabe arranged it so that Sarah and Elena were assigned to the reserve team. In the middle of their idle talk, Sarah suddenly asked, "Say, Elena, are you really okay staying only as a reserve?" Elena tilted her head. "HM? Do you want to join the expedition instead? If you really want to go no matter what, I can try to negotiate with them again." It is at least better than just sitting here, waiting for something that we don't even know will happen or not. But it's not like it is a must. It's just that, although it's great that we're getting paid just to sit and wait, I know that you don't really like this either, right, Elena? Elena made a conflicted smile after her best friend pointed it out. This might sound a bit ridiculous. I feel that should something happen while we participate in the expedition, Akira would try his best to look for us. He would prioritize us instead of himself. But if we don't participate, he would have peace of mind and could just immediately withdraw. Sarah gave out a similar wry smile. You have a point. It might sound ridiculous, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Elena and Sarah believed that Akira currently liked them. But there was that one time when Akira almost completely cut off relations with them. So if they were asked if they had regained their original trust, just like back then when they explored the Mihazono ruin together, they could not give a definitive yes. But even so, he was still willing to go to dinner together with them, so it could be said that their relationship had mended, although it was only a little. Elena tried to voice that out as if she wished for it or maybe even to hang on to it. To which, Sarah also reacted with an agreement. That was when a notice reached their information terminal. Elena checked the content of the notice and frowned. Well, it seems that something has happened. I wonder if Akira has some kind of weird bad luck that indiscriminately gets everyone around him involved in it. I do feel bad for saying this, but I somehow saw this coming. And he survived everything up till now, no wonder he's that strong. Elena and Sarah exchanged wry smiles, then immediately turned solemn and prepared to move out. The content of the notice included, HQ has lost contact with the hunters sent to the deeper part of the ruin. We request for an urgent dispatch of hunters to check up on them. Hunters who were posted to the border, which denoted the inner part of the ruin, were assigned to stop anyone who tried to enter the area. Only those under Inabe's jurisdiction with permission were allowed to enter. However, their actual job was not to stop intruders by force. They were equipped with powerful information-gathering devices and were tasked to watch their surroundings. If they spotted anyone suspicious, they were instructed to warn that person and to contact HQ. Of course, they could also get rid of that intruder on their own if they could. After all, it was expected that those who tried to enter the inner part of the ruin would be fully armed. The requester did not have enough spare resources to pay the guards who could always deal with that kind of intruder. Togami and Reina had accepted that job. Since the area that they were assigned to was vast, there was basically no one else in the area. Although it was only a guard job, it was their first hunter job after a while. That was why Reina was extremely pumped for this request, but since nothing was happening, she started to feel bored. Although we did get back to taking hunter job, this is rather boring. We're on guard duty, so having nothing in particular happening is good news. That's true, but still. By the way, do you want to try looking for relics around here? We're still inside the assigned area even if we look around, so we can look out for intruders while searching for relics, right? Just don't get too carried away, alright? Togami was basically saying that he did not mind Reina going, but he himself would stay. Reina understood that and pouted. She did not say anything back and chose to stay. Togami found that a bit unexpected. But that was all, he did not pursue the subject any further. But Kane was forcing her hand over her mouth, holding herself back from laughing. Seeing that, Togami started to frown. Reina, who noticed that, jabbed at her. What? Nope, it's nothing. I just thought that it was funny how Milady came up with a suggestion and did not go even after Togami gave his permission. Having an ulterior motive is not a bad thing at all. I see. Reina gave a rather forceful smile and cut the conversation short. She finally realized that sometimes, showing a reaction was not a good thing. Although Togami had a lot of thoughts running at the back of his mind after seeing Reina's reaction, he believed that it was only him reading too much. He reminded himself that Reina was only trying to take this request seriously since she was the one who decided to do it in the first place. Therefore, he shelved any other miscellaneous thoughts away. Shirori made a guess as to what they were talking about and interjected. "Milady, although Togami-sama gave his permission, we basically got ourselves this request by butting into Togami-sama's request. Thus it would be unwise to neglect our main duty." I know. That's why I'm not going, can't you see? "Milady, it's better to think things through first before saying anything." Yeah, I know, I will be careful." Togami thought that his guess was correct. Reina started to fluster. Kene noticed a few other things and just smiled bitterly, while Shirori was standing there with a neutral face, playing dumb. Feeling awkwardness wafting in the air, Reina decided to bring up a change in subject. "By the way, when we talk about Kuzuhara Ruin, there's an urban legend. The beguiling ghost. There are a lot of rumors floating around related to it, but I've been thinking that it might be one of those holograms that we saw in the Lida Commercial District ruin. Something like that might be a guide that would answer honestly when asked for directions. Though, since the ruin is already filled with monsters, the hunters who followed its direction would get killed instead. What do you think, Togami?" "Well, that does sound plausible. Or maybe the ghost deliberately sent them to somewhere dangerous after concluding that they were suspicious individuals. Or maybe, since the holographic image doesn't have the ability to transmit information in the form of voices, they just decided to follow a holographic image, and then they found themselves in the middle of an old-world security facility before they realized it. Reina, with that equipment you used, you can see augmented reality better than others, right? Be careful not to simply follow any augmented reality holographic image if you come across one, alright? Don't worry, I know just how dangerous this area is. But still, if I ever meet that old-world beguiling ghost, I feel like I have many questions for that ghost." "I can understand what you mean. It might be interesting to hear some stories about the old world. Right? To hunters like us, that topic is what we are most curious about." As Reina was having a good time chatting with Togami, Shirori suddenly interjected with a serious voice. "Milady, I know, I won't just go following that ghost if I see it." "That's not it." Shirori hung her sentence there and seemed hesitant. Reina found it weird, but she then noticed that Kene was smiling amusedly on the side. "Kene, what is it now?" "It's not really something big, but let's see." "Well, Milady has been working hard lately, so I guess it's a good idea to give a hint from time to time, hoping that Milady would be able to become an independent hunter one day." "What are you talking about?" "Milady, think carefully whether it's a good idea to ask why Ain-san cut herself off right there. If Milady doesn't ask Ain-san, I'm sure Ain-san would just come up with something random to hide it." Reina seemed a bit confused and turned toward Shirori. "Shirori, are you hiding something?" "Milady, there is too much sensitive information in the world that are difficult to handle. The main problem would be whether Milady has the ability to properly deal with it. Information management is also an important skill for a hunter. Milady, do you have the resolve to know information that might kill you? Moreover, having the resolve alone is hardly enough. After all, it is still not okay to let someone jump to his death just because he has made that resolve. It is also important to know the limitation, to keep oneself from learning about forbidden knowledge. It's just as people say, curiosity killed the cat. There are many who ended up on the fugitive list simply because they somehow inadvertently learned some forbidden secret of the corporate government." Kane said with a smile. She still had her eyes on the surroundings while exerting a level of intimidation. Reina flinched back and got even more confused. "Well then, Milady, which one is the right choice? Is it to ask? Or not to ask? This is a test of Milady's skill as a hunter, you know. So go ahead and use all this free time to think about it." Reina looked at Kane and Shirori in turns. Shirori let out a huge sigh and frowned. "Kane, what are you trying to do?" I'm just giving advice to milady about information management in place of the overprotective Ain-san. That's my job. I don't know what you're talking about. Which one is your job? The one about teaching milady how to handle information, or the one about managing information in place of milady? Either way, it would all be in vain if Ain-san dies though. Don't just kill me off like that. In that case, it's okay for me to destroy that will which Ain-san wrote in case Ain-san dies, right? Shirori raised her eyebrows in reaction to Kane, who said something like that in a slightly serious manner. Meanwhile, for Reina, it came as a huge surprise. Shiori, what is this will are you talking about? Ah, milady about that. As Shirori was flusteredly looking for an excuse, Kane suddenly gave a warning with a serious look. Milady, both Ain-san and I already did all the preparations in case we get killed any time. That aforementioned will is just one of our preparations. If milady gets surprised by small things like that, it means that milady has a long way to go. Just how many times does milady think we almost got killed this year? Reina could not hide her surprise. One of the reasons was that Kane did not say that in her usual half-joking manner. But after that, Kane immediately returned back to her usual self. Well, it seems that is indeed the case here. No wonder why Ain-san can't help but get overprotective. After all, there's no guarantee how far Togami would volunteer to babysit you. But well, being needy from time to time might be a love strategy to get Togami, but he will hate you if you do it too much, you know, milady. Even before Reina could react to that, Togami choked and coughed. Reina then flusteredly denied that. What are you even talking about, Kane? Oh, so milady is doing that without even being conscious about it, huh? Just my opinion here. Though it was not on purpose, I think inviting such a misunderstanding is cruel, you know? Since Kane returned to her usual self trying to poke fun at the whole team, the awkward tense mood from just before was completely dispelled. But Shirori did not proceed to scold Kane since she understood what Kane was trying to say. Kane was being considerate to Reina, which was actually rare for her. Her opinion of Reina was nothing more than a naive rich lady. However, she significantly softened her stance after seeing how hard Reina had been trying. The reason why she said so was because she cared, otherwise, she would refrain from saying anything and would only do the bare minimum required for her job. She was being considerate in a different manner compared to Shirori. If Shirori and Kane died, then Reina would only follow afterwards. Unless she learned how to deal with such a situation herself, Reina's future was not that bright. Although she did not wish to deny Shiori's devotion, if that devotion became the reason she died, then making sure Reina learns how to handle the situation herself after that was a part of that devotion, or at least, that was what Kane thought. Shirori understood that as well, but at the moment, she could just handle everything herself. Therefore, it gave her a hard time on what to do. If she had the resolve to live beside Reina forever, then Kane would not say anything about her being too overprotective. She also understood that Kane was basically indirectly asking her, "Are you sure you are all right with dying?" If that was the case, Shirori needed to put in more preparations to make sure that everything would be fine after she died. What she was doing right now was just a half-baked resolution. Nonetheless, it was a completely different matter on whether she could pull it off. The more willing she was to throw away her own life for Reina, the harder it was to make that decision. After Kane dispelled that awkward mood, Reina thought hard about information management that Kane mentioned. Once she made up her mind, she then went to Shirori. "Shirori, can you tell me what you wanted to say back then? But I won't force you if you don't want to. If you didn't tell me because you think I don't have the ability to deal with it, I have no wish to force you to tell me." Shirori looked slightly surprised. She smiled gently at Reina and said, "Very well, milady, I assume you have prepared yourself." "Yes." Togami, who was listening next to them, could feel that it was a conversation that should only be between them, so he felt a strange sensation of alienation as he spoke up. "I don't know what you guys are going to talk about, but don't forget that there's a single outsider here, okay? If it's something that I shouldn't hear, I can leave now." I don't mind if Togami-sama wants to listen as well, but it would bring the same danger that made me hesitate to tell milady in the first place. If Togami-sama wants to listen in even after knowing that, then you may feel free to do so. I see. Well, I don't see any reason why not, so I guess I will listen too. Shirori lightly nodded, her expression then turned serious. Now then, it is about the urban legend of Kuzuhara Ruin, the beguiling ghost. There's a good chance that the real story about that ghost has been replaced by something those in Kagomayama City came up with. Reina seemed a bit disappointed as she tilted her head. Shirori, sorry, I don't see any reason why you would hesitate telling me that. There's a problem with the original story. The story about the beguiling ghost was originally a series of multiple stories about it. It is a collection of stories about multiple ghosts luring hunters into the ruin. The original story has it that these ghosts are the area managers of the different areas inside the ruin. Originally, the Kagomayama City was an frontier base made by Sakashita Heavy Industry to explore Kuzuhara Ruin. Since it was big enough to be promoted into one of the 5 great corporations, it sent fully armed hunters equipped well enough to be in the front line to hunt for relics inside Kuzuhara Ruin. But in the end, most of them did not return back alive, and that was the beginning of the Beguiling Ghost series. Then one day, Sakashita Heavy Industry suddenly stopped sending hunters to the ruin. After losing the monetary aid it once had, the frontier base that had already grown big enough to be a city was not able to send any more large-scale expeditions into the ruin. From that point on, the corporation was then relegated into a smaller-sized company, placed as the governor of the city, and it no longer had the resources and the influence that it once had. No one knew for sure why it stopped exploring the ruin. There were only various rumors regarding that matter. Some said that they found another ruin with more prospective relics. Some said that it was the result of an infighting within the corporation. Some of the rumors even made more extreme and ridiculous guesses. The single most popular rumor among the hunters was connected to the beguiling ghost. It was rumored that the corporation made a deal with an area manager to stop their expedition, or that they were threatened to stop, or that it had made a secret deal to only search the outskirts of the ruin. Reina listened closely with immense interest to that story, but she still did not see any danger in knowing any of this so far. Well, what can I say? It's just a rumor, so I don't see why it's that dangerous, or is it that simply because I can't see where the danger is? Milady, the main problem is that there are signs the city had deliberately changed the story. It means that someone in the upper echelon doesn't want the real story to leak out. If someone somehow gets to know about the real story, they might have their eyes on that person. Although there's no telling how much they don't want others to know, there's a good chance that they have enough influence to cause misfortune to anyone who gets to know about the truth. In the worst-case scenario, that person might even get killed. Shutting up someone would serve a warning to the others. Reina frowned. It was obvious that Shirori was not joking. The way she said it fully demonstrated that she was being serious. So they really don't want anyone to know, huh? I wonder why that is the case. Let's see. Among the stories in the Beguiling Ghost series, there's a story about a treacherous beguiling ghost. That ghost would offer something to a party of hunters, which caused them to fight against each other. As a matter of fact, there were hunters who claimed to be victims of that ghost. I see, so those who accepted that ghost's offer would end up dead, with a few who survived claiming themselves as victims of a ghost. Over time, it would slowly turn into that beguiling ghost urban legend, right? To be honest, I don't see the correlation. I don't think that is enough of a reason. So, what if the Sakashita Heavy Industry had made a secret agreement with the area manager to stop their expedition and used that rumor to make hunters fight each other on purpose? Is that really possible? They needed a good reason to stop such a costly expedition. Well, in the end, this is nothing more than just my own speculation, so please don't take it too seriously. I don't know the real reason, and I don't think there's any need to pursue the truth. The most important thing is knowing enough to make a guess that something malicious was behind it. Now that Mildred knows this much, keep in mind that it will cause those who don't want to know the truth to come out, to mistake Milady as someone who actually knows about the truth. So in order to avoid such a misunderstanding, it is important to handle such information with care. Since Mildred already knows now, please be careful. Reina frowned and nodded repeatedly. Togami hesitated, but his curiosity won as he asked Shirori a question. Shiori-san, is it bad if I ask you how you got this information? We have an independent information network among us. And ever since Milady decided to go to Kuzusuhara Ruin, we made sure to investigate that ruin as much as we could. Please accept this answer and refrain from asking any further questions. Togami understood what Shiori was trying to tell him as he gave a firm nod with a solemn expression. Understood, I won't ask any further. Thank you very much. Togami sighed in relief. He understood that although he made a mistake in asking, he was at least able to stop himself. That was when a call reached them from HQ. Togami found that bit weird as he picked up that call. This is number 65. Nothing out of the ordinary over here. By the way, isn't it a bit too early for the regular checkup call? After listening to the explanation from HQ, Togami frowned and replied, Roger that. I'll call again if we notice anything. Togami, did something happen? It's just a warning call as well as a checkup to see if they can still contact us. It seems that HQ has lost contact with the hunters in the expedition. Is this because of that ghost? Togami only added the last part as a joke, but Reina did not laugh at all. Yanagisawa's squad was watching the surroundings from a tall ruined building. What a mess, I wonder if it's okay to just ignore them. Hunters, monsters, powered suits, drones, all of them were mixed in a massive battle royal. Both drones and flying powered suits filled the sky with countless bullets and missiles and warheads. Because of that, there were stray bullets falling haphazardly all over the places, causing more chaos in this already chaotic battlefield. Boss said not to do anything until further command either from him or from HQ, so it's our job to just watch over them for now. There was no clear line of command. The IFF was also in a mess. Both the hunters, the powered suits, and even the monsters were killing each other regardless of friend or foe. It was pure chaos and their powerful weaponries did not help the situation at all. So then any news from the boss? Yanagisawa's men aimed their rifles upward and released a barrage. The bullets made a ricocheting sound in the air as if they pierced through something. Not too long after that, mechanical monsters with non-functioning optical camouflage started to rain down. Still nothing. Ever since that last order, to treat him as dead if we cannot contact him for 12 hours, and that we can do anything we want afterwards, no one have heard anything from him or seen him. I bet he's somewhere nearby doing something in secret though. Stray bullets suddenly rained down on the building, destroying a portion of its roof. There is no doubt he's definitely scheming something. By the way, do you think this jamming is his doing too? The squad aimed their rifles and lightly wiped out the source of those stray bullets. Probably. Can't say for sure though. Though, if it's really his doing, it would be great if he could warn us beforehand. That jamming got our communication devices as well. Moreover, this is not the same effect from the colorless mist. Either way, it doesn't really matter whether it is his doing or someone else's doing. One thing for sure, something is going on right now. There was an obvious difference in strength between the hunters on the ground and Yanagisawa's squad. But both of them were equally clueless as to what was going on. The battle between Tsubaki and the powered suit squad continued. The fight was entirely one-sided. Although it was multiple black powered suits against a single automaton, the ground that was riddled with destroyed powered suits and the undamaged automaton body spoke for itself. Tsubaki just stood there in serenity as if to guard the only destroyed part of the wall protecting her territory while mocking at the utter difference in strength. The black-powered suits raised their huge rifles and shot at Tsubaki. The released bullets were even bigger than a human's arm. However, that countless hailstorm of bullets stopped in front of Tsubaki as if there was a transparent thick shielding in front of her. The bullets that came later struck those bullets that were stopped and bent them. But even so, they were not able to move the frozen bullets. All of them formed a wall of metal, and even if the following bullets were able to pierce through that wall, none of them could reach Tsubaki. Once the shooting stopped, the bullets started falling to the ground. The same happened to the bullets that came from the top as well, showing that the invisible wall was not from the transparent drones protecting Tsubaki. The squad could not help but frown after seeing what just happened. A desperate voice soared through the speaker. Again. Damn it. What the heck is that defense? It didn't even produce any flashes of light. All force field armors generate light from energy conversion, you know? Like hell if I know. If it's some kind of barrier, that should at least shave away some of her energy. Just keep shooting and hope that it's not useless. Where are the reinforcements? Long-range communication is dead. We have no other choice but to get closer back to base to call for reinforcements. And that's what's taking them so long. Try to call the unit that we sent back to HQ and get it to call the City Defense Squad. They should send in some reinforcement. We need to hold out until then. The powered suit switched to its rifle and shot a bullet that was bigger than Tsubaki's body right at her. Tsubaki's expression did not change at all as she kicked the bullet. The shock wave from the kick made the bullet bent and exploded. But due to the way Tsubaki bent the round, the force of the explosion was directed upward, away from her. It was only enough to cause a blast of wind to blow, strong enough to sway her dress. Right at the next moment, a gigantic chainsaw came crashing down from another direction. The glowing high-speed rotating Fong bore down on Tsubaki. The powered suit abandoned the long-range advantage of its rifle and used its full strength to swing its chainsaw. Tsubaki calmly stopped that chainsaw with one hand. Although the force was enough to bend her leg and create a crack on the ground, it did not throw off her posture. She stopped the rotating Fong by force, which caused a loud cracking sound from the arm of the powered suit. Tsubaki then swung her arm and threw the powered suit as if it was a lifeless doll, ripping off the powered suit's arm in the process. That powered suit then took the chainsaw to the face. Its pilot was split in two and the severed body vanished into the distance. The scene showed just how powerless the powered suits were in front of Tsubaki, which caused great shock to those in the squad. What the heck was that? I know that it is an old-world automaton, but there's a limit on just how powerful it can be, right? Or is that the normal power of an old-world automata? That I bet it's a military automaton or something like that. Although it looks like that, it has different specs compared to the other common drones and service automata. Spread out. Keep your distance from it. Judging that they had no chance of winning, the squad leader ordered the squad to withdraw. They started moving away from Tsubaki while shooting the buildings around her to create obstacles between them. Tsubaki looked at the falling rubble. She then cleared them with a clean single-round kick. She actually just swung her leg around in the air, but the shock wave from that kick was transmitted through the colorless mist and blew away the falling rubble towards her retreating foes. Tsubaki then mumbled, "That should at least be enough to shoo off the incoming squad for now, then I just need to clean up the trash inside the area, where I can move freely." She wanted to go to Kagomayama City herself if she could, but Tsubaki could not go out that far. Even being able to stand here required her to request permission first since it was outside her original allowed space. She was only able to gain permission since it was an emergency. As Tsubaki was about to take a step, she suddenly stopped. She then looked at the pile of rubble. Right past that pile and countless ruined buildings, there was a man with a huge rifle aiming at her. The man pulled the trigger. The bullet drilled a hole through the buildings and the rubble, absorbing their masses into the head of the round as it went right at Tsubaki. It reached Tsubaki in a blink of an eye, leaving a long clean hole that was obviously larger than the size of the bullet itself. Right at the next moment, the bullet turned all the mass that it had absorbed in its path into pure energy, releasing a huge explosion. The shock wave from the explosion was so large that it could blast the whole area to smithereens. Thankfully, the explosion compressed the air around the area to its utmost limit, temporarily creating a layer of dense colorless mist. This layer served as a strong dampener, restricting the shockwave from spreading out too far and destroying the whole place. Thanks to that, it created a strange phenomenon. The contained explosion and shock wave created a spherical cage, which seemed as if it devoured space. The area around that cage had only sustained relatively light damage compared to the scale of the explosion. But past the boundary of the cage, traces of immense destruction was apparent. Even after being enveloped in that explosion, Tsubaki still stood there with the remaining 30% of her body. But it did not take long before her body started to crumble as well. The one who sniped Tsubaki was Yanagisawa. He had been using a special old-world augmented suit, special annihilator bullet, and special camouflaging suit to hide while looking for a chance to strike. Then, using an annihilator bullet that he was barely able to obtain using his connections, sniped at Tsubaki. Yanagisawa then came to ground zero and looked at the wreckage of the old-world automaton. Yikes, did I overdo it? I guess it's better to be safe than sorry, but still. Yanagisawa squatted as a flying kick cut the air above his head, blowing away the rubble behind him. Tsubaki turned to her camouflaged backup unit after the automaton was rendered unusable and launched an ambush attack. Tsubaki then stabbed her hand toward Yanagisawa, but Yanagisawa evaded that as well. He grabbed her wrist and stopped her hand. The shock wave from that thrust created a hole in the rubble behind Yanagisawa. Still, with his hand holding Tsubaki's wrist, Yanagisawa then said, "Nice to meet you, I am Yanagisawa. You're the manager of this area, right? If possible, I want to negotiate with you." Tsubaki sent a cold gaze toward Yanagisawa. "Is this the culture of yours? To attack the people you want to negotiate with? I don't see any possibility of us forming a deal. It's just an introduction to let you know of our might. That's all there is to it. After all, I'm sure you have no wish to negotiate with a bunch of ants that you can just squash, right? I at least want to let you know that while you might be able to kill us, it won't be easy. Otherwise, you won't even listen to what I have to say. That's the most basic requirement for stepping into the negotiation phase, no." Yanagisawa lightly jumped back to open up some distance. Cold sweat ran down his back as he pulled out a black card from his pocket. "Moreover, I have this. So, can we start?" Tsubaki frowned with displeasure. "If you think that I would listen to anything you say just because you have that card, then you're sadly mistaken." Yanagisawa's smile was mixed with false bravado, but even so, he still somehow managed to stay calm. "Of course, but it at least means that you would have to take our negotiation seriously, right?" Tsubaki's expression immediately returned back to normal, but of course, it still had a tint of coldness. "In that case, throw your weapons down. That is, if you're really wishing to negotiate with us." Yanagisawa managed to keep his smile. After a short hesitation, he made his resolve and let go of his weapons. He then smiled confidently at Tsubaki. There was a few seconds of silence between Tsubaki and Yanagisawa. But those few seconds felt different for both of them. Right about when Yanagisawa started sweating, Tsubaki smiled amicably and guided. "Very well, follow me then, I'll guide you to a better place for negotiation." "Is this place not good enough? I don't think this place is suitable for a negotiation." "You have a point." Tsubaki smiled at Yanagisawa, who replied with a wry smile. After that, two similar automata suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Now that there were 3 Tsubaki there, one stayed behind to guard the place, one guided Yanagisawa to the meeting place, while the last one started walking in front of them. As Yanagisawa followed behind Tsubaki, he then thought, "That would make it 4 automata in total. I wonder just how many more she has, 10? 100? 1,000? No wonder Sakashita Heavy Industry decided that exploring the Kuzusuhara ruin wasn't worth the risk." His expression then changed into a smile. "But that's because they don't know about that thing. If they do, they would have forced their way into the ruin. But I know, and I will be the one to get that thing. If negotiations go well, we should have almost no obstruction in expanding the supply route. Though that was dangerous, I won the bet. In the first place, it's not something that I can get unless I'm willing to risk my life for." Yanagisawa's smile vanished. "Just a bit more." His face was now filled with resolve and determination. Chapter 215, Battle Royal. Akira woke up and found himself lying on the ground. He slowly pushed himself up and coughed out blood. He leaned his body against a nearby wall for support. But the sharp pain was too overwhelming and he tripped over again. His reality-bending mental mode had already been turned off. Thanks to that, his head was assaulted with an excruciating headache as he pledged not to ever use it again. Both his legs and arms were screaming in pain. His augmented suit had also spent all of its energy. He used up all of it without holding back in that battle. Akira squeezed all the remaining strength he had to reach for his medicine. He then gulped it down together with the blood in his mouth. Immediately, his throat reacted and made him cough, flinging some blood off. He ignored the possible side effects as he just took all the medicine that he had in one go. Thankfully, the 10 million orum box of medicine was quick to show its effect, suitable for its price tag. The pain slowly subsided and his consciousness became clearer. As he regained enough strength to move, he once again stood firmly on both feet. He then looked around, picked up his blade, which was lying on the ground nearby, and tried to reevaluate his current situation. How long was I unconscious? A few seconds? Minutes? Hours? Since I'm still alive, it means that the other guy is dead, right? I don't even remember landing on the ground. My augmented suit and the force field armor on my coat must have been off while I was unconscious. Huh. Well, that means that I got pretty lucky there. I guess my luck isn't all bad. Akira smiled wryly and thought, I still can't connect to Alpha. As I thought, my luck is not the worst. Now that the pain in his body had subsided, it only left him with a headache. I was able to actually bend reality with my will back then. I'm not sure if I can ever do that again, but I was able to successfully do it once. It should be easier to do it next time, but the burden is nothing to scoff at. I might even get myself killed next time if I do that. It would be great if I can fight back the side effects with medicine, but judging from the fact that my head is still hurting, it means that medicine doesn't help much in this case, huh? Or is it already the maximum effect of the medicine? I have no idea. Either way, it is better than getting killed. Although it isn't cheap, I guess I'll take some more. Akira carefully returned back to his vehicle. Since he parked the vehicle close to the building, it was not that far from him. But it took him a lot of effort to return to his vehicle. It had been quite a while since the last time he had to move his augmented suit on his own without Alpha's support. Furthermore, his heightened nervousness along the way drained his focus as well and energy. Once he reached his vehicle, he opened the back door, got in, and closed the door before letting out a huge sigh of relief. His nervousness fell as he praised himself for splurging on strong armor plating for his vehicle. The communication device on the vehicle was still showing that it was still being jammed. Akira found that regrettable as he set the auto drive to head back to the temporary base. The vehicle reacted accordingly and started moving. Akira was relieved to find that his vehicle was still working as it should, thus easing his nerves a little bit more. He proceeded to eject the energy packs from his rifles and replace them with high-quality energy packs, ignoring just how expensive they were. As he did that, he then thought that it would have been better if he had been using them right from the start. But at the same time, doing that would raise his expenses and that might result in a monetary loss for him, so it was out of the question. Akira got a taste of common problems plagued by many hunters, choosing between expense and safety. After replenishing all of his equipment, he took an extra dose of medicines to make sure that he was ready to fight anytime. He then leaned on the wall of the vehicle to relax his body while at the same time, he operated his information terminal and information gathering devices to watch out for his surroundings. That was when the vehicle suddenly slowed down and asked for further instructions. Akira frowned. The display on his head showed the reason why the vehicle was asking for further command. The signals showed that there might be a huge ongoing battle along his route back to the base. What the heck is going on? Another ambush from monsters? Good grief, give me a break already. The vehicle was stopped, waiting for further instructions on whether to take a detour to avoid battle or to just ignore it and move forward. The auto-drive system followed its setting not to enter an active battlefield without confirmation from its user. After taking a few seconds of thinking, Akira decided to wait instead. His priority now was to avoid fighting. After all, he had not fully recovered from his last fight. Of course, he had the choice of taking a detour to avoid the battle in front of him, but it would take too much time. The reason why he could come so deep into the ruin with his large APC was thanks to the supply route. If he took another route and got stuck in some small roads instead, it would not be funny if he got attacked by monsters in that situation. At the moment, he was inside a large vehicle, protected with resilient armor plating with no monsters detected around him. Not to mention, that the communication line might recover if he waited long enough. That was why he decided to wait here. Of course, Akira was also worried if the decision that he made there was the correct one. But any decisions might as well be the worst decision. As such, his only option was to recover as much as possible in preparation for anything bad that might occur. As Akira thought so, he went to the portable bed and took a rest there. Suddenly the radar of the vehicle, which was in standby mode, picked up signals from enemies and the vehicle immediately accelerated. Akira was dropped off from the bed due to inertia, but he quickly reacted and readied himself for a fight while cursing. That was fast, goddammit. No matter which decision he took, he might have gotten more resting time if he had made up his mind sooner. Seeing from that perspective, his decision back there was indeed the worst one. The control device of the vehicle made a rough estimation of the enemy's position based on the damaged armor tiles, as the vehicle accelerated away from that direction. The source of that attack seemed to be coming from the general direction of a nearby ongoing battle. When Akira looked in that direction, he could see a young boy in a hunter-augmented suit running in his direction. He was running at the same speed as Akira would if he used his augmented suit. He's running away from the battle, huh? Then that means that was stray bullets from the monsters chasing after him? As Akira was considering helping that hunter and to confirm the situation with him afterwards, he aimed the APC's machine gun past that young boy and frowned. The ones chasing after that boy were multiple armed vehicles. There was no doubt that those vehicles belonged to the other hunters. While Akira was still thinking about what to do there, the young boy hid behind Akira's APC. Thanks to that, the other hunters aimed straight at Akira's vehicle instead. Although the APC itself was undamaged thanks to its strong armor tiles, it was only a matter of time before the armor tiles failed. Akira had a bad feeling and opened the back door while the APC was still running. He then tried to ask what was going on to that young boy. Hey, what dash? But the young boy suddenly aimed his rifle at Akira and came for his life without any warning. Thanks to the ominous feeling that he got, Akira was ready and was able to react. In a blink of an eye, bullets immediately flew in and out of the APC. Although they were shooting at each other at such a close range, since both of them prioritized not getting hit, both were uninjured in that exchange. The young boy quickly jumped on top of the vehicle, hiding away from Akira's line of sight. Akira scowled and looked at the ceiling. That was when a voice mixed between displeasure and happiness came from the ceiling. So you're here too, huh? It's great that you're here. This time I will win for sure. I'll kill you together with those hunters. Once again, it sounded like his opponent this time also knew him beforehand, and again, Akira did not remember who it might be. Are you another guy from the afterlife? Or you? Don't tell me you're Sebla. Who's that Sebla? I'm Tyol. The heck? Tyol who? Tyol's face twitched with hatred. You don't know. I see. You won't even remember my name, huh? I expected that much. Hearing Tyol lash back like that, instead of getting confused, Akira was more irritated. Grenades rained down on and around the vehicle. The explosion also consumed Tyol, but he protected himself using some kind of protective outer coat. The equipment that Tyol was using was unnervingly similar to the ones that Akira used during his fight against the monster Tyol in the past. Tyol clicked his tongue and jumped down. He then ran along Akira's APC and said to Akira while looking straight at his face, I'll get back to you later. Don't worry, I'll definitely be back to kill you. Both you and that guy. Tyol only said so and started shooting at the hunters who were coming at him as if he was protecting Akira's APC. After that, he left the place using his augmented physical strength. Akira was still a bit confused by that sudden turn of events, but the shaking coming from the barrage from the incoming hunters pulled him back to reality. That bastard! He left those hunters for me to deal with. Judging from the intensity of the incoming fires, Akira understood that those hunters were mistaking Akira as Tyol's ally. Even if he wanted to tell the truth, they were outside his communication range. Akira knew that not firing back would not stop the other side from firing him. He could try to get close enough for his voice or for the short-range communication to reach them. But there was no guarantee that he would not be killed before he could do that. So the conclusion he came to was that he had no other choice but to fight back. He changed the vehicle to half-auto mode and set the machine gun to provide suppression fire, while he, himself, peeked out from the vehicle and left the APC with an order to just immediately get away from that place. The APC's powerful machine gun unleashed countless bullets while Akira himself released a barrage of guided armor-piercing grenades. The grenades were set to explode before reaching the hunters for the sake of slowing them down. Although Akira only intended to suppress them, the grenades that he used were still lethal weapons. Thanks to that, it was able to successfully slow down the pursuing hunters. The hunters coming at him switched their focus from pursuing Akira to evading the incoming grenades, thus lowering their rate of fire toward Akira as well. Akira used that chance to get away as far as possible from them. Setting the acceleration to the maximum, he was able to open up some distance between them. After he got away far enough that they could not shoot at each other any longer, Akira went back inside the APC and sighed. For real though, what exactly is going on? Akira rubbed his hair in frustration, but no one was there to answer that question. The leader of the hunter team that was chasing Tyal made a grim face and said, "Damn it! He got away. To think that he has allies as well." The young leader then renewed his resolve. "I don't know who that was and what his aim was, but I won't let him disrupt the expedition. I'll definitely make this expedition a success no matter what." Katsuya here. How is the damage? As long as the connection has not recovered, don't trust anyone you meet. You'll get ambushed otherwise. The team chasing Tyal was Katsuya's. Akira was still not sure what just happened as he drove through the ruin. The situation was only getting worse. According to the radar, it seems that the ongoing battle was only spreading wider. He spotted some flying monsters fighting flying-powered suits. He was only barely able to get away from those on the ground with the help from his APC's machine gun. In this expedition, the city management sent in the powered suit squad first to secure the area. Even someone like Akira knew that plans had gone awry at this point. But that did not give any hint as to how the situation would evolve from there. Akira smiled wryly and mumbled, "I guess this is the rebound from relying too much on Alpha all the time." Akira hesitated to look for another hunter in order to group up with them. The reason was simple: he got attacked by other hunters numerous times in the past. The line of command among hunters was also already completely destroyed. He did find an underground parking lot on his way and thought of hiding there for the time being, but the other hunters already taking shelter within those places suddenly started shooting at him without any warning. Of course, he did try to talk with them since they were close enough for short-range communication, but the only returning words that he received was, "Don't come any closer." It was a messy situation where everyone could not trust those they did not know. I bet that Tyal guy also got himself in some fight with the other hunters just like this. I wonder if there are other hunters in his situation as well? I guess that's the case for that Zalmo too, huh? Or maybe they are actually friends. Can't tell. I have no idea at all. Akira continued driving through the wasteland while wondering about the answer to those questions. That was when a destroyed powered suit blocked his way forward. The destroyed powered suit had its lower half completely decimated and its body was severely damaged at different spots. Akira stopped his APC. He thought that if he used the full power of his augmented suit, he might be able to move that powered suit aside. So he then walked toward the destroyed powered suit. That was when suddenly a short-range connection call reached his information terminal. "Long time no see. To think that we meet in this place, it must be some kind of fate. Anyway, you came at the right time. Can you help me for a bit?" "Who's this?" "It's me, Nelia." Akira immediately looked around. "Where are you calling me from?" "You see a destroyed powered suit nearby, right? I'm inside it. But I can't get out by myself, so can you help me?" Akira hesitated for a bit, but then he carefully approached the blast door and grabbed the bent handle. He swiftly opened the door and switched to his rifle as he aimed inside. Right there, Nelia was smiling amusedly at the surprised Akira. Similar to the powered suit, Nelia only had the upper half of her body. One of her arms was crushed within the bent powered suit. That was a rather cold reaction from you considering that we don't get that many opportunities to see each other. Well, considering the situation and the other party, I had to do at least this much. Is that so? Well, it doesn't really matter. Can you take me back to the temporary base for now? Akira gazed silently at Nelia with a serious face. His rifle was still poised at her. So Nelia raised her eyebrows and asked, "Oh my, do you have some kind of interest in girls that are paralyzed?" Akira sighed exasperatedly and lowered his rifle. It was not because he was sure that Nelia would not shoot at him in this situation. He understood that very well. Nelia was an insane hunter, there was no doubt about it, but her madness was the thing that guaranteed her as non-hostile at this moment. This strange feeling reminded him that there were many things out there that he did not know about in this world. Let me at least confirm this first. You're not hostile at the moment, right? Sure, if you think so. Alright, do tell me beforehand if you're going to attack me, okay? Of course, I'll be sure to tell you beforehand. Akira grabbed Nelia's remaining hand and pulled her out, but the cable connected to her crushed arm prevented him from doing so. Thus, Akira put in more power and tore that cable forcefully before carrying Nelia out. Akira was carrying Nelia by grabbing her remaining arm and letting her body hang down. That Nelia smiled teasingly at Akira and poked fun at him. That was not gentle. Are you not familiar with how to treat a girl's body? I know that some girls like it hard though. Do you perhaps have a preference for them? The heck are you even talking about? Akira only said so and carried Nelia back to his vehicle. After putting Nelia on the driver assistance seat, as if to vent his anger, he turned the vehicle violently and rammed it to the blocking powered suit to push it aside. You're bad at driving, do you want me to drive instead? How are you going to drive with your body like that? The control device in this vehicle is connected to one of the terminals, right? You just need me to connect to that terminal. Although I can't fight with this body, I feel bad leaving everything to you without helping at all. Akira hesitated, but he then pulled out a terminal from the APC. He then connected the terminal to a jack on Nelia's neck as she had instructed. Not too long after that, the APC suddenly started moving with her control. With this, Akira could just focus on fighting and let Nelia handle the driving. After that, Akira and Nelia exchanged information to understand the situation. Hearing what had happened to Nelia's powered suit, Akira frowned and asked, "Wait a sec, are you being serious? The powered suit squad got beaten? Isn't the whole squad using the same powerful powered suit that you were using before? And you still got beaten?" The rider of the powered suit that Tsubaki cut in half was Nelia. She was lent that powered suit in order to advertise it. If the commander was not that stupid, we would have retreated instead. I tried to use a melee weapon since none of our ranged attacks worked, but then this happened. So yes, close range, long range, nothing worked. I don't think they have anything to turn the tide at this point. If they had any trump card, they would have already used it at this point. Which means, those invisible monsters right now are. Now that the powered suit squad is gone, there is no one to stop them. I think they're roaming around the area right now. In the first place, thanks to that old world automaton, the squad was not able to stop any monsters at all. With that, Akira's hope that the situation would fix itself with time was completely dashed. If more and more mechanical monsters did not stop pouring out from the other side, the situation would only get worse with time. Because of this, Akira no longer hesitated, just waiting until the situation got better was out of the question now. He heaved out a huge sigh and made a grim face. All right then, let's force our way back to the temporary base. Although judging by the signal, there's a huge battle near the supply line, but that's still better than just staying here. We're already heading there, I see. Akira was surprised that Nelia just decided where the APC was heading without consulting with him first. But since it was a good thing that they were already heading toward the temporary base, Akira decided not to say anything about it. But still, after hearing your story, this means that our chain of command has been destroyed. And then, for some reason, we're now caught in a situation where the hunters don't trust others that they do not know. This is quite an issue. But to think that we would meet each other in this situation like this, I wonder if we're connected by fate or something. Well, Judging that I'm here in right now, it is safe to say that my luck sucks. That's pretty harsh. The APC's radar picked up some new signals. Akira noticed that and went to open the back door of the APC to clear his line of fire, in case those signals were enemies. He more or less had a grasp on how many enemies there were thanks to those signals detected. As he aimed his rifle, he suddenly spotted a powered suit flying from behind a building, still far away from him. Nelia, are those powered suits here to pick you up? They are enemies. Shoot them down. Right at the instant Nelia said that, the powered suit aimed its rifle at Akira's APC. Hold on if you don't want to be thrown out of the APC. Nelia made the APC do sharp turns in order to evade the incoming bullets. But even so, some of them still hit the APC's sidewall and rooftop. Each shot was huge, fired from an equally large rifle equipped on the enemy's powered suit. The expensive armor plating protected the APC from those shots, but eventually, some plates had their durability worn out and fell to the ground. But even so, the barrage did not stop at all. The force from the bullets pushed the APC to the point that it almost rolled over, but Nelia was able to skillfully control the APC, preventing it from rolling over. Akira quickly grabbed the APC by reflex in order to maintain his balance while his other hand pulled the trigger of his SSB rifle. Due to Nelia's rough driving, his aim was far from accurate. But the homing armor-piercing frag grenades were still able to find their way toward the enemy's powered suit, enveloping it in a sea of flame. Now that the APC was out of the hostile powered suit's line of sight, Akira went to his terminal to check for its signal. The signal was still moving, indicating that their enemy was still alive. Nelia, just a question, have you fought against that powered suit before? Nope, how about you? So how were you able to immediately tell that it was hostile? What are you talking about? Just look at how it moved from the signal. It's obvious that it did not come in peace, no? Akira could not tell. But he thought that it was unwise to say that he did not know, so he decided to just shut up. Nelia found that silence suspicious as she then continued. Well, it's true that it might just have been careful of us, moreover, it's dangerous to try and come this close. Close enough till it can send its identification code. Even if that powered suit held no hostility, it should be aware that we might be hostile against it. Although my judgment is basically based on the end result, I don't deny that I was not being that careful when deciding if it was hostile or not. But do you think we should let it close considering that it might suddenly spring an ambush and get us killed? No, that's fine. It's true that it is hostile too after all. Right? Akira just tried to end the subject as he agreed with Nelia, thus she returned back to her usual mood. But still, since both of us don't remember fighting it at all, then why is it attacking us? Did the user go on a rampage after losing the rest of his team? From what I see, it seemed to be obviously aiming for us though. Right after Nelia said that, someone suddenly connected to the vehicle's short-range communication feature. It was because the user of that powered suit had dialed his device communication output to maximum, allowing him to only send his voice to Akira. Akira, I'm not going to let you run away. You're going to die here. That I can guarantee. Akira's face twitched as he scowled. In contrast to that, Nelia smiled amusedly and said, It seems that it is chasing after you. Are you sure you don't remember that guy? This voice, it's Zalmo. I see, so what is your connection with that guy? It seems that guy really hates you, did you cuckold him or something? When Nelia jokingly said so, Akira climbed up the top of the APC through the open back door and turned on his communication device. He once attacked a shop owned by someone I know. I'm pretty sure I killed that guy then and there. I did blow his head off back then and there was no mistaking it, his brain was scattered all over the place after that. But, for some reason he is still alive. Maybe it's someone else posing as that guy. Nelia listened with full interest. That's a pretty interesting story. If you were not lying, then either he got resurrected or he's a ghost. There's a story about the beguiling ghost around this area, after all. I guess it's not that weird to find a dead man roaming around this place. That story about the beguiling ghost, wasn't it supposed to be the old world area managers? You know, Those AI managing the old-world buildings? I saw one back in Mihazono ruin when I went to Saranthal building. There are many different theories about that beguiling ghost. Well, putting that aside, it might be possible to resurrect someone with a destroyed brain with old-world technology. No, that's just simply impossible no matter how you look at it, right? And old-world technology is such a thing that turned such absurdities into reality, right? You are a hunter yourself. So it's better to keep in mind that nothing is impossible for the old-world technology. Akira indeed had gone through a lot of things that were out of the ordinary, so he found it interesting that he still had some common sense left inside him as he smiled wryly. Even after using an augmented suit that boosted his physical strength outside the realm of common sense, the SSB rifle that could spit out an impossible amount of bullets, and had spent days living together with something as absurd as Alpha, Akira found it interesting how resilient this so-called common sense could be. He's coming from above. Akira aimed his SSB rifle up and pulled the trigger. One of his SSB rifles was spewing out homing armor-piercing frag grenades while the other one was spewing out anti-force field rounds. Akira shot that barrage with such intensity that he emptied his magazines in a blink of an eye. Way above Akira, the hostile-powered suit was flying so high that he was barely able to spot it. That powered suit aimed its guns at Akira, and just like what he had done just now, it also emptied its magazines, releasing a storm of bullets in Akira's direction. The bullets and explosives both rushed up and down past each other. Some of them collided and exploded in midair. The bullets that came from above landed and created large sinkholes in the ground. Some of them managed to hit Akira's APC, shaking it violently, causing some of the armor tiles to fall. While the frag grenades flying upwards hit the side of nearby buildings and exploded. The shrapnel collided with the powered suit, resulting in flashes of light on the force field armor. During that exchange between the two opponents with an overwhelming difference in size, both parties exchanged an uncountable number of bullets, heavily damaging the area. Chapter 216, Deathmatch. After Zalmo was blown away in his last exchange with Akira, he somehow landed safely and immediately scanned his surroundings. He was able to find the unconscious Akira from just a quick search. The reason why he did not finish Akira off there and then was simply because he was being extremely careful of the damage done to his body. Zalmo basically had lost one of his arms. The other parts of his body were also heavily damaged. Although he still could fight in that state, he could no longer fight the way he did before. Normally, that level of exchange would not be able to cause that much damage to him. But in order to defend himself from Akira's blade, he had to focus all the energy within his cyborg body to extend a force field armor to act as a shield. Any part of his body exposed was basically sacrificed. Since the Eastern District was dominated by rifles capable of long-range attacks, melee weapons sold in the Eastern District had to have a certain edge to them, something that would warrant its use in spite of the already powerful rifles, something that would guarantee death once the enemy stepped into its reach. In order to answer this expectation, most of the melee weapons sold in the Eastern District were extremely sharp. Zalmo thought that Akira's blade was also like that. After all, he decided to challenge Zalmo in melee range combat when they were stuck in an evenly matched battle. And Zalmo was right. If he had not used all of the energy within him, he would not have been able to defend himself against that attack. In the end, Zalmo saw that against him, who had a rifle that could pierce through walls, Akira made a simple decision: to lure him to an open space without any walls. Akira's sudden change in movement made him seem like a completely different person. That experience caused Zalmo to become overly cautious. He was suspicious of whether Akira was actually conscious or not. It could be a scheme to lure him closer. Zalmo, who would be checking his surroundings with his information terminal before carefully approaching Akira, might get jumped on. Zalmo could easily foresee Akira suddenly springing up, taking out a concealed melee weapon to finish him after he got close enough. Otherwise, it was to lure Zalmo close enough, to ascertain Zalmo's position and rifle's condition before shooting. Of course, with single doubt clouding his mind, Zalmo could not help but think of all kinds of possibilities. Naturally, none of which could be ignored. Back in the slum city and during their exchange just now, Akira was able to make a surprising move right when Zalmo thought that he had secured his victory. Thus, Zalmo had no wish to try his luck for the third time when his cyborg body was damaged. After deciding not to take that risk, Zalmo left that place in order to find something that could help ascertain his victory. His experience with Akira so far caused Zalmo's decision-making skills to go south. It also saved Akira's life. And so, Zalmo was fighting Akira with a powered suit. Originally, Zalmo's powered suit was prepared in order to cause chaos by attacking the city management squads, while also emitting friendly identification signals at the same time. But Zalmo was willing to risk being scolded by his boss later just to use it to eliminate Akira. It might seem to be an excessive use of firepower. But to Zalmo, it was necessary. He already had seeds of fear planted within him. Seeds called Akira. He needed absolute, overwhelming firepower to kill him for certain. This time he made sure of it. He removed any unlikely chance of Akira turning the tables on him. But now, even after using his powered suit, Akira was still alive. This further confirmed Zalmo's paranoid decision as a correct one. Akira continued fighting back desperately. He was standing on top of his APC as it drove haphazardly through the ruin. Nelia kept driving haphazardly in order to avoid the incoming bullets. The APC swayed violently. Akira was almost thrown off the vehicle each time it made a sharp turn. Akira was somehow able to fix his footing with the help of his augmented suit, but the incoming bullets from above made him frown as he kept shooting at the enemy's powered suit. Due to how fast the APC was going, the violent swaying, the distance to the target, and the speed of the enemy's powered suit, Akira was not able to get a proper aim. The bullets that were able to properly reach their target were only the homing armor-piercing frag grenades. The explosions from those grenades then would throw the powered suit off balance, interrupting its aiming, while at the same time, it also slowed down the powered suit's movement. Akira then aimed for this opportunity to use his anti-force field armor bullets loaded SSB to snipe at that powered suit. Thus, further slowing down Zalmo and throwing off his aiming even further, allowing Akira's APC to survive a few seconds more. Akira compressed his time perception. Although he had another method to increase the accuracy of his sniping, he could not pick that option. After all, there was no guarantee that would kill the opponent. There was also a good chance he would not be able to take on the burden and it might outright knock him unconscious. He was certain that would happen, so he was even limiting the density of his time perception compression. He aimed for the moment when the enemy's line of sight was blocked by a building before quickly returning back inside the APC. As the world ran at a slower pace, Akira wanted to quickly replace the energy packs in his rifles and coat before returning back to the top of the APC. The swaying of the APC caused the supplies to be sent flying, but the time compression allowed Akira to follow the slowly flying objects around him. He would eject the magazines out of his rifles and would quickly take a new set of magazines floating in the air to replace them. He hardly had any leeway of returning back inside to replenish. So, he had no other choice but to get all the necessary supplies in the shortest time possible. If Akira could not return back to the top of the APC before the opponent had a good line of sight to his vehicle, he would not be able to throw off Zalmo's suppressive fire. Any more hits would quicken the death of his APC. In a situation where he had no support from Alpha, his only lifelines were his supplies. If he lost his APC, where he kept all of his supplies, he would no longer have any hope of surviving. The raining bullets exchanged with the soaring ones. The difference in their firepower was obvious. Thanks to the force field armor of the powered suit, it did not sustain much damage even after getting hit. Although the energy conversion sapped its remaining energy, Akira had no way to measure how much the powered suit had left. While the APC was able to survive thanks to its resilient armor plating, that was not the case for Akira. Even if he increased the force field armor output of his coat to its maximum, he could only take one shot at most. The second shot would definitely kill him. Although depending on how much energy he had left, he might still be able to avoid instant death. Nonetheless, there was no question that it would render him unfit to continue the fight. There was also a chance the first shot might even kill him outright. Akira was desperately trying to survive this battlefield under such harsh conditions. He understood that he had no chance of winning. The most he could do there was to delay his imminent defeat. His only chance of survival was to keep delaying until his opponent faced the same issue, forcing Zalmo to stop. Although the scale was completely different, Akira was no stranger to such fights. He had done it numerous times before he had met Alpha. Thus, Akira just kept on squeezing every last drop of strength he had to stay alive. In the middle of that exchange, Zalmo had a grim expression on his face, hidden inside the augmented suit. The homing armor-piercing frag grenade ammo that Akira used was significantly slower than normal bullets. Not to mention, Zalmo was moving relatively fast in the sky. But even so, Akira kept on accurately hitting his grenade ammo. The explosions threw Zalmo's aiming off, thus significantly dropping his accuracy. If Zalmo focused on aiming accurately, he would have to stop moving. This meant Akira would have a better chance of hitting him. If it came to that point, there was a good chance Akira would use an anti-force field round to snipe him using the small window of opportunity. Although the powered suit was strong enough to take a few anti-force field shots, an instantaneous barrage of a whole extended magazine would generate enough firepower to break the force field armor of his powered suit. Zalmo had no other choice but to keep moving in order to stay alive. The powered suit was basically undamaged, and it still had plenty of remaining energy. There was no question that Zalmo had the upper hand there. But Zalmo's expression did not express any glee. Instead, it was the opposite. "Are you kidding me? The heck is with that boy?" This powered suit has been designated to be used by the City Defense Squad as its next-generation powered suit, you know? Why is it still not enough to kill him? As Zalmo got more and more nervous, the powered suit's control device notified him that the remaining energy had already gone below 50% and it was still falling fast. Zalmo could still continue fighting in this state, but for some reason, Zalmo's expression turned grimmer as he decided to bail out from the battle. Zalmo thought that it was a bad idea to maintain this stalemate with little hope of immediately killing Akira. It would be horrendous if the powered suit no longer had enough remaining energy to expand its force field armor to the max the moment Akira launched a counterattack. Furthermore, if he withdrew now, he could refill his energy packs as well as get anti-personnel weapons, which would give him a better chance of killing Akira. Once came to that conclusion, he decided to retreat. The moment Zalmo left the battle, Akira also immediately stopped firing. For a split second there, Zalmo thought that Akira might have run out of ammo and that it was a mistake to leave the battle right now, but he then immediately shook his head and mumbled with a grim face. "I know that it's for a large-scale expedition, but that armor plating and the amount of reserve ammo he has is simply overkill no matter how you look at it. I can understand if the expedition is close to the front line, but that's not the case here. Judging from his equipment, there's a good chance that he was fully expecting to fight other hunters." "Wait, no way, don't tell me he knew all along that this would happen right from the start." Zalmo voiced out his thoughts as he left the battlefield, but that only led him to more questions. Akira's gaze followed the retreating Zalmo as he had a rather surprised look on his face. "Did he just run away?" Nelia answered through the communication device. "Akira, are you still alive?" "Yeah, somehow." "Oh, that was impressive. So he didn't leave because he got you, huh? Not bad." The first half of Nelia's reply contained a surprise in its tone, while the latter half was more of amusement. Akira smiled wryly and dragged himself back inside the APC. "Don't just assume I'm dead like that. So then, where are we right now? Are we already close to the forward base?" "Unfortunately, we're even further than before." "The heck?" In response to that rather sharp reply from Akira, Nelia replied with a rather sullen voice. "That's because I had to change the direction of the vehicle a few times to get away from all the bullets that guy shot, you know. Moreover, the route got closed by debris from that battle as well, so we can no longer use it to get back. Not only was I busy evading the incoming bullets, but I also had to take care of the monsters blocking our ways as well as avoiding the smaller paths to make sure that we won't get stuck. I know that you were busy back then, but I was equally busy here as well, you know." "Is that so? I see. Thanks." "You're welcome." As Akira just honestly thanked her, Nelia replied with a jovial voice. Sorry, but can you keep driving for the time being? I need to take a rest. Sure, by the way, are you alright? No idea. If I say no, are you going to help me? I just need to adjust my plan, like including the case if you get killed. I see, I'm fine. That's good to hear. Akira smiled wryly as he relaxed. Akira started by reloading and replacing his energy packs. He then took a good amount of medicine before sitting on the collapsible bed. His mind has been dulled since he had relaxed after such an intense fight. He looked around the inside of the APC. All the supplies that were once there had significantly reduced, and it was easy to see just how discouraged Akira was from his expression. The anti-force field bullet was better than the ones he had used in the past. Each one cost him 1,000 aurum per thanks to the discount. The homing armor-piercing frag grenades cartridges were even more expensive than the anti-force field bullets. The medicines had cost him 10 million aurum a box. The energy packs were more costly now that he had better equipment on. All of these were the price of his survival without Alpha's support. But he shook his head and banished that thought from his mind. He had no leeway to tire himself with more things to worry about. Moreover, if he was able to survive that fight only by using this much, that in itself meant that he had become pretty strong. Akira told himself that as he lightly laughed, mocking the bad situation he was in. The vehicle was shaking violently. Sounds of explosions could be heard outside. It was far from peaceful, but even so, it was precious resting time for Akira. He controlled his breathing to help him recover while making sure that he would not get thrown off from the bed. But even that did not even last for 10 minutes. Akira, something is approaching us from behind. It is outside the shooting range of the machine gun and it's pretty fast. I know. Akira already noticed that signal from the APC's sensor that was connected to his information terminal. He opened the back door and carefully checked the direction of the signal. The moment he did that, he could not hide his surprise. The signal came from two young female hunters who were being thrown right into Akira's APC. Akira was judging what to do there, whether to shoot them down, deflect them away, or receive them. In the first place, he had no idea if they were friends or foes. While he was at loss on what to do, he was already too late. The two girls went past him right into the APC and crashed into the supply boxes. Akira pulled out his rifles and aimed at them by pure reflex. But at the next moment, he realized the state of those two girls. He understood that it was useless to shoot them. One of the girls had her neck torn off while the other one had a large hole in her torso. Corpses? What the hell is going on here? Although Akira was even more confused than before, he immediately shoved that out of his head as he immediately returned his aim outside the APC and pulled the trigger. The person who threw those dead hunters into Akira's APC jumped away using his immense strength to avoid the incoming barrage before landing on top of the APC. Akira jumped outside of the APC and made a flip. The moment he landed, he immediately aimed his rifles on top of his APC. Since forced himself to maintain his posture using his augmented suit, there was a line dug into the ground. However, his aim was still on target and did not meander away at all. But the next second, Akira compressed his time perception and jumped out of the way since the guy had jumped off the APC and swung down a powerful kick aimed at him. The kick landed on the ground. But Akira avoided it. The huge force from the kick was taken in by the ground, creating a huge crack. While both of them were still off balance, they raced each other, fixing their postures in order to get the first dip on the next attack. Both of them then immediately stopped. They raised their guards toward each other while searching for an opening. And so, they ended up standing still, staring at each other for a few seconds. Akira's expression turned grim the moment he got a good look on his opponent's face. Taiyo laughed like a madman. Sorry for the wait. I'm here to kill you now. Both you and that guy. Akira then noticed that Taiyo's equipments were eerily similar to his. They were so similar that it was impossible to differentiate between them from afar. That guy? Who? The answer to that question quickly presented itself after that. Another vehicle appeared from behind. The upper part of the vehicle could be opened to make it easier for its passengers to fight, and the person peeking out from that vehicle was Katsuya. The dead girls that Taiol threw into Akira's APC were from Katsuya's team. He went to attack Katsuya's team, killed some of them, grabbed the badly wounded, and then went to look for Akira while maintaining his distance from Katsuya. He made sure that Katsuya would not lose sight of him. After finding Akira, Taiol then threw the badly wounded hunters to Akira. The transmitters in their augmented suits continuously sent signals to let others know the location of its users. Katsuya thought that he might be able to save them if they were still alive. That was why he continued to chase after those signals. Even after the signals told him that they were already dead, Katsuya still kept on chasing. However, this time, it was for the sake of revenge. He did not notice that Taiol deliberately maintained the distance between them in order to lure him. The moment Katsuya caught Taiol in his sights, he immediately roared. "There you are. This is revenge for them. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you." Katsuya could not differentiate between Akira and Taiol. But Katsuya no longer cared about that anymore. He blindly believed that the other guy was Taiol's friend and that he would just need to kill them both. Akira finally understood what was going on and sent a sharp glare at Taiol. "You bastard." But Taiol did not seem shaken at all as he grinned and said, "I'll definitely kill both of you. So you can go ahead and kill each other. Both of you can just go to the afterlife." Akira immediately ran back to his APC and Taiol followed next to him. Not too long after that, Katsuya released a barrage of grenades. In a blink of an eye, the whole area was enveloped in explosions. Akira and Taiol jumped out of the explosions. Akira was unharmed thanks to his coat while Taiol was able to quickly regenerate thanks to his abnormal vitality as a monster. Akira and Taiol also exchanged shots while running side by side. They released their rounds at the same time and then jumped out of its way at the same time. It was as if they had prearranged their engagement beforehand. They blazed left and right through the ruin using their enhanced physical strength to evade their opponent's bullets as well as the raining grenades. All of this was done as they kept releasing shots at each other, aiming to stop the other in their tracks. Both sides knew that the first person who stopped would be hit by the grenades and would be rendered unable to fight. So they were willing to take some hits and focused more on speed instead of evading the bullets. But then, Taiol was able to go ahead of Akira. Taiol kept running in front of him as he aimed backwards without even looking. Although Taiol was aiming without looking while running at the same time, Akira understood that he was aiming properly at him since the internals of the muzzle of his rifle could be seen. With Katsuya's team chasing and shooting from behind them, Akira understood if he focused more on evading instead of moving forward, the attacks from both Katsuya and Taiol would kill him. Thus, in order to survive, Akira chose to risk it. He completely ignored the pain on his head as he gathered his focus, compressed his time perception, and retried bending reality with his will. Akira's vision once again distorted. As his perception of the world turned sharper, he charged straight toward the muzzle in front of him. The maneuver and increased output of his augmented suit were crushing his body. It was only thanks to the medicine that Akira took before jumping into action that helped maintain the shape of his body. The expensive medicines had a strong healing effect and prolonged healing duration. Thus, it was able to quickly heal any small wounds. But of course, that did not make the body stronger. It was a forceful method to keep the performance of the body by relying on the healing power of the medicines through an endless cycle of breaking and healing the body on a cellular level. The moment the medicine's effects ran out, or the moment the injuries were faster than the healing, Akira would instantly die. In that situation where Akira himself was uncertain how close to death he was able to accurately predict where Taiol was aiming as he kept accelerating forward. Akira only took the least necessary movements to evade the incoming bullets as they grazed and took a piece of flesh off his face. However, that kind of wound was far from dangerous. It was not even close to enough to shave off Akira's fighting spirit. He rapidly closed the distance to Taiol with a grin. He then used the full power of his augmented suit to swing down his blade at Taiol. Taiol did try to evade that attack, but he was not able to completely get away from it either. The glowing blade completely cut off one of Taiol's arms right from the shoulder down. As Akira saw Taiol's arm flying away slowly through the air, he thought that he had the upper hand now. He quickly changed posture in order to deliver the killing blow, but when he saw the severed arm move, he raised his eyebrows and jumped away. The severed arm suddenly folded its elbow to aim the rifle on its hand at Akira while still in midair. The severed arm pulled the trigger, the bullets in its muzzle spewed out, grazing Akira. The kickback from the shots caused the rifle to flail uncontrollably in the air. While still running, Taiol quickly grabbed the flailing arm that was flying at him from the recoil of the shots. He then placed it back onto the open surface wound, which was gushing out green blood. When both arm and shoulder touched, they somehow got reconnected. Akira, who had already jumped away and opened some distance from Taiol, saw that and was astonished. He was surprised that Taiol was able to reconnect his severed arm, but more than that, he was surprised by the blood coming out from the wound. Green blood. No way, can it be that? Akira remembered the massive humanoid monsters that he had fought in the past. As if he knew what Akira was thinking, Taiol laughed at him. So that monster was you, huh? Didn't I kill you back then? How the heck did you return back from death? I see now. In that case, I can just kill you again and again until you're dead. That's right. That was me. But this time, I will be the one who wins. You'll be the one dead. As Akira and Taiol ran side by side while widening the distance between them, they exchanged a grin, although they did not exchange words. Both sides knew what the other sides were thinking about. They stopped momentarily shooting at each other because of their surprise as well as for the sake of healing their wounds. However, it did not take long before they immediately aimed their rifles at each other and were about to start exchanging bullets again. That was when a vehicle suddenly went in and charged at them. Nelia's voice could be heard from the communication device. Akira! I'm coming there, so hop on. Nelia did not understand what was going on. But she understood that she could not afford to slow down nor to stop. She accelerated the APC forward as if to run over anything and anyone that got in its way. The vehicle went past between Taiol and Akira. Akira quickly jumped and grabbed the side of the APC, and Taiol did the same on the other side. Katsuya's team was still shooting at them from the front. The storm of bullets was intense. It came both from the machine gun of the vehicles as well as rifles from each hunter. But that was not enough to stop Akira's APC, with Nelia continuing to go at full speed. Nelia kept shooting at the machine guns in order to reduce the incoming bullets while she kept accelerating the APC. Akira had one hand holding onto one side of the APC while he was using his other free hand to shoot homing armor-piercing frag grenades to clear the way forward. Taiol also did the same from the other side, except he was aiming specifically at Katsuya's team. There was a difference in their shots. Nelia and Akira focused more on clearing obstacles while Taiol was clearly aiming to kill Katsuya's team. Because of that, most of the obstacles removed were from Akira's side. So Nelia directed the vehicle toward that opening, causing Taiol's side to be more exposed. Not only did this shield Akira from the enemy's bullets, but it also made Taiol take on most of them. The APC used all the build-up momentum to charge into a small opening within the enemy's formation. The smaller vehicles could not withstand the power of Akira's large APC and were sent flying. Akira managed to hold on from getting thrown off the APC. It was thanks to his augmented suit that the shock from the collision did not knock him off. But that was not the case for Taiol. After taking in tons of bullets, he was weakened to the point that shock threw him off the APC. The collision shook some of the armor tiles off the APC, but with its superior horsepower and size, it successfully managed to force its way through the enemy's formation. Akira was breathing rapidly as he climbed up the APC. His first step after that was to use more medicine to heal his body before asking Nelia. Nelia, thanks for the help. But could you have done it better? Nelia replied with an amused voice. Nope. As a matter of fact, you should be more thankful than that. After all, I came back for you. Thank you very much. You're welcome. We're allies for now after all. So I would at least do that much for you. Well, thanks. Akira smiled wryly and just spat out that reply. That was when Nelia warned him. 2 signals from above. Akira quickly aimed his rifles up, but he did not make it in time, so he instead jumped out of the way. Right at the next moment, those 2 signals landed simultaneously above the APC. The shock from Katsuya and Taiol landing on top of the APC shook it and caused the armor tiles where they landed to bend. Taiol laughed like a madman. Although his body was covered in his green blood from the bullets before, he had already healed up all of his wounds. "Don't think you can get away from me." Katsuya's expression was filled with hatred. That hatred caused him to throw caution into the wind as he did something as reckless as jumping onto the enemy's APC. "You won't get away from me. All of you will die here." Akira frowned, but it was more because of an inconvenience rather than hatred. "Just knock it off already, Katsuya. Was it again? The object of your revenge is over there, not me." Akira said so and pointed at Taiol. But that did not soften the hatred from Katsuya's eyes. "You won't trick me. It's both of you. I'll definitely avenge my friend's death. I know that you're misunderstanding this, but I'll at least try to let you know that I'm not that guy's friend." "Like hell I would believe that." "Then let's do this instead. How about we work together until we get to kill that guy? We can try to kill each other after that." "You gotta be crazy to think that I would work with you." Akira did that knowing that it was highly unlikely for Katsuya to accept his offer, but even so, getting rejected still made him knit his eyebrows. That was when Taiol then mocked. "In that case, Akira, how about you work with me instead?" "Drop dead." Taiol laughed and shifted his gaze to Katsuya. "How about you?" "I'll kill you." Between the three of them, one thought that it was a huge inconvenience, one was laughing like a madman, and one was glaring with intense hatred. All of them there already expected that no one would try to work with anyone, so after they confirmed that their guesses were correct, they then spoke as they jumped into action at the same time. All right, then both of you can just die. Get on with it already. Kill each other. Die. I'll definitely kill both of you." The intense three-way deathmatch started on top of the Tsunero APC. Chapter 217, Those Who Stepped In. Due to its relatively large size, the top of the APC was rather spacious. But of course, it was way too narrow for a gunfight. Akira, Katsuya, and Taiol saw the other as their enemies and aimed rifles, originally made to fight against monsters, at the other two. The APC left a trail of destruction as stray bullets flew out from the top of the APC. The explosions and gunshots made by the three of them were enough to lure monsters. Some of the stray bullets would strike against buildings around the area, causing the hunters who were hiding there to think that they were under attack. Thus, as expected, they shot back at the APC. The area that was silent immediately enveloped in a hailstorm of bullets and explosions. It engulfed the whole area in fire. All three of them continued fighting each other, spreading fire and destruction in their wake. Akira shot out anti-force field bullets and homing armor-piercing frag grenades with his SSB rifles to get Katsuya and Taiol off his APC. The stray bullets went past their targets and hit the buildings around the APC. The explosions blew away the buildings, raising a cloud of dust, while the bullets were able to easily drill holes through those buildings. Some of them even hit the APC and peeled off its armor tiles. The APC that was filled with supplies was Akira's lifeline. But both Taiol and Katsuya did not have the leeway to attack the APC, and Akira himself did not have the leeway to worry about hitting his own APC in that battle. Katsuya quickly jumped back of the APC to get away from Akira's wild shots. He then grabbed the edge of the APC and stuck to its side. He was holding the APC as a shield in one hand while using the other to spray bullets at those on top of the APC. Akira pulled his head back to evade Katsuya's shots. He then fell backwards in that posture. Although it seemed that he was going to fall to the ground just like that, Akira used the contact surface of the boots of his augmented suit to stand straight, horizontal to the side of the APC, thus blocking Katsuya from targeting him. While he was in that position, Akira aimed both of his rifles above his head and pulled the trigger. To be more precise, he was aiming at Taiol, who had jumped and was running on a building sidewall ever since he evaded Akira's indiscriminate shooting from before. Akira knew the general location of Taiol from his information-gathering device. Since he had no leeway to take a proper aim at him, he instead focused more on trying to prevent Taiol from joining back. So, he spread grenades everywhere, as if to destroy everything around him. Bullets rained down onto the building where Tyal was, but Tyal was unfazed. He kept running forward. His monstrous vitality allowed him to take bullets with no problem at all. So, Tyal just kept on chasing the APC while ignoring the incoming bullets. He then aimed his arm, already transformed into a cannon, at Akira. Both Akira and Tyal exchanged shots. Since both of them were shooting bullets, grenades, and warheads from a difficult position, they were both unable to properly aim at the other. The warheads hit the APC directly, throwing it off from its track. Akira ran on the side of the APC to evade the incoming warheads. He somehow managed to stay on the side of the APC. It rocked violently. Tyal used that opening to jump from the side of the building. His face was showing a blood-covered smile. Right after that, grenades came crashing onto the sidewall. Although the explosions also devoured Tyal, he could be seen to have soon jumped out from the smoke. For the sake of knocking their opponent off, to make sure not to let them get away, and to gain the upper hand, all of them tried to get back to the top of the APC as quickly as possible. Akira ran back to the top of the APC, while Katsuya tried to climb back up, and Tyal jumped from the side of another building straight to the top of the APC. If any of them used that chance to shoot someone else, it would create an opening for the third party to shoot him. That understanding allowed the three of them to get back on top of the narrow APC. A bullet aimed at the head, a kick to throw the opponents off balance, a twist and turn to evade the incoming blow, regaining the balance after the exchange, quickly jumping away from the line of fire, jumping back to close the distance, re-aiming the rifle back at their opponent. They threw bullets, kicks, and strikes to destroy the opponent's weapons or bodies. Among the flurry of the strikes, they ducked, blocked, and evaded. Even a single mistake would immediately kill any of them, as they were locked in a three-way battle royal. That was when monsters jumped into the fray as well. A huge beast monster landed on top of the APC and tried to take a huge bite of the three. The machine guns with legs appeared on the side of a few buildings and were shooting bullets in Akira's direction. Even in such a messy situation, Akira, Tyal, and Katsuya kept on trying to kill each other while shooting down the legged machine guns and the monsters that landed on the top of the APC. Akira kicked one of the beasts that had already lost its head in Tyal's direction. Tyal deflected its carcass to one of the nearby buildings in order to destroy the legged machine guns there. Katsuya tried to make use of that opening, but both Akira and Tyal made sure to keep him in check so that he would not be able to make any moves in this situation. With so many factors suddenly mixed in the battle, every single decision that they make could easily decide whether they live or die. But even so, none of them was knocked off the APC. Although the APC was going pretty fast, causing the scenery around them to blur, for the three of them, who were pumped full of adrenaline with heightened senses, it seemed that the scenery around them had stopped. Akira somehow managed to keep up with the intense fight with the help of his time perception compression. The panging pain in his head caused a growing haziness to flood his mind. It was obvious that his brain could not take this burden any longer. While at the same time, a strange feeling spread through his body as if it was being crushed and reformed. It was the sensation which came from the continuous cycle of the injuries being continuously healed, thanks to the medicines that he had used beforehand. Normally, the pain-killing effects from the medicines would allow him to ignore the excruciating pain. However, he would still be able to feel enough so as not to cause any harmful effects during a fight. That feeling of discomfort came from this. The moment the medicine lost its pain-killing effect, the pain would immediately eliminate Akira's mind and shut down his body. Akira more or less knew how much time he had left, judging from how numbed pain felt and his abundant experience from all the battles that he had gone through. All those experiences were indicating to him that he was at his limit soon. These guys are strong. Can I really keep up until I kill them? No, I have no other choice but to do it. I just need to kill them fast, before my body shuts down first. Even a second faster will be good enough. I have to commit myself more. I'll kill them before I'm dead first. The fear of death caused Akira to frown, but then a mocking smile overrode his fear. He then ignored the burden, increased his time compression, strengthened his reality-bending willpower, and pushed his body to move even faster. The stalemate between the three of them started to change as Akira committed himself further into the fight. The tide of the battle started to turn toward Akira's favor. Tile, who understood that, felt joy instead of fear. I can tell you're getting desperate, right? You're pushing yourself past your limit, right? That just means you're that cornered right now. Akira was also desperate when he fought against the giant Tile. But at that time, Akira seemed to still have some leeway. That came from the fact that Akira trusted Alpha's support. Even in the worst-case scenario, he believed that Alpha would do something about it. Moreover, if the opponent was too strong, then Alpha would have done something right from the start. But this time, Akira did not give out such a feeling at all. He was simply trying his best, with each step, bringing him closer to death's door just to win the battle. Tile could obviously feel that Akira was being cornered. This is not like the last time. I can kill him this time. I finally have the chance to kill him. I just need to push just a little bit more. Go to hell. Tile wished for more power. His wish stemmed from his desire to kill Akira. But because of that, his consciousness started to show bias and leaned more toward the system instead of that of a human. The current body was not Tile's real body. His real body was the giant which Akira had destroyed the other day. After the city management took a small sample of his body, they burnt it so other monsters would be unable to feed on that corpse. Therefore, his original body no longer existed. The body that Tile was using right now was something based on the surviving terminal that Yatsubayashi had modified according to the deal that he had with Tsubaki. Originally, Tsubaki was planning to control this modified body together with some other units. But then she found a much better automaton body to use. So, she no longer needed those units. After that, Tsubaki installed Tile's personality into one of them and ordered him to spread chaos amongst the city defense squad. Tsubaki, who resurrected Tile, demanded Tile to properly give her results this time. If he was able to do that, Tsubaki promised him that she would ask Yatsubayashi to provide him with a proper body. If not, then he would be thrown into a dumpster and be incinerated. Of course, Tile had no choice but to accept her conditions. While at the same time, Tsubaki also told him this body was the only thing that had Tile's data at the moment. So if that body was destroyed, Tile would be dead for real this time. After the expedition started, Tile met Katsuya's team by pure coincidence. It was not like Tile deliberately went after Katsuya's team. At that time, he only recognized Katsuya as nothing more than one of the common hunters. But the reason why he was clearly aiming to kill Katsuya was simply because he heard Katsuya mentioning, "I will turn this expedition into a success in order to win Cheryl's heart." As if it was a prank from the god, Tile then met Akira by coincidence as well. Moreover, he successfully caused Katsuya to mistake Akira as one of his allies. At that time, he thought it might be a good idea to make them fight against each other, and he succeeded. At the moment luck was siding him. Tile, who thought so, became extremely excited. The thought of killing Akira and Katsuya and then winning Cheryl's heart now felt within his reach. The excitement threw his logic off the window as he sold a part of himself for more power. With Akira and Tile fully committing themselves towards that battle. Katsuya, who was the last person to do that, also got riled up in response to the other two. These guys are strong. Damn it. I didn't expect that I would fight against these people like them when I'm not in my best shape. Even in this situation, Katsuya's distorted common sense was only able to recognize it as a slightly bad situation. Since up till now he was able to fight against monsters with relative ease, he was not able to correctly recognize the severity of the situation. But that small difference caused a huge gap during that intense battle against Tile and Akira. Although Katsuya had gone through numerous dangerous encounters and was able to get through all of them by doing something reckless, what he was trying now was different. The domain close to death should already be familiar to him, but for some reason, this time, he felt a different kind of presence of death. As he knitted his brows, he thought about this unfamiliar presence of death. I've been moving slower ever since the jamming happened. Why is that? Is it because the support system is affected by that jamming? But even without the support system, it should still function as a normal augmented suit, right? What the heck is going on? Katsuya ended up unconsciously looking for the reasons he was having difficulty. This divided his attention, which caused him to slow down even more. But that was enough to cause a fatal opening in that battle. Akira and Taial did not let that chance slide as both of them simultaneously aimed their rifles at Katsuya. But this was where Akira's slightly late response spared Katsuya's life. If Akira had committed to the battle a few seconds sooner and stepped closer to the death door to sharpen his senses, Katsuya would have died there. Inside the compressed time perception, Akira aimed his rifle at Katsuya while fixing his gaze at him. He then realized that Katsuya noticed him and took a defensive stance instead of jumping out of the way. A barrage of anti-force field armor rounds at close range would be able to easily break through that level of defense. Akira knew that Katsuya would understand that as well, so right at the next moment, Akira jumped away following his instinct. A split second later, a storm of bullets enveloped the top of the APC. Akira was barely able to evade it while Taial, who was not able to evade, took the barrage head-on and was thrown flying before landing on the ground. He rolled over a few times before being run over by the vehicles chasing after Akira's APC from behind. That attack just now came from Katsuya's team. After Akira's APC broke through their formation, they immediately turned around and started chasing the APC. Then the moment they felt that Katsuya was in danger, they immediately took action to provide supporting fire to him. Both the ones that were peeking out from the vehicles as well as the ones driving the vehicles were all moving in a quick, organized manner, without exchanging any information in between them. Moreover, they sprayed the bullets in such a fashion that it covered the whole top, except for where Katsuya was standing. Of course, Katsuya also got hit by some of the bullets, but he was unscathed. Akira then thought, while hiding himself around the edge of the rooftop. Low-powered bullets, huh? Did they use that only to provide suppressing fire? No, that's not right. If all of them were low-powered bullets, it should have been impossible to send Taial flying like that. I bet they're only using that type of bullet around the area where they might hit Katsuya and use different bullets elsewhere. Akira's guess was mostly correct, but the implication of his guess was something that was really worrying for him. The jamming is still in effect. So how were they able to execute that without speaking to each other? That level of teamwork is not normal, you know? Katsuya jumped backwards to join up with the rest of his team. Akira did try to shoot Katsuya down when he was up in the air, but the suppression fire from his team made that difficult. As I thought, their timing is just too good. Is it because of that coordination support system? Is that thing still working even in this situation? But Akira quickly realized that he was about to pursue something unimportant right now. So, he immediately stopped his thoughts there. With both Katsuya and Taial off the APC now, Akira went back to the back door of the APC. Nelia! They're gaining on us. Can we run away from them? I'll try my best, but to be honest, I think our chance of running away is small. This APC is already in very bad shape and there's not much ammo left in the machine gun. While on the other hand, they are using faster and smaller vehicles with greater mobility. Not to mention, they seem hell-bent on killing a certain someone who is on this APC right now. As I thought, we won't be able to get away from them. The APC was already close to its limit. Although Akira used a lot of expensive armor tiles to protect it, it had already lost more than half of them. After all those intense fights, the APC was already badly damaged. It was only thanks to Nelia's skill that it was still barely able to somehow avoid the enemy's attacks. Since it was originally a transport vehicle to be used in the wasteland, it had a powerful engine. However, its capability was vastly different compared to the vehicles made for battles. With Katsuya's team's vehicles being specialized for combat in terms of specs, Akira's APC had no chance of winning. There was also a big difference in their remaining ammo. Moreover, he still had to keep using the machine gun to clear up the monsters blocking the APC. So, they were still using what little they had left. Katsuya's team would catch up with them at this rate. There was a good chance of death. Although Akira said so, Nelia replied back with an amused smile. She was not joking, nor was she exaggerating, she was simply enjoying the situation. Akira knitted his eyebrows. He understood why Nelia was acting like that, but at the same time, he could not just completely ignore it nor just enjoy the situation like Nelia. For now, I'll try my best to slow them down. All right. Endless explosions could be heard from behind. But even so, Nelia smiled and did not seem to be bothered at all. Akira could feel a strange feeling of reliability from that reply as he hurried up to finish his preparation. He immediately replenished his ammo and energy packs and did not forget to take extra medicines as well. In the middle of that, Akira spotted something inside the APC and stopped. It was his bike. Katsuya landed on one of the moving vehicles from his team. Despite the jamming, they were able to communicate with each other since they were within close-range communication. The moment Katsuya got into communication range, he was welcomed with a scolding. Katsuya! What the heck were you thinking? Jumping out all by yourself like that again? I'll deck you if you don't stop doing that, okay? I'm sorry, alright? It just happened. Just happened? That's not something that you should do out of a whim, you know? Eri's calm voice followed afterwards. Katsuya, I know that you would do that since you were able to save some people in the past by doing so. But we're a team right now. It's better to move as a team instead of moving alone. You're right, that was a close call as well, thanks for the help. Good. Katsuya regained his calm after talking with Yamaina and Eri. But even so, he was still relatively excited. Alright then, let's go. The team increased the intensity of its attack with that command from Katsuya. The bullet storm consumed Akira's APC while grenades and warheads were raining down on him. Normally, Yamaina would have recommended the team to withdraw. She indeed also wanted to avenge her dead comrades. She did not believe that it was worth the risk of pursuing a goal if it meant staying in an area where no long-range communication was working. She normally would have prioritized the safety of the team and convinced them to retreat even if she had to do it forcefully. Normally, Eri would have been suspicious of the situation. There was no evidence showing that Akira was on Tayal's side. As long as there was no evidence, there was no need to add more enemies into the mix unnecessarily. Akira was too strong to handle. A moment of doubt when against him would result in death. Even if Akira was really working with Tayal, the current Katsuya would not have a high chance of victory even if he worked together with the team. At the very least, she would have notified Katsuya of this if she was in her normal state of mind. But both Yamaina and Eri did not think about it at all. The impression sent from Katsuya had overwhelmed their rational judgments so much that they simply believed that the course of events so far as normal. In exchange for their level of teamwork, their individuality had been suppressed. Even though it was a decision made by majority votes, Katsuya's line of thinking basically always vetoed as the final decision. After multiple long intense battles, Akira's APC finally gave out. The moment the force field armor on the tire ran out of energy, the whole APC immediately rolled over on the ground violently. The impact caused its already hole-riddled body to bend greatly. It was then dragged by its momentum and crashed into a building before finally stopping. Katsuya's team surrounded the APC and emptied their magazines on it. The bullets pierced through the APC's armor and made a mess of its inside. There was no response when they were done. After making sure that the enemy had been rendered unable to fight, they blew the back door to secure the inside. That was when they found something that they did not expect at all. That he's not here? How? The only thing left inside the APC was the dead girls who Tayal threw inside that APC. Akira had a grim face as he rode his bike on the side wall of a building. God damn it, what a huge loss. A few relic rucksacks were dangling from the bike. Nelia was inside of one of those rucksacks. She had her head and her arm peeking out the rucksack as she smiled amusedly and commented, "Well, nothing is more expensive than life. Aren't you glad that you're still alive right now? And I have to pay in money in exchange for that, you know?" Akira judged that it was impossible to get away with his APC. Thus, he decided to abandon his expensive APC. He then brought as many supplies as possible with him before trying to escape with Nelia on his bike. Nelia was able to conceal the moment the bike leapt outside the APC thanks to her advanced driving skill. Moreover, the explosions that surrounded them threw off the accuracy of the information-gathering device in that area. They used that chance to get away from the APC before setting the APC to just drive about randomly. Although the APC was already almost empty, there were still some supplies left inside it. Of course, Akira lost all those supplies the moment he lost his APC. He knew that his life was much more valuable than that, but even so, he still regretted losing his APC and supplies. It was obvious from his frustrated expression. So then, why are we doing this right now? We need to take a route where normal vehicles can't follow us. Otherwise, they will only chase us again. Nelia then replied casually. I see you have a good point there. Nelia had no reason to argue with Akira's reasoning there. She also thought that it was strange how Akira would come up with the idea of driving through the sidewall of the buildings. Nelia found it amusing that Akira replied as if it was common sense to do that. But still, stuffing me in a rucksack like this, you really don't know how to treat a girl, do you? Just shut up and get back in. I won't stop to pick you up if you fall, you know. The bike's control device was modified by Alpha to increase its performance. Thanks to that, Akira was able to drive horizontally on the sidewall of the building even when he was not that good at driving. The tires of the bike were properly stuck on the wall as Akira drove. It was as though he was normally driving on the ground. But as expected, he could not control the bike as well as he was on the ground. His face made a strange expression as gravity pulled him not down but to his side due to his position. Therefore, he drove desperately to maintain the bike. Yeah, I'm just a dead weight at the moment, so I'll just do as you say. Akira left the area in order to get away from more battles through the route that vehicles would not be able to go through. Though, even a normal bike would not be able to go through that route as well. Chapter 218, The Worth of Life. After receiving the survey request back in the temporary forward base, Elena and Sarah went to the expedition ground using the supply route. But once they arrived, they did not go any further. They started by checking the area starting from there. They were already inside the jamming area. So even if they could gather some information from there, they could not send it back to the base. They would have to return back outside the jamming area first before sending the data. In the end, thinking that it was too troublesome, they only searched the area around the already established supply route. While Elena was in the middle of watching the information-gathering device installed on her vehicle, Sarah was responsible for watching the surroundings. At first, there did not seem to be anything strange around the area. There was no sign of a large expedition taking place here. It was so silent that it made them doubtful if there really was an ongoing expedition here. Except for the jamming, there is nothing strange here. Elena, how is it on your side? Elena stopped operating the terminal and shook her head. But her face did not show any sign of relief. Nothing at all. I just can't get any connection no matter what. Leaving aside the main squad, I can't even contact the reinforcement squads. The reinforcement squads should have known about the jamming, so they should be using stronger communication devices and shouldn't be that far. That's why I thought I should be able to at least contact them, but I'm not getting any replies at all. I can't even get static noise. Sarah understood the severity of the situation from her best friend and frowned. This is already far away from the original request, which is just to check what is going on. Elena, we can basically get the reward already. We just need to check the last place that was indicated from the powered suit's recording. So, what do you think? To be honest, I don't like that idea at all. The jamming is already bad enough, but we did not encounter anyone on our way here, right? It's only to be expected that the main squad would send someone to try to contact the forward base and that person would have used the supply route. But strangely enough, we didn't encounter anyone here. Those powered suits can fly. After all, they might have flown straight to the base without going through the supply route, you know. Of course, that is also possible, but still, being too careful might mean throwing away all they had done so far down the drain. Although Elena thought so, she could not shake off the bad feeling that she had. But on the other hand, if they just returned back from there, it would also mean that they wasted their time coming here. While Elena was still at loss on what to do, she expanded the radar to its maximum range. Since they had finished scanning the area with the standard information-gathering device, Elena used all its available calculative power to search for enemies. As she thought of going deeper into the ruin, in case she still did not get any signals, the radar picked something up. Sarah, get ready. There's two signals coming this way. The one behind seems to be moving pretty fast. Roger that. Sarah was carrying a gun that was as large as a tank's cannon and another smaller one, which was still pretty large. Both of them were designed to be used with a powered suit. Their first priority was to get away in case it got dangerous. That was why they decided to focus more on firepower, even if it meant that they could not keep using these weapons for long. The nearer signal was approaching from behind a towering pile of rubble. Common sense was telling them that nothing could get over that pile. Despite that, the signal went charging straight toward that pile without slowing down at all. Elena, can you try checking their identification code in case they have those terminals lent specifically for this expedition? I can't. It might be because of the jamming, or it could be that they don't have it. Either way, be careful. I'll try to open up some distance. Elena turned the vehicle to get away from that signal. There was a chance that it was a monster and it would be bad if they got ambushed. Sarah also understood that as she readied herself for a fight. But the signal only came closer and closer. Sarah turned his gun toward that direction to welcome the enemy right when that signal jumped over the pile of rubble and showed itself in front of them. When Sarah was close to pulling the trigger, she quickly realized who it was and inadvertently shouted, "Akira?" Akira ended up jumping higher than he expected when he went over the rubble on his bike, causing his face to pull inward. But he somehow managed to land after that jump. Thanks to the advanced balancer and the control device on his bike, plus Akira using his augmented suit to prevent his bike from rolling over, he somehow was able to land without falling over. But even so, he still had a severe frown on his face. That was close. Unlike Akira, who had his hands full trying to calm himself down, Nelia was smiling, amused. You do like pulling crazy stunts, don't you? It's not like I'm doing this because I like it. There's that joke again. You won't be able to trick me after pulling all of those stunts. I'm being serious here. Akira finally calmed his breathing as he slowed down his bike. Meanwhile, Elena moved her vehicle to run side by side with Akira and smiled wryly at him. Oh, Akira, what a coincidence meeting you here. Elena-san? Sarah-san too? Why you here? I heard that both of you didn't participate in the expedition. We're not participating directly, we're just reserves in case of an emergency. Since we can't get in contact with the expedition team at all, we were asked to come down here to check up on the situation. How about you? Are you on your way back from the ruin? Yeah, that's about right. Is it okay if we ask what happened? Well, where should I start? To be honest, I don't really understand it myself, you see. Judging from what they could see, Elena at least knew that Akira was unharmed as she smiled in relief. For now, I'll escort you back to base since you must have some important information regarding the situation. We can talk about the rest after that. Are you okay with that? All right, I'll be counting on you then. The three of them looked around and judged that the area was safe. But that did not stay for long. Elena pointed behind Akira and mentioned something strange. We have to tell the other guy as well. I can't contact him because of the jamming. Is it okay to just wait here? Or is it that you have a way to contact him? Excuse me. Akira looked behind, toward where Elena was pointing. His relieved expression immediately turned solemn. A certain familiar powered suit was following him through the air. It was the other signal on Elena's radar and it was heading straight at them. Elena and Sarah thought that the powered suit was someone from the main expedition unit that was returning back to the base with Akira. But Akira and Nelia did not think that was the case. Nelia. It might be as you think, it's not exactly going in the direction of the temporary base. It was Zalmo chasing them, and his target was obvious. At this rate, Elena and Sarah would be roped in the coming battle while they were still far away from the closest defensive point installed along the supply route. Although they had stopped extending the supply route, they were still working on improving the supply route. Thus, there was almost no cover along this part of the supply route. It was the perfect place to launch an attack from the sky. Akira made his decision in that instant. He pulled Nelia off from his bike and threw her into Elena's vehicle. "Elena-san, please take her back to base." When Elena was still flusteredly trying to catch Nelia, Akira quickly made a U-turn and accelerated his bike toward the pile of rubble where he came from. "Wait, Dash." "Akira?" Elena quickly called to stop him, but Akira did not even spare a glance back as he climbed the rubble before vanishing behind it. The powered suit blazing through the sky was holding a huge cannon as one of its weapons. It then released a warhead big enough to fill its muzzle toward that pile of rubble. Once the payload made contact, it produced an enormous explosion. The roar of the explosion echoed through the area as the ground violently shook. The explosion even sent some of the rubble flying toward Elena and Sarah. Elena made sharp turns to avoid the falling rubble, while some of those that she was not able to evade were kicked aside by Sarah. When the powered suit noticed Elena and Sarah, it hesitated and stopped for a split second. Akira did not let that opening slide as he showered that powered suit with homing grenades. Of course, the powered suit did not just ignore that, it immediately went for Akira while ignoring Elena and Sarah. Elena and Sarah were still in a state of confusion and could not react accordingly. Nelia was caught in surprise. She did not expect Akira would do that at all. But for now, she put that aside and made a suggestion to Elena. "I don't know exactly who you are, but can you please hurry up and go back to the temporary base?" Elena looked at Nelia with a slightly stern look. "Who are you? Akira's friend? What is going on? Why is a powered suit dispatched by the city attacking Akira? Is answering those questions worth stopping in this place?" "It depends on the answers. I'll judge based on your answers." Elena and Sarah sent sharp gazes toward Nelia, but Nelia was unfettered as she replied back casually. "Either way, we have no means to group up with Akira, you know? He's way too fast on his bike after all." That sentence was enough to push Elena to make her decision. Of course, she hated the idea of leaving Akira behind. But since it was not like they could do anything to help him in that situation, they could only pick the second best choice that they had. Which meant, rather than going after Akira in their vehicle, it was to get out from the jamming area and report what was going on back to base. "Sarah, we're leaving." Sarah had a grim expression plastered on her face as she took in Elena's hard decision. "All right. Let's hurry up." As Elena pushed down the gas pedal and turned the vehicle back to the supply route, Nelia suddenly opened her mouth. "I'm sure you have radar installed too. Can you turn its power to the max and set it to detect even camouflaged enemies around the area?" Elena sent a doubtful look at Nelia. After all, dialing up the radar output to that level meant that monsters might be able to trace back their position. "Any particular reason why I should do that?" "It's worth the risk to make sure that no cloaked enemies are near us. Akira and I went through a lot in that area, you see. I won't tell you to believe me, but remember that Akira might have left me with both of you to give advice." Elena was at loss for a moment, but she then changed the radar's setting as instructed. After she checked the result, she finally understood. The radar picked multiple cloaked flying monsters in the sky, above the road that they had passed. Even Nelia, who glanced at that screen, could not help but frown. "So, they let us past but not to go back, huh? What a pain in the neck." The squads who were sent back to contact the temporary base were all intercepted by those monsters. Although their number was reduced from the fight against the powered suits that were on their way back, there were still some of them left. Since they were spread over a wide area, there were not that many on the route back to base. Nonetheless, they were made to intercept the powered suits that could fly, so they were still a considerable threat to Elena's group. "Sarah, we're breaking through them, okay?" Elena looked worriedly at Sarah. Sarah then replied with a smile. "I'm leaving the decision-making to you, so don't worry and let's get going. Thank you." "Don't worry." Elena replied that smile with another smile as she readied herself. But her smile immediately turned cloudy after that. "But still, I wonder if we have enough firepower. Sarah, how many do you think you can take out?" "I'll give my best, but I can't give you an exact number without checking how strong they are first." It was difficult to fight those flying monsters only with their currently available weapons. Right when Elena was thinking about what to do, Nelia suddenly interjected. In that case, I can help drive the vehicle. Seeing Elena being uncertain to take up that offer, Nelia smiled and continued. Akira also left the driving to me, you know. Alright then, can you use a common terminal? Or do you use a wireless connection? The jamming is pretty bad after all, so can you connect me to the terminal? Good grief, just what in the world happened? A lot. Elena was a bit bothered by how Nelia was so casual with Akira, but that was not the time for that. Elena pulled out a terminal from the vehicle's control device and connected it to Nelia. With that, Nelia immediately took control of the vehicle. Wait for a sec, you can immediately control the vehicle just by connecting to the terminal? We didn't even put in any adjustment, you know. I'll do the adjustments myself. Elena was surprised at how fast Nelia took control of the vehicle. It was as if she hacked straight into the control device, but at this point in time, it was beneficial to them. She left the driving fully to Nelia as she took another large gun and stood next to Sarah. It was a good thing that we prioritized firepower this time. But to be honest, it would have been great if we didn't have to use them. Seeing Elena smile wryly next to her, Sarah replied with a rather uppity tone. Being a hunter is a dangerous job. It was a good thing that we are properly prepared to face danger. Well, I guess I'll leave it at that for now. Elena made a thin smile as she pulled herself together. Nelia gave a warning first before accelerating the vehicle. We're charging in 3, 2, 1, 0. Instead of sounding nervous, her voice was strangely detached. Elena and Sarah took the initiative first as they released shots toward the invisible flying monsters. The explosions produced from the warheads were no less splendid. The anti-force field rounds that they used pierced through the monsters' hard armor and they fell down one by one, crashing to the ground. Nelia also helped shoot them down by using the machine gun fixed onto the vehicle. The countless bullets striped the monsters of their camouflaging veil as they fell. Once they crashed into the ground, they made loud bangs. The remaining monsters still up in the air did not just ignore that attack and immediately shot back. The rain of bullets drilled holes on the ground, but Nelia was able to skillfully drive the vehicle away from the danger. Although they were not that far away from the nearest defensive point, it was a considerable distance to brave this assault. As bullets and warheads were exchanged between the sky and the ground, Elena and Sarah made full use of their talent and skill to destroy any that stood in their path. Akira desperately blazed through the ruin. There was a limit on how much firepower that the bike could take, so there was no chance to defeat that powered suit. On the other hand, it has better mobility than the APC, so Akira used that advantage to get into small roads or go through buildings where he was protected from the flying powered suit. Right now, he was somehow able to get a small break as he was running the bike through the small hallway of a building that he broke into. He turned the optical camouflage of his coat on and lowered the power output of his bike in order to slip away from the opponent's watch. But of course, he could not keep that up for long. Well now, what can I do in this situation? Akira looked extremely exasperated as he rubbed his head. He did not think that he had any chance to run away from the powered suit. Speed-wise, the powered suit was faster than the bike. Although he was able to somehow sneak away from the powered suit right now, it was only a matter of time before his bike ran out of energy first. Akira basically had his hands tied. It was checkmate. For now, he focused on calming down his breathing, taking medicine bit by bit, all the while making sure to regain as much strength as possible, both physically and mentally. He had used his brain a bit too much during his fight with Katsuya earlier. Because of that, it would not be strange for him to suddenly faint anytime. The medicine that he took contained a drug to make sure that he would not lose consciousness in the middle of a fight. There was a good chance that he would drop unconscious the moment that drug ran out of its effect, only to wake up a few days later. Akira somehow knew so, that was why he was making sure that the drug's effects would not run out. But of course, it was also a matter of time that the drug would lose its effect. It was one of the reasons why he was in checkmate. After only a moment's respite, the building started to shake. It was on the verge of collapsing, but thanks to its old-world durable build, it did not crumble immediately. Although, the collapse itself was an impending certainty. Again? Akira clicked his tongue and started his bike before pushing the accelerator. He then charged straight at a part of the wall that he had marked beforehand, destroying it as he jumped out of the building and skillfully landed on the ground. The moment the wheels hugged the ground, he quickly accelerated the bike. The crumbled building released a smokescreen, and from that smokescreen, Zalmo appeared. It was Zalmo who destroyed the building. When he lost sight of Akira and could not find him anywhere, Zalmo thought that Akira must be hiding inside the buildings nearby. Thus, he went on to indiscriminately destroy the buildings in the area in an attempt to smoke Akira out. Zalmo quickly detected Akira, who had just come out from the building with his powerful radar. Since Akira acted as he had expected, Zalmo inadvertently smiled as he stood up from his seat and shouted, "There you are. Just give it up and die already." The abnormally big missile pods released a series of missiles. Each of them danced in the air before seeking Akira from different angles. Akira was still on his bike as he aimed his SSB rifle upward before releasing homing grenades. All of them were set to low speed, high homing capability in order to shoot down all the incoming missiles. But they somehow lacked enough firepower to destroy the missiles. The force field protected missiles forced their way through the grenades. But of course, the explosion was able to veer the missiles off their original path as they landed and exploded near Akira, causing the buildings around him to crumble down and throwing rubble up into the air. Akira slipped through the raining rubble on his bike. He had done this before in the past. Although, this time, he had no drive support from Alpha to aid him. He continued to blaze through the road before any falling rubble could close off his way forward. The Zalmo did not just stand idly there, it proceeded to aim its cannon at Akira. Akira, who noticed that, aimed his SSB rifle back and released a barrage of anti-force field bullets. As the bullets' momentum were turned into flashes of light, Zalmo started shooting at Akira, relying on the powered suit's powerful force field armor as he ignored the incoming bullets. The moment Akira realized that his bullets did not faze Zalmo at all, he immediately stopped shooting and shifted to focus more on evading the incoming warheads. He looked around and jumped straight into one of the buildings with his bike. A moment later, after Akira jumped into a building, a warhead followed suit and crashed into the exact same building, turning the wall into a pile of rubble and consuming the building in a fiery explosion. As a result, it left an old-world building half destroyed. Akira felt a gust of wind from behind due to the shock wave as he accelerated his bike. He jumped out from the other side of the building. Although the explosion was able to partially destroy a durable old-world building, it only shaved a fraction of his coat's durability. The moment he landed on the ground, he scanned his surroundings for cover while changing the energy packs in his coat. He did this without stopping, accelerating his bike even faster. Damn it! Using powerful expensive bullets like that. Just how many does he have? To think he can even pull out a powered suit like that. A mere robber from the slum should not have this many assets. Just what can he get from killing me? What is it that is worth that much money? I just don't know. How is this profitable for him? What's his goal? It surely isn't worth all the expenses. Up till this point, there had already been numerous instances where others would look down at him and try to kill him. It also meant that they saw Akira's life as cheap, easily disposable with a single shot of a cheap bullet. But this was not the case this time. The opponent was even willing to bring out an expensive powered suit to hunt him down. Something much more expensive than any anti-personnel round. Zalmo did not pull any punches in his effort to kill Akira. It reminded Akira that his life was no longer that cheap, that he was no longer just a mere boy from the slum. Although Akira knew this, he did not feel happy at all. Akira could not help but think that it would be better if others still looked down on him. Right then, he realized that he was being meek, which made his expression become stern. A deliberate smile then rose as he overwrote such thoughts. Someone was willing to spend all of this money in order to hunt him down, but Akira just mockingly laughed at that absurd fact. That's not even close to enough to kill me, you know. It is not worth the effort. The one who made this mistake was not him, but his opponent. In order to cement that fact, Akira pushed the accelerator all the way down as he made a 180 degrees turn. Once the bike was in position, the tire's strong grip tore into the ground as it unleashed its full power, pushing the bike forward with explosive acceleration. Zalmo started to get irritated. But half of that irritation was just a brave front to trick himself against the creeping fear of facing off against a mysterious powerful opponent. He had even changed the equipment on his powered suit in order to kill Akira for sure this time. But Akira was still alive, and that caused Zalmo to start feeling nervous. His new equipment focused more on firepower, enough to even take out a large-sized armored vehicle. So even if he missed, the shock wave would have been strong enough to throw the vehicle off the ground. This should give him plenty of time to send the finishing blow. Because of that, he also brought warheads that would compensate for accuracy with raw firepower. But right now, Akira was still running away from him using a small bike. Zalmo's current equipment did not have the capability to finish Akira off. Akira could make sharp turns and take cover in between small alleys, causing Zalmo to have a hard time trying to shoot him down with the rest of the building around him. Zalmo found it weird that Akira changed to his bike as if to counter against his new equipment. Calm down. He can't run away from me. I still have the upper hand. Zalmo mumbled as if he was talking to himself and released another batch of missiles. Although he was chasing after Akira, the boy was still somehow able to keep a certain distance from him. Naturally, this was Zalmo's doing. On one hand, he could keep Akira within the effective range of his weapons. On the other hand, it was also because Zalmo unconsciously did not want to get any closer to him. Both the firepower and the weight of his equipment were immense. Thanks to that, the energy consumption was equally as immense. If he had enough energy reserve, he would have been able to stay in the air, but just to be safe, Zalmo increased the frequency of landing in order to conserve his energy. After making a U-turn, Akira was charging straight at Zalmo. His eyes were fixed on the powered suit. It continued to shoot at him, launching missiles that would land between them. Most of the missiles drew an arc in the sky before pointing towards Akira. The rest would keep their elevation in the sky and fly straight at Akira when he came closer. If Akira kept accelerating his bike forward, at this rate he would crash into the missiles coming straight at him. The explosion would definitely kill him, but his smile only grew wider in the face of this, and he forced his bike to move even faster. He was already going too fast to make any sharp turns. So, he could not evade the missiles. Each second ticked as the missiles moved closer. Akira quickly aimed his SSB rifle forward and shot a couple of grenades, but the target was not the missiles. The grenades landed between him and the missiles, throwing rubble up into the air. It filled the area with smoke and created a small storm, thus throwing the colorless mist into disarray. The missiles immediately exploded before reaching him. Those homing missiles were made to explode when it got into a fixed range from its target, instructed by the information-gathering device installed in each missile. Normally, the powered suit could set it to detonate manually, but due to the jamming, Zalmo did not use it. The grenades that Akira used this time were mixed with a jamming effect. It was albeit powerful and only lasted for a short time. But that small duration was enough for some missiles to miscalculate its distance from its original target and explode. A huge chunk of debris flew past Akira, and he could feel the wind prickling his skin. He willingly stepped into a zone where even the slightest mistake could end him, but even so, Akira continued on with an excited expression. A missile that had lost its homing function flew beside Akira and struck nearby wreckage. The explosion blew off a gust of wind behind him as he continued to push down the accelerator even harder. The rest of the missiles somehow managed to regain their homing function and chased after Akira from behind. Zalmo was shocked to find Akira, who was running away from him all this time, suddenly coming straight at him. That alone was enough to momentarily stop him for a split second. On top of that, he was even more shocked when Akira still remained alive after heading straight at the missiles. At that moment, it was as if he was shockingly trying to kill himself. Yet he came out fine. Shock after shock slowed down Zalmo even more. It came to a point where Zalmo was now at loss. He wondered if he should try and shoot Akira down with his weapons or jump to the sky. Although he only hesitated for a few seconds, that opening was more than enough for Akira, who was coming at him with no hesitation at all, quickly closing the distance between them. That was when Zalmo finally decided to use the full power of the powered suit to jump up. pushing its heavy body and weaponry up into the sky. He went past a tall building, all the way up until he reached a height that the naked eyes could no longer see from the ground. Zalmo now felt a sense of safety thanks to the distance between him and Akira. Thanks to that, he was able to regain some of his composure as he used the cameras on his powered suit to look for Akira. Right when he caught Akira in his views, Zalmo could not hide his surprise. Akira was chasing him, flying into the sky on his bike with countless missiles chasing after him. Akira maintained the acceleration of his bike as he used a hill-like wreckage to spring his bike up before landing on a wall of a nearby building. He used it to scale up into the sky. At the end of the wall, once his bike had left its footing, he simply allowed the momentum to carry his bike straight to where Zalmo was. In that split second, Zalmo realized that Akira's goal was to crash his own missiles at him. So, he quickly took evasive maneuvers. "Don't look down on me." The powered suit danced in the air, evading the bike and somehow also evading the missiles. The bike that had no other choice but to be carried by momentum straight into the air could not evade the missiles behind. So, they struck the bike and exploded, enveloping it in a huge storm of blazing fire, shredding the bike into bits. Zalmo's powered suit was blown away by the shock wave as it ragdolled in the air. He somehow regained his balance and looked toward the source of the explosion. The smoke left over in the air indicated just how big the explosion was. So, Zalmo's face was filled with satisfaction. "I did it. He's finally dead." Zalmo was certain of his victory and had lowered his guard. Thanks to that, the unfolding scene in front of him shocked him even more. His satisfied face stiffened in a blink of an eye. He could see clearly from the camera on his powered suit that Akira was aiming straight at him. The moment the bike flew past Zalmo, Akira had jumped off it. With the help of his augmented suit, he then grabbed one part of the powered suit with one hand and stuck the sole of his feet onto the same powered suit to make sure that he would not be shaken off. Akira's other free hand was tightly gripping his SSB rifle, placing the muzzle into the powered suit. Once in place, he finally pulled the trigger. Countless anti-force field bullets were spewed out from the rifle. He had already set beforehand to maximize its firing rate. The sheer force from a point-blank barrage caused the area to be enveloped in a blinding light. Zalmo, who was panicking, flew haphazardly in the sky in an attempt to shake Akira off. As the powered suit flew through clouds, Akira desperately held on while still holding down on the trigger of his SSB rifle. The powered suit flailed around, trying to grab Akira, but he somehow managed to keep evading. He would jump around the powered suit, all the while injecting more bullets into it. In a situation where both his legs did not have good footing and had only one hand to stabilize his position, he could not really aim properly. However, that did not stop him from emptying the anti-force field armor magazine. Those bullets pierced through the powered suit's defenses, causing Zalmo to continuously flail out of control before crashing into a nearby building. Akira somehow managed to jump off the powered suit and into the building before it crashed. He stuck himself to the wall as he watched the powered suit fall down. However, the powered suit managed to regain its balance before touching the ground. Although it was flying unstably, wobbling left and right, it was obvious that Zalmo was still alive. Akira's face twitched with utmost disgust. "Even after all that, I am still not able to kill him. Just how durable is that thing?" Akira thought that it would be better to move. So he then sighed, unsheathed his blade, and sliced through the wall to enter the building. Chapter 219, In Too Deep. Zalmo's powered suit's control device was shot, so he was only able to spiral down into the ground. But Zalmo somehow managed not to crash by controlling the output of the engine. Although he now could not do any high-speed air maneuver, he was still able to fly. Zalmo landed the powered suit on top of a tall building and glanced toward the building where Akira ran into. It looked to be relatively tall and strong. He knew that it would be difficult to take down that building with only his powered suit. Meanwhile, if he were to throw everything he had at it, he would still have a chance. However, his face turned stern as he shook his head. "Calm down. Don't get too emotional. I'm not a machine." Emotion is important in order to understand the righteousness of the great cause. But it would be meaningless if I let my emotions take over me. That would only mean regressing back to an animal. The great cause exists only for humanity. Machines and animals cannot understand the great cause. So just calm down. Zalmo whispered to himself as if he was hypnotizing himself, but it was enough to help him calm down. He reassessed the situation with cold logic and thought of what to do next. But still, what the heck with that boy? Was he only running away from me in order to find an opening? Or was it by pure coincidence? It's true that he might have a chance to turn the table by doing so, but isn't that just too reckless? Did he become desperate, thinking that he had no chance to run away? Or was it all calculated? Just what is it? Common sense was telling him that he should have won by now. But his opponent did not work with the realm of common sense. As a matter of fact, in that fight where Akira should have zero chance of winning, he managed to stage multiple offensives that almost turned the table on him. Zalmo was once again reminded that his opponent was someone who was extremely hard to deal with. It would be best to kill Akira while he had the chance. After all, no matter what they were called, the nigh improbable, the exceptions, the things that overturned impossibility, a miracle. Akira's chances of victory were not zero. Zalmo felt that Akira was someone who could pull off such miracles. Although he did not have any proof for that, it was all his pure intuition. But he understood that sometimes intuition could be sharper than pure logic. An exception that could easily turn the impossible into possible. Regardless of hostiles or allies, an existence brimming with trouble. In terms of planning, it was best to erase him out of existence. So, Zalmo thought that it was important to remove a variable like him for the sake of turning the great cause into reality. I should still have plenty of opportunities to kill him. This guy will only grow stronger. When the great cause takes control of the Eastern District, there's no doubt this guy will be an obstacle and it will be difficult to kill him at that point. He's already this strong right now. I have to kill him when he's still just small, otherwise, it would be too late. Zalmo coldly fueled his killing intent and moved his powered suit to the building where Akira ran into. He turned up his radar to scan the inside of the building. With this, he would quickly know if Akira was still inside or not. While he was doing so, he was also thinking of his next move, but his radar suddenly showed new signals approaching his location. Zalmo focused his attention toward that signal and made a troubled expression. If I'm not mistaken, that one is Tayal. He's inside the building while carrying someone, and the signals chasing them would be Katsuya and his team. They told me not to hurt both Tayal and Katsuya. I guess this means that I can't just destroy the building. Tayal went inside the building. Katsuya and his team stopped their vehicle nearby and followed suit. After that, the radar showed that a fight broke inside the building. I guess I'll just watch for the time being. They didn't tell me to help them and both of them are hostile to Akira. It would be fine if they managed to kill him. At least, they should be able to shave off some of his energy, then I can just make my move after that. Zalmo thought so and changed the setting of his radar to observe the situation inside that building. After Tayal fell from the top of the APC, he was run over by Katsuya's team's vehicles. His head was crushed, his limbs were scattered, he was turned into a mere incorrigible lump of meat soaked in green liquid. That was when a greedy crocodile appeared and approached him. When that monster was about to close its mouth to take a chomp at Tayal, its head was suddenly chomped off instead. There was a line in Tayal's arm that reached until his shoulder. It opened up and turned into a vicious mouth filled with sharp teeth. That mouth then latched onto the greedy crocodile, took a bite off its head, and swallowed it. Tayal then continued his meal as if he was the greedy one. The greedy crocodile flailed haphazardly, all of the guns growing out of its body were shooting out uncontrollably. But that did not faze Tayal at all, he just continued eating the greedy crocodile as if nothing happened. His mouth grew bigger with every bite, increasing its capacity with each bite. It would not take that long for Tayal to completely consume the crocodile's head and eventually kill it. Even when Tayal was lying on the ground, the green liquid inside him was still continuously repairing his body. When more of his body had regenerated, a source of food arrived, just in time to help him regenerate his missing limbs. Thanks to that, Tayal was able to quickly heal his body. When he had finished eating the greedy crocodile, his body regrew from a lump of meat into something more humanoid. Tayal then pushed himself up. The scaly metallic parts of the greedy crocodile had turned into something that looked like a powered suit enveloping his body. His arm that had now turned into a mouth finally closed its jaw and slowly returned back to being a normal arm. Even after he had regained his body, Tayal was still in a daze. What I was doing again? He tilted his head and thought for a while. He then started muttering something with a rather apathetic expression. That's right. I have to kill that guy. Where's that guy again? He then looked around as if he was still confused. There was no one else but him in the area. He could only see rubble and wreckage wherever he looked around. There was no sign of any other living being. But Tayal suddenly stopped looking around and focused his gaze in a particular direction. There he is. Tayal immediately started running toward his target. His gaze was fixed on Katsuya. However, Katsuya was far away, behind numerous obstacles. It should have been impossible for Tayal to spot him from where he was. Even if he was using a powerful information-gathering device, it would still be difficult to spot Katsuya due to the distance between them. But even so, Tayal was still able to charge straight at Katsuya, without a shred of hesitation. Tayal had stepped in too deep and there was no way back for him now. When Katsuya lost Akira, his team regrouped inside one of the abandoned buildings and barricaded themselves there. They took shifts to rest while maintaining a certain level of readiness so they could react the moment something happened. The team was working in perfect sync with no opening at all. At this moment, Katsuya was thinking about what to do next. He understood that the original plan for the large-scale expedition was already completely ruined. But that did not mean he could just return back empty-handed. As a squad under Drankum, they could not simply retreat just because something unexpected happened. Furthermore, he still had that promise to fulfill. He thought, it might be impossible to fully understand what is going on, but we should at least bring back some valuable information with us. If it was the past Katsuya, he would have immediately made his decision. He would have put his life on the line to let the rest of his team withdraw. He would not mind the danger and would perform reckless actions without a single second of hesitation. Although his actions would look reckless and thoughtless, the act of risking his own life for the sake of protecting his comrades caused them to feel admiration, gratitude, and a sense of affection toward Katsuya. It made them wish to stay beside him as if they were drawn by a figure of a shining hero. The reason why Katsuya did not decide to withdraw yet was because the synchronized information processing caused them to feel an unusually high level of unity within the team. Therefore, Katsuya had been unconsciously manipulating the rest of the team. He was causing them to have the same thought as him. So, just like him, they too believed that the current situation did not pose much danger to them. Katsuya did not notice that his low self-reflective valuing of his own life would drag the rest of his team into more danger. Moreover, there was no one around him who found it strange or questioned him. Everyone around Katsuya had been completely consumed by his local network. Katsuya's team suddenly noticed an enemy. Katsuya, who knew that without even needing anyone contacting him, immediately sprung into action. He quickly left the building and helped the rest of the team that was already engaging with that monster. They did not hold back anything as they kept spewing warheads and bullets toward that enemy. The opponent was a monster that seemed to be a half-assimilated powered suit dispatched by city management. Its form was distorted beyond recognition. It was like an amalgamation of several powered suits with their heads and limbs torn off. A lump of multiple torsos stitched together with random arms and legs sticking out. Although it was obvious that it was made by assimilating powered suits, it did not even look close to a human. Its hand was gripping a huge cannon, which originally belonged to one of the powered suits. The monster aimed its weapon at Katsuya's team and started shooting. Due to its haphazard shooting, some of the warheads landed nearby or even hit its own arms. But it completely ignored that fact and just kept on shooting enough warheads to plummet everything around him to smithereens. But even so, Katsuya and his team fought back valiantly without showing any fear. They hid behind covers and peeked out from behind windows. Some were shooting from behind their vehicles and used all the resources that they had without trying to conserve any ammo. They did that considering the amalgamation of powered suits should have a powerful force field protecting it. But in contrast to their expectation, the monster was easily shot down. This was due to the fact that all the force field armors were not in their perfect state. The defensive might of these suits relied on a force field. However, when the energy supply is rerouted or damaged, such a feature would no longer be usable. It rendered them almost useless for defense. And with the opponent's body unprotected by a force field, made it easy to shoot down. Which also means that Katsuya and his team were basically wasting expensive rounds. It took only a short time for all the bullets to riddle the monster into mush. Although she was happy that it was not as hard as she had anticipated, Yamaina thought that it was strange that the enemy was this weak. That was easy. Was it already badly wounded after fighting someone else? The answer to her question immediately showed itself. It was Taial. That monster was something that Taial created using powered suits that he found on his way there. Taial deliberately sent it ahead as a decoy. Katsuya's team had showered it with warheads and the explosions caused chaos, which temporarily lowered the accuracy of their information-gathering devices. Taial used that opportunity to grab and kidnap some of Katsuya's men. Yamaina immediately reacted to attack Taial. But it was already too late, Taial was already too close. He quickly aimed at Yamaina with his left arm, which had turned into a cannon and released a shot. The explosion and the momentum blew Yamaina away. But Taial then kept running toward Yamaina and quickly grabbed him before withdrawing from the area. Katsuya, who knew what just happened without even sparing a glance, immediately shouted, "Yamaina!" Taial glanced at Katsuya while still running away. But that was all that he did before vanishing into the distance. Katsuya was shocked. An opponent that he thought he had killed suddenly appeared and kidnapped one of his companions. "We're chasing after that monster." Katsuya went to chase after Taial, and the rest of his team immediately followed suit. When Taial made that shot, he had adjusted his firepower to make sure that he would not kill Yamaina. So, Yamaina was still alive. But since she could not move, she was unable to fight back. She was only able to leave her fate to destiny. Taial was running extremely fast thanks to his inhuman physical capability. While he ran, he haphazardly flailed her around. It was only thanks to luck that Yamaina was still alive. Though, it was unfortunately for her to be the one that Taial picked to kidnap. It was difficult for Yamaina to even say anything in that situation, so she just sent a glare toward Taial. That was when she heard him mutter, "Was this good enough? Ah, right, I need to get them to fight each other next, huh? What are you talking about?" Taial kept on muttering without paying any attention to Yamaina while running. Yamaina thought that there was something ominous about him, as she grimaced from the pain with a tint of confusion. Elena, Sarah, and Nelia forced their way through the encirclement. The area around them was already littered with mechanical monsters equipped with camouflaging technology. Due to the intense exchange, some of the flying monsters had their camouflaging layers stripped off. They looked like a group of ghosts fighting against Elena's team. Elena's team focused more on firepower instead of quantity. But even so, they did not hesitate to use everything in their arsenal. Thanks to that, their reserve ammo was running dangerously low. Sarah's face started to get cloudy because of that, but she quickly replaced it with a bitter smile instead. Good grief. If not for them paying for all this ammo, we would have gone bankrupt again, you know? Elena, how is it? Does it seem that we're going to make it? The defensive point is just ahead. No need to hold back, just keep on shooting. Nelia, is it? Can you go faster? I'm already going as fast as I can. Just a question though, do you have confidence in your aim? Yes, more or less. Then shoot over there. Nelia used her only arm that she had left to point at something. Elena followed where her finger was pointing at and saw the defensive point a bit away from them. Elena immediately understood what Nelia was thinking and frowned. You can just say that it was a stray bullet or that you'd misfired. Elena hesitated for a bit, but she then aimed his gun at the defensive point. She properly took aim at the wall, made her resolve, and pulled the trigger. The bullet stayed true to its nature as it flew straight and struck the wall. Right at that moment, alarms blared, alerting everyone in the defensive point that there was an enemy attack. No matter what the reason, deliberately shooting at an ally posed a huge problem. But still, it was worth it. The defensive point immediately noticed Elena's team and the monsters that they were fighting. The people in the defensive point immediately readied themselves to join the battle. Tanks flowed out from behind the fortification, followed by a barrage from powered suits. The storm of warheads and bullets washed around Elena's team, eradicating the swarm of monsters. Elena's team immediately gained the upper hand. But even so, Elena heaved a huge sigh and scratched her head. Sarah smiled wryly at him while Nelia gave an honest smile and said, "It's fine. If they find out, you can just tell them it was because I told you to do so. I'm sure it'll somehow help you." "That better be the truth, all right?" "Wait, will you be all right if I do that though? Just what kind of special rights do you have that would keep you safe?" "I have a superior who is used to handling these kinds of things. Though I really can't tell you the details." Elena was sending Nelia a doubtful look, but judging from how Nelia reacted to her stare, Elena decided to push that worry aside for now. With those from the defensive point pushing the monsters back, Elena's team could quickly reach the defensive point. The gate opened up and they went straight inside. The leader of the defensive point came together with a number of guards. "You're hunters who came back from the expedition, right? There are a few things that I want to ask." Elena was still trying to pick her words when Nelia suddenly jumped in. "If it's possible, we want to explain the situation to the forward base. Can you get any connection from here?" "No. We are hit by the jamming too." "You should at least have a wired connection from here, right? Can't you use that?" "That's an emergency line. We can't let an outsider use it, even if it's a hunter who was sent to investigate the situation. So tell me, what's going on and then we'll judge whether it's important enough to pass it along." "I'm working under Yanagisawa. If you're worried about my identity, you can go ahead and check my ID number." "Sorry, but I'm in a hurry here. Either give us the line or open the road, and make it quick." The guy then curiously checked Nelia's identification code. He immediately frowned as he used his information terminal. He soon gave Nelia the right to use the wired line and told his men to stand down. But one of his men found it vexing as he whispered to the leader, "Is it okay not to arrest them? Although it is an emergency, there's a chance that they would attack us instead, you know. Even if we don't go as far as to arrest them, it might be a good idea to at least interrogate them here first." The leader only shook his head. It was obvious that he also did not find the situation amusing at all. "No. Our job is to just report the situation to the higher-ups. As to the decision to raise a complaint, we can just leave it to them. If we do something that might interrupt Yanagisawa's job, we'll be the ones to get burned. So just keep your hands off of them." It was obvious that the leader was displeased. That was why his men decided not to pursue the subject any further. Seeing that, Elena and Sarah found it rather surprising. After Nelia finished sending the data over to the forward base, she then continued heading to the forward base together with Elena and Sarah. The higher-ups in the forward base were even more confused after they received data from Nelia. All the dispatched powered suits had been destroyed. There was an old-world automaton that was way stronger than anything that city management could throw at it. The ensuing chaos between the hunters due to the powerful jamming, the flying monsters with camouflaging capability that were surrounding the expedition area. All of these were outside of their expectation, creating confusion between the commanding officers. In the midst of the confusion, the command line had basically been paralyzed. Inabe felt that the trophy that was in his reach had suddenly vanished into the thin air. But he immediately regained his composure, reassessed the situation, and smiled wryly as he thought, "So this is it, huh? But I still have things to do." Inabe's expression immediately turned resolute as he ordered, "Call the city defense squad and ask them for reinforcement. Also, send all the hunters that we've been keeping in reserve. Quickly." Everyone in the room looked at Inabe. Some of the men who could not recover from the confusion inadvertently rebuked. "Why, you don't have the right to do that. You're going way out of line. In the first place, this happened because of your plan. How are you going to take responsibility for this mess?" Inabe gave out a thick, intimidating aura that silenced any dissent from the officers. You can do that as much as you want later. With that many monsters heading here, we have to act now. Otherwise, the battle will reach the city. If you have any complaints about my rights and authorities, then you should send that piece of data to those who have said rights as soon as possible. Now, get a move on. Inabe's stern reply calmed the room. But then, that silence was immediately shattered. Although it was only temporary, the line of commands, that had been recovered to some extent, immediately started to move. Shouts of orders started to echo from each of their respective stations. Inabe lightly sighed. The person next to Inabe smiled bitterly and said to him, "Good work there." "Thanks." "Well, you should also think carefully about how are you going to act here. This is how far my status can take me. There are things that you won't know unless you reach the end first. Moreover, this is not the time to think about it. I'll think about it later if I really have to. That I see." Seeing how the person next to him seemed to be content with his current situation, Inabe also smiled lightly at him. After that, another question came up in his mind. "By the way, where is Yanagisawa? I don't see him anywhere." "I don't see him either. Or more like, I'm pretty sure no one has seen him today. That guy is one of the commanders. He should be staying here. Good grief, just where the heck is he in this situation?" As an officer from city management, Inabe felt a level of loyalty toward the city. Although he did all kinds of things, both at the front and behind the scene in order to be victorious in the power struggle and reach a higher position, he did all of that for the sake of the city's development. But that was not the case for Yanagisawa. Although Yanagisawa was a highly competent person, he thought of city management as nothing but a stepping stone in order for him to reach his own goals. Thus, Inabe saw him as a dangerous person. One of the reasons why Inabe was trying so hard to climb up the ladder was simply to protect the city so that Yanagisawa would not crush it when stepping over it. Seriously? To think I wished for that guy to be here for a second. I subconsciously bet that he could solve these issues in no time. I guess I've become senile. Inabe could not completely shut out the conflicting feeling inside his chest as a bitter smile found its way to his face. After she reached the forward base, Nelia immediately went to fix and replace some of her body parts. Since she was originally dispatched in a powered suit, some of her current body's specifications were lower than usual. So, this time, she went and exchanged for battle-oriented body parts. Since the connectors were all standardized, it did not take long to finish the replacement. One good thing about using a standardized cyborg body is how easy it is to replace the broken parts. Everything works perfectly, Nelia said as she moved her limbs to check the condition of her new body. The technician who heard her comment could not hide his surprise. "They work perfectly? Are you sure? Those parts are the type that are controlled directly through the brain, right? Although standardized connectors are set to reduce the awkwardness from a new control module, it is impossible to fully erase that feeling. That awkwardness might even affect your fighting capability, you know? It's fine, I'll do the adjustments myself." Is that so? Although they were battle-oriented body parts, they were still generalized body parts. It was as if Nelia replaced everything under her neck with someone else's body. Normally, a complete adjustment was necessary to match her unique settings. Those who were not used to their new bodies often ended up being unable to move for some time. Thus, the technician could not help but feel amazed. Especially since Nelia was able to do all the adjustments by herself, to the point that she was already battle-ready. "I'm pretty sure I had placed an order for more equipment though. Are they here yet?" "There's no one here who has enough privilege to transport those equipment here. Those guys in the warehouse won't just let us have them if it's only us. We also can't bring you the extra powered suit you requested. Even if you bring out Yanagisawa's name, we can't just dispatch it without a formal order. Each one of them has been pre-assigned for the reinforcements after all. Though, you can go ahead and negotiate with the higher-ups if you insist on having them." "Is that so? I just need to go there then, right?" Nelia put on a bodysuit over her naked cyborg body while thinking of how to group up with her friends. As for Elena and Sarah, after they parted with Nelia, they parked their vehicle in the parking lot and took a rest. They at least had finished resupplying and had done simple maintenance before taking a break. They were worried about Akira but were still hesitant. They wondered if they should go deeper into the ruins once again. After all, they were only barely able to get out of that dangerous place after using everything that they had without holding back. It was obvious that the difficulty of that place was already out of their league. In the worst-case scenario, even if they went to help Akira, they might end up dragging him down instead. Akira himself did tell them to head back ahead of him. They were still uncertain whether to just wait in the forward base or to join the reinforcement. But then again, forcing themselves to go might only serve to slow Akira down. Their conflicting emotions were in full view as they looked at each other. They somehow understood what the other was thinking just by looking at the other's expression, and this prevented both of them from making a decision. That was when a call from Nelia reached them. Elena frowned and picked it up. "It's me. Are you free right now?" "Nelia-san, was it? Do you need anything?" "I'm thinking of going to help Akira. Will you come with me? That is if you girls are free." Elena and Sarah looked at each other. They did not expect Nelia to make such a suggestion. Chapter 220, The Battle Inside the Building. After Akira ran inside the building, he started first by checking all his equipment. He pulled out energy packs and ammos from inside a small-sized rucksack and replenished his rifles, augmented suit, and defensive coat. As he was about to put a new magazine into his rifle, he noticed that the SSB rifle he used to release a point-blank barrage at Zalmo was no longer usable. He stared at it and sighed. He thought of discarding it but chose to keep it since carrying it around still provided some level of intimidation. After he was done, he peeked inside the rucksack. He no longer had that much ammo left. He had left most of his reserve ammo back in the APC. The reserves were to the point that he had once thought he had overdone it, but remembering that now, he could not help but smile bitterly. "I guess the end is close, huh? What should I do?" Akira glanced outside the building, staring at the traces of his earlier exchange with Salmo. There are no shots being fired and the place isn't shaking. It seems that for now, he has no wish to destroy the whole building. Did he withdraw? Although I was not able to destroy him, that should at least deal significant damage to his suit. It wouldn't be strange if he had decided to withdraw for now. Or is it that he's waiting to ambush me the moment I exit this building? I no longer have my APC nor my bike, I can only walk now. He just needs to find me and shoot me from afar to kill me. Is he searching for me by scanning the building from the outside? After a lot of thinking, Akira decided to barricade himself inside the building. It was already impossible for him to head back to the temporary forward base all by himself. If Elena and Sarah were able to safely reach the base and inform them what happened, city management might send some help later. In that case, he could just wait until the reinforcement arrives. There was also his connection with Alpha, which might return if he waited long enough. Akira placed some of his hope in that possibility as he completely believed that there was no way he could return back alive on his own. And when he found a small room which was perfect to barricade himself in, he then decided to take a small nap. He knew fully well that it was suicidal to do so, but he still closed his eyes. He took a small dose of medicine and relaxed his mind. He told himself, just take a shallow nap. I need to recover from my fatigue as much as possible. I just need to make sure not to go into a deep slumber. Both his brain and body were severely exhausted. He would not be able to keep going on unless he took a nap even if it was only for a bit. If he lost his consciousness there, he was confident that he would not be able to wake up. Back then in alleys of the slums, I might get killed every time I went to sleep. But I'm still alive even now. It's not simply because of luck. It's because I always wake up whenever something happens. That's why I've survived. I need to remember the me from back then. I know. I can do it. Akira did not even bother praying that he would wake up. Rather than rely on luck, he dug through his past and placed his bet on still being able to emulate his past self as he let himself drift off to sleep. Inside a pure white room, Alpha frowned and said, "Nope, I don't have any connection, how about you?" Another Alpha shook her head. "Same here. I even tried to take a detour but it still doesn't work. Unlike you, my subject even has a local network. If only one of the nodes gets out from the area, I should be able to use a close-range connection to avoid the jamming, but as expected, it's too far to do that from Kagomayama City. Either that or my connection has been closed. She has really done it now. One alpha seemed extremely vexed, while the other only felt it as inconvenient. What is the chance of yours returning back alive? Pretty low. Although, to be honest, since I can't get any information regarding the corresponding region, it's nothing more than my guess. But without my support, the possibility of survival is unrealistically minuscule. How about yours? Mine is working in a team. As long as they decide to quickly withdraw and not to conserve their resources, there's a good chance that he would return back alive. But of course, the damage to the whole team's fighting power will be pretty severe. It would be impossible to bring him to the commander's room after this mess. Considering the damage in the unit, there will be a need to significantly readjust the plan. That should be at least better than having to restart from zero like me though. In my case, I would need to start by looking for a candidate, you know? Good grief, and when I got the specialized connection working well too, it's now all gone to the drain. The other alpha raised her eyebrows in surprise. By any chance, does that mean you have some kind of attachment to your subject? I was just getting very irritated since everything just went to waste although it was going well up until now. Is it really that strange? The vexed alpha did not give a straightforward reply there. The other alpha noticed that too, but she did not point it out. I didn't expect a mere AI manager like her to have the flexibility to use a hole in the regulations like that. It was a mistake looking down on her, believing that she would be satisfied by looking after only that uninhabited city. I should keep this in mind for my next trial. That's a good point. For now, let's keep looking for a way to get past the jamming. You're right. Both alphas showed just how different they handled their respective subjects as they started to try to contact their subjects again. When Akira woke up, he immediately scanned his surroundings using the muzzle of his rifle by pure reflex. After checking that there were no hostile forces nearby, he finally sighed in relief. All right, I'm still alive. Although he lowered his concentration in order to rest his mind, he also kept the minimum level necessary so as to not get ambushed. That exquisite balance of concentration was what helped him survive in Slum City. It was vital to help him stay alive with his malnourished body through such a harsh life. Thanks to that, although it was also a part thanks to the medicine that he took beforehand, he was able to recover a large chunk of his stamina with his nap. His strained mind had also mostly recovered. At the very least, he had recovered from the fatigue caused by executing that reckless point-blank barrage against Zalmo. But as expected, Akira did not have the courage to take another nap. Moreover, he was certain that there was a reason as to why he woke up. He woke up his whole body, which was connected to his augmented suit, and gathered his focus toward reading from his sensitivity-maxed information-gathering device. As soon as he did that, he could see something behind the noise and the signals and looked down with a grim face. They're fighting? That's quite a lot of them. Did another hunter run to this building? Is he fighting against the monsters inside right now? Akira's frown suddenly turned grimmer. They're heading this way. Damn it. They might not be hostile, but Akira did not think they were friendly either. It only took a split second for Akira to make his decision as he put up his guard and moved away from that signal. However, he was not just simply running away, he was looking for an advantageous position if he needed to cross bullets with them. However, he noticed something and knitted his eyebrows. It's not just a coincidence. They're actually chasing after me. If he kept running, it was only a matter of time before he reached the top floor and had nowhere else to run. Naturally, he still had the choice of leaving the building or going up to the roof, but that was not a good idea considering Zalmo might attack him. This meant that he only had one option left. Akira stopped running and immediately readied himself to encounter the enemies. He took his position near a door as he aimed his rifle deep into the hallway, waiting for the first signal to show itself. Considering that those signals might not be hostile and they might be hunters who were running away from monsters, looking for help, Akira told himself not to start shooting the moment he saw something. However, that would mean that it might slow down his reaction. Thus, he prepared his stance to take evasive maneuvers in case it was necessary. What came next was not surprising to Akira at all. He was fully expecting that his hope would be betrayed, for the signal to be hostile instead of friendly. This allowed him to jump into the room next to him the moment he saw that they were indeed hostile. A moment later, a hail of bullets passed through where Akira was just a moment ago from deep inside the hallway. The moment those bullets hit something, they immediately exploded into fiery balls that were way too powerful to be used in an enclosed space. The shock wave caused total chaos in the area as a powerful gust of wind blew through the hallways. "Knew it!" Akira inadvertently shouted as he aimed his rifle toward the door that was significantly widened from the explosion. Through the smoke, Taial suddenly jumped out with Yamaina in his hand while going straight to another door into the room. This time Akira did not hesitate at all. He traced Taial's movement with his SSB rifle and released a barrage of anti-force field bullets. Akira sprayed his bullets over a wider area to suppress Taial's movement. The bullets that did not hit Taial though and went ahead to hit the wall. Rather than chipping away the wall, the bullets went straight, piercing through the walls. Instead of evading the bullets, Taial focused more on forcing his way through the bullet storm. After a few seconds of showering bullets, Taial forced his way to another door in that room. Akira could not help but to raise his eyebrows in surprise. The hell? That was not enough to kill that guy? Force field armor would have to be as strong as those powered suits to be able to withstand those bullets, you know. Akira knew that the answer to his question was included in that question itself. Taial had found a wrecked powered suit and devoured it, thus assimilating some of its power for himself. Of course, it was impossible to keep up that level of defensive output all the time, but it was still possible to do it for a short span of time. But still, he even used his body to protect the person he was carrying. Just what is he planning? Before he could make any guesses, the answer showed itself. It was Katsuya and his team who were chasing after Taial. The girls who just arrived there immediately stood on the other side of the holes-riddled wall and started shooting. Akira reacted by quickly using his SSB rifle to shoot back at them. The girls with the impeccable teamwork against Akira with his superhuman strength. The exchange happened only for a few seconds. Although both of them did the same thing, the damages on both sides were completely different. The main factor which decided the victor was their equipment. The total cost of both sides' equipment was equal, but unlike Akira who was alone, the same amount of funds was distributed between so many people. This meant that each girl only had a limited amount of resources for their equipment. Even with the bulk discount included, the difference in quality of their equipment was obvious. Katsuya as the team leader, Eri and Yamaina as the second in command. All of them had better equipment due to their position and experience in battle. The three of them were pretty strong in battle as well. But the rest of the team only received standard equipment. As expected, compared to Akira who splurged 1 billion orum for his equipment, the difference in their performance and quality was not small. Akira only received light injuries. Moreover, he also jumped out of the firing lines as he shot back at them. The bullets that still hit him were only able to shave some of the energy from the energy pack powering Akira's defensive coat. In contrast to that, all the girls caught up in the exchange were dead. The anti-force field bullets, which were even able to destroy a powered suit easily, pierced through the girls' force field armor like slicing butter. Those bullets were even able to drill holes through the resilient old-world walls, so the fragile human body did not pose as much resistance against them. Some of the girls even had their heads blown off, some had their bodies and limbs torn. Body parts that were torn off and freely flying in the air were met by more bullets and were shredded to even smaller pieces. The blood and flesh immediately painted the walls red as the destroyed equipment rolled over the pool of blood, which was made up of their original body. Akira inadvertently frowned. Damn it, that was an overkill. I ended up wasting powerful bullets on them when I didn't have much left. Akira was lamenting at the fact that he had gotten closer to having no bullets left. When that happens, he would have to fight with his blade. Naturally, that was his main concern and he did not show any worry nor remorse to the horrific scene in front of him. Akira then noticed people coming from the hallway and the other directions as well, He immediately understood why Taial was protecting the hunter that he was carrying. Once he understood, Akira quickly started chasing after Taial. So basically, these guys might stop chasing him if that hunter gets killed, right? That's so diligent of him. Akira's guess was correct. Moreover, despite knowing Akira's exact location, Taial was running around instead of going straight at him. He was keeping a distance from Katsuya's team while trying to bait Katsuya's team into surrounding Akira. The girls started to encircle Akira. Although the jamming prevented them from contacting each other, they were able to share thoughts through the local network, thus allowing them to maintain their teamwork even when they were spread apart. As if fueled by Katsuya's hatred, who knew that some of his team members were killed, the other girls immediately aimed their rifles into the room and started shooting. Even when they were encircling the room and filled the room with a storm of bullets, none of their members got hit. They actually fired so much that it would not be strange if some of them hit their own team members. But with their combined teamwork and the high-accuracy information-gathering devices that they were using, none of them hit each other. The room was completely enveloped in a storm of bullets, leaving no place to take cover. But Akira was able to somehow manage to get away from the storm. It was an excellent decision on his part when he decided to chase after Taial the moment he noticed that there were more enemies coming. He then set the force field armor of his coat to maximum output. After he escaped the room, Akira kept on running while shooting homing grenades behind him. Although those grenades were not to be used in a closed space, judging from the damage caused by Taial's cannons, the building should be able to withstand the explosions. So, it should work to temporarily stop the opponents from chasing after him as well. The homing grenades sacrificed speed for its homing capability. It changed course on turns before randomly spreading around. Of course, the girls tried to shoot those down, but some of the grenades survived and exploded. The explosions then triggered the other grenades to explode as well, thus swallowing the girls inside the hellscape of fire and blood. Akira felt some shaking and wind blowing from behind. He felt that he might have been too naive and the explosion might engulf him as well. But he pushed that thought to the back of his mind as he kept chasing after Taial. Katsuya, who arrived a moment later, could not stop himself from trembling. The crumbling down ceiling came crashing down on the girls. While some of them were blown from the explosion and collided hard into the walls before they started dropping down dead as well. Compared to that, the barrage from the anti-force field bullets mostly caused light wounds since some did not get hit directly. Thus, most of them were still alive even after facing that barrage. The damage from the explosions was on the whole other level compared to that. That bastard! Katsuya's scream echoed as he immediately went chasing after Akira. The other girls quickly followed behind Katsuya. It did not matter how bad the situation was, as long as it did not break Katsuya's spirit, his team would still be up for more battles. Sounds of feet kicking the floor reverberated through the building, Taial who was still on the run, Akira who was chasing after Taial, and finally, Katsuya and his team were chasing Akira. Even in the middle of that chase, most exchanges happened between Katsuya's team and Akira. Taial himself was not trying to finish either of them off. Thus, Taial only occasionally shot back at them to suppress their movement. His main focus was only to keep on running. Akira found it weird. Why is that guy not fighting back? Is he only baiting Katsuya's team to keep on fighting against me? No, if that's really the case, he would have run away after Katsuya's team started fighting against me. So why? Akira's line of thinking was cut short by a barrage of bullets from Katsuya's team, so he immediately shelved that question and started shooting back. I guess it's meaningless to think about that for now, huh? Damn it. These guys just won't leave me alone. They won't give up as long as their friend is still alive, huh? God damn it. These guys are too damn loyal. In the middle of the fight, a few grenades came flying toward Akira, who quickly noticed them and shot them down. The explosions set off smoke which quickly filled the area and lowered the sensitivity of the information-gathering devices. Jamming smokes, huh? I bet they already had their information-gathering devices adjusted to cancel the effect from this jamming smoke. Which means that they would still be able to detect me. Akira quickly unsheathed his blade and cut open a nearby wall. The glowing blade cut out a square block of the wall in a blink of an eye. He then pushed the wall and ran straight in order to escape the jamming smoke's effect. But on the other side of the wall, a group of girls had been lying in wait for him. They opened fire the moment Akira showed himself. The bullets could shred the wall that he was using as a cover into pieces. The moment he lost his cover, he would have to face those bullets with his body. But Akira already expected them. As time was compressed into a slow crawl, as the wall that he just cut was about to fall, he kicked it and sent it flying towards those girls and jumping forward. He used the wall that he had sent flying as a shield as he quickly closed the distance between them. The moment they were inside his range, Akira quickly swung his blade to cut the wall in front of him as well as the girls behind it. The wall crashed into the girls, sending the bodies that were cut horizontally into two flying as they spread entrails and organs all over the place. But even so, that did not kill them right away. If they could receive immediate treatment, it would still be considered as only heavy injuries. Although the girls that were still flying in the air were cut clean into two, they still had the opportunity to aim their rifles at Akira before they lost consciousness. Without the support of their lower half, they could not take a proper stance for shooting, but even so, they were still able to point their muzzles at him. As the room was filled with flying bullets, Akira did his best to evade them while trying to get away from that place. After he opened some distance from Katsuya's team, Akira smiled bitterly and mumbled, "I knew they would be there. My horrendous intuition was correct. For some reason, I've been really good when it comes to sensing something bad." The ability to sense something bad allowed him to survive the alley of Slum City. This intuition only accurately predicted the ominous. Ever since he received Alpha's support, that part of him had been growing dull. But the ability to accurately predict and evade the deadly bullets with a hairbreadth margin, the skill to detect dangers, standing right in front of the death door once again sharpened his intuition to its original state. Moreover, his ability to sense danger was also maintained by mock battles that he had with Ario and the other children. The coordination support system that they used during their mock battles were based on the data from Katsuya's team. Because of that, their movement was similar to Katsuya's team. Of course, there were still differences including the battleground that they were using. But even so, the habits and the tendencies were properly conserved. Their skill was slowly getting better from the multiple mock battles, and since Ario was willing to push his body to its utmost limit, their collective movement was even more similar to Katsuya's team. Akira, who has always been facing that whole group all by himself, already learned how to deal with the Katsuya's team. By observing the opponent's movements and teamwork, Akira was able to predict their line of thought and maneuvers. This unexplainable feeling that he had as if he knew what was going on was registered in Akira's mind as intuition. Even after that, Akira and Katsuya's team had small clashes. Normally, the difference in their fighting strength was so big that it would have been hopeless. However, inside a building like the one they were in, it was easy to break the group into smaller ones, allowing Akira to deal with them one by one. Furthermore, the mock battles that Akira had were similar to training, especially against Katsuya's team. It could be said that Akira was fully used to fighting against Katsuya's team. Those facts closed the gap between them and slightly tilted the battle in Akira's favor. The girls fell one by one, their number was slowly but surely reduced. Eventually, it had become difficult for the team to protect the leader, Katsuya, and it had become difficult to keep on chasing Akira. Akira also noticed that the pressure from the other side was getting weaker, so he quickly spread homing grenades to stop Katsuya's team on their tracks before quickly breaking through the encirclement. Although he could hear echoes of Katsuya's scream from behind, it did not bother Akira at all. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.